suppress. Was that the explosions that Alay had heard? Had he heard the sounds of the fighting in the city? He had thought the rebellion was waged against his father, but what if it was against the Deshman? As I said, we lost many, but the Dark Priests have left the city. Too many remain in the north, which is where you come in. I don't understand. No? I believe you were sent with an assignment by the Magi? From what Mendy tells me, you've seen the Deshman numbers. We believe they intend something more. Alay looked over to the ship, wondering what Mendy's father intended. But hadn't he come to the city thinking to control the rebellion? But now that he understood that it was nothing like what he'd thought, nothing like what he would have believed, what would he do? It was clear now that there were others who didn't support the Deshman. That was valuable to know. After spending time in Vasher with Dugray and Dan Vane, he'd begun to wonder. They had made it seem almost natural to accept the Deshman. They seemed to believe that there was nothing wrong with allowing the warrior priests to assume control. Alay hadn't felt the same way, but he hadn't known what he could do. Could Mendy's father be the key? What is it that you want me to do? We want you to find a way to complete the task you were assigned. The Deshman pose a greater threat than most realize. The south is lost, for now, but we can't lose the north, not with what else is coming. What is coming? That is not our fight. The Deshman are. What does this have to do with me? You need to unify Gom-Ardia. You will have to work with Thielen. Only if the two work together can we stop the Deshman. And the ship. Mendy's father shrugged. Mendy tells me you are looking for King Loken. I happen to know where you will find him. Chapter 19 Irian emerged from the mines through a gate that opened into the first terrace of the city. Endrick motioned to one of his two Denren soldiers guarding the gate, and he ran off. The air had a smoky, almost a gritty quality to it, and thick clouds obscured part of the city, as they occasionally did. Usually, this level was spared, clouds shrouding the upper levels of the city, primarily shrouding the third terrace and the palace of the Magi. Something's not right, Endrick said. I sense it as well, Novan agreed. They hurried into the city, leaving the single Denren guard to stand watch in front of the entrance to the mines. Had Alrine not known it was there, he doubted he would have been able to find it again. It was well hidden, away from the city centre, behind boulders at the base of the wall below the second terrace. Still, there were scratches to the rock, some that appeared fresh, that made him wonder whether there had been a battle here recently. Could the Deshman have found this place? Alrine hurried after them onto the street that ran through most of this level of the city. He stopped suddenly, now understanding the source of the odour in the air. Vasher burned. What happened? Alrine asked. The Deshman have attacked. Endrick unsheathed his sword, and a determined expression came to his face, one that was both frightening and reassuring. As they hurried through the streets, they found Denren working with people of the city, attempting to put out fires, but getting water was difficult in the city. Most was collected in reservoirs, coming from the rain and snow melt, but there was no steady supply, no stream for them to utilize. The fires would soon claim the entire city. At the first burning building, a tavern, Alrine realized, he stopped. Drawing upon his Magi ability, he opened his mind, stretching it, filling the void that was there. Energies swirled around him, but also around Endrick and Novan as he had seen previously. Once again, he ignored that energy. Around the city, there were others with hints of it, but not with the same intensity. He turned his attention to the tavern. Stretching out with his main elan, he reached for the energy of the fire. There were several ways to approach fire. One was to simply excite the energy in the air, surging more into it, so that it began to glow. The reverse was also true. He could pull the main elan, drawing it back, slowing it. Alrine hoped that this was enough to quench the fire. As he focused his energy, the fire began to fade. Shouts of excitement came from the men fighting the fire, and Orion continued, pulling the Mainelin from the flames and to himself. He could only hold so much, and there was a limit to how long he could hold it. Always before, his limit had been very clear to him. Now, since fighting Jostefen, that limit had changed. Now he pulled in the entirety of the energy creating the fire. He held it, squeezing it within his mind until the flames faded completely. Once that was done, he released it, the Mainelin seeping back out, moving on to wherever it went. Where it went was something the Magi had never fully determined, though they studied it frequently. Mainelin seemed a constant, unable to be used up. The Magi could draw on it, change it, temporarily hold on to what they borrowed from other sources, but when they released it back, they didn't know where it went. Orion turned to a neighboring building that rose several stories. Windows lined the building, and flames crackled and leapt from them. Likely an inn. How many were trapped inside? How many suffered because of this attack? As before, Orion drew upon the Mainelin, filling his mind, taking the energy out of the fire, shifting it so that the building no longer burned. He couldn't change the effect of the fire, could not change what happened to it, but healing, restoration, could come later. With this fire out, he turned to the next. Novan grabbed him by the shoulders. You can't think to put out all of these fires by yourself, Orion. Orion met his eyes, noting that a pair of Denren had joined Endrik while he had been putting out the fires. How many more could he call to him? Someone has to help these people. If I don't do this, the entire city burns. Endrik grunted. We are not going to lose Vasher under my watch. Orion met his gaze and nodded to the low clouds that hung over the city. Up there, above them, would be the barracks and the palace. Take your men, General. Go save the palace from the Deshmen. That's a fight you can wage. That is not for me. Novan smiled grimly at him. That's a fight you could wage much like your founders once fought. The founders may have been soldiers, but they didn't fight men. They fought, Novan nodded. Groa lying? Yes. And Roel went to face them? I thought you said Roel went to find the Antriali. And face the Groa lying, Novan said. You knew this? You allowed her to go with her band of 100 Magi to face creatures out of a nightmare that our founders barely survived. I sent her to aid the Antriali, Endrik said. All reports indicate that the Groalying are moving with more force and more speed than they have ever moved before. Denren can't face them alone. Men can't see them. That leaves the Magi. Your niece was as well prepared as I could make her. Once there, I have faith the Antriali will see that she is as prepared as she needs to be. Orion stared, but what was there to say? Endrik started to turn. Good luck, second eldest. Help these people. I will take care of the Deshmen. We will protect Vasher. As he started away, Orion prevented him from departing. You said men couldn't see the Groalying. How can the Antriali? As I said before, that is not mine to share. Ask Roel when she returns. Endrik and Novan raced off, gathering Denren as they went. By the time they disappeared from view, Endrik had several dozen men with him. Orion hoped he had enough, and that the men were faithful to him. He turned his attention to the city burning around him. He was fatigued from putting out the fires, but not nearly as much as he normally would be from that level of effort. Fighting Jostefen had changed him, and he wished he had the time to understand how. Why? Was it possible for other Magi to do the same? Had he pushed beyond what made the Magi, making him into something more? They were questions for later. Orion hurried to the next building. It was a series of 3 buildings, what appeared to be a lantern maker, a seamstress, and a sign burned to the point that it was unreadable. Orion focused on the fire, again drawing the main Ellen from within it to himself. As he did, the fire slowly started to fade. When the fire was nearly expunged and he was about ready to release the main Ellen, something struck him in the back. Orion staggered forward. He turned to see a man behind him. He had the look of one of the old city miners, with the rugged, muscular build those men had, but then Orion noticed tattoos spreading up the man's arms. Deshman. He carried a sword, and Orion was thankful that he hadn't stabbed him with it. Instead, he had kicked him in the back. The Deshman grinned at him. "Looky here. I get to claim a mage. Didn't think PD get that lucky down in the city. Only our men on the upper levels were gonna get that chance." Orion stood, facing the Deshman. He still held the main Ellen from the flame within his mind. "What do you mean by claiming a mage?" The Deshman took a sauntering step toward him, his sword of dark metal pointing at his chest. Orion sensed heat from the sword and recognized it as Tyrillin, very similar to Novan's staff. Was there some connection between the Tyrillin, the founding of the Magi, and the Deshman? Was that a secret Endrik kept from him? "You won't get the chance to find out," the Deshman said. He brought his sword up, intending to swing it. Orion unleashed the main Ellen within him. He sent it at the Deshman, directing it rather than simply releasing it. It consumed the man, holding him in place. The man shuddered, and then fell from Rad, whatever Orion had done to him taking his life. Orion didn't have a chance to feel remorse. Another trio of Deshman came at him from down the street. Orion started away from the Deshman but slowed. He might escape, but it would do nothing to stop the attack on this tier of Vasher. If they were here, if they were starting fires and destroying the city, his leaving would only give them a greater opportunity to continue their attacks. He should have asked Endrik to keep some of the Denron here, but it was better that Endrik used his soldiers to clear the Deshman presence from the palace. Once he succeeded there, he could clear the Deshman from the barracks. He needed to attack terrace by terrace, working his way back down the mountain. But Orion was here. Wasn't this his responsibility? As they approached, his mind raced, struggling with what he considered. The gods had demanded peace, had demanded that his people enforce that peace. After failing with the Uniter, the Magi had withdrawn from that mandate, stepped back from the responsibilities placed upon them by the gods, and had allowed the Deshman to grow in strength. Had the Magi done what was necessary, would any of this have happened? Would Vasher burn? More than that, Orion had already made a choice. He hadn't objected when Roel left the city to fight. As the second eldest, he could have stopped her, she would have no choice but to listen, but he'd allowed her to go. For that matter, he'd practically encouraged her to go. How did that sit with the ermine ideals of what the gods wanted? Yet, if what Novan and Endrik told him was true, the gods weren't gods at all, only beings of great power. He thought he'd seen one of the goddesses, but could it be possible that she was nothing more than a powerful being? Orion had to admit that it was possible. As the Deshman neared, Orion pulled on his main Ellen, drawing the energy around him as well. He used it to fill that space within his mind, the space that now was so much vaster than what it had been before facing Jostephen. Filled with the main Ellen as he was, he saw this same strange energy surrounding the three Deshman coming at him, only theirs was darker, and possibly more dangerous. This wasn't the answer to stopping them. Orion released his connection to the main Ellen he held. Instead, he reached for the main Ellen surrounding the three Deshman. All three stiffened. The nearest one lunged for Orion, but Orion pulled with more force, drawing main Ellen from him. It was much as he had done when facing Jostephen, only this was three at one time. Still, Orion could draw from them more easily than he had been able to from Jostephen. The lead Deshman neared him and started unsheathing a sword. Orion tore the main Ellen from him. The man's eyes widened, and he fell. The other two fell as well. Orion held onto that power, afraid to even move. He waited, uncertain if they would rise, uncertain if they would attack, and afraid that they might. As he held the energy, none of the men moved. Soon even their breathing stopped. Orion continued to hold that energy, maintaining a connection to it until he could no longer hold it anymore. He released it, afraid that it would dissipate back into the Deshman, watching to make certain that it did not, and did not see any of the Mainellen surrounding them when he released it. He stared at them, realizing that one of the men wore the dark grey uniform of the Denren. He had to get word to Endrik. What had he done? Had he used his ability to take the life of not one but now 3 more men? Was that why the gods had given him his abilities? Orion swallowed, unable to even take the time to worry about what he had done. Screams from further into the city drew his attention, demanding that he make his way down the street, leaving the fallen Deshmen where they were. He prayed that he could help enough to make amends for what he had done. Chapter 20. The rain that had been coming down for the last few days finally lessened. Roel was soaked and uncomfortable, yet still thankful for the respite. The rain had been cold, and though not heavy, it had been a constant irritant. What was left was a light drizzle that seemed to come from everywhere, leaving a growing fog around them. Since leaving the Deshman, travel had grown difficult. At first, it was due to the soft, soggy ground. They'd been forced to slow their horses so that none would get stuck or turn an ankle. The Mera still hunted, and their cries, muted in the rain, echoed around them. Every once in a while, they would see evidence of Groeling the Mera had brought down. There had been no sign of Deshman. Roel tried not to think about what that might mean. Had Fnick failed to alert the captain? Had the captain not believed him? Even if he did, would he be able to send enough help to even matter? The dozen Deshmen had been cut in half by 3 broods. What would happen were they to face the full onslaught of Groeling? How many Deshmen would fall then? And would she care? Those questions plagued her as they moved east and gradually south, away from Rondelin and whatever help the Deshman might offer. Around them, the trees grew thicker until they were upon the forest. The fog and mist made travel even more dangerous, and they worried as much about trees jumping out at them as they did about the chasing Groeling. Something would have to give. The Antrilili remained separate, leading them. Since returning, Roel hadn't had the time to speak to Narasin and needed to find the man and ask about his plans for the Groeling. If they continued to move south, and if they didn't get help from the Deshman, Roel worried about how they would stop the creatures. How many people would be lost? But if the Deshman did help, how would that impact those faithful to the Ermin? The Deshman would be able to claim the power of the gods and would be able to boast about how they had stopped this threat. How many more would convert when they did? Did those potential conversions matter if it meant people survived? Roel knew that it didn't. Worse, she didn't know if her faith would survive. What if the Deshman had it right? What if the teachings of the Magi had been wrong all along? The Magi were endowed with abilities that gave them advantages with fighting. Why shouldn't they use them? Roel shook the thoughts away and looked over to Lendra. The dark-haired historian rode alongside her, a thoughtful look on her face. She kept the hood of her cloak pulled up over her head, and occasionally glanced around her, a curious expression in her eyes. "What is it?" Roel asked her. She shrugged. "We enter the great forest, I think." She looked over to her. The tone of her voice implied something more than mere observation. "It's a forest. Why does it matter?" Lendra held her gaze with her deep blue eyes for a moment before looking around. "Novan says the great forest is a place of power," she said. Roel took a closer look as they entered the forest. The trees were taller here, sure, but there was little else about the forest that was different from any other forest. Yet if Novan felt there was something to this place, she wondered exactly what the historian knew. The man had obviously travelled with the Antriali. He had probably read them, and he did not fear the Magi. Lendra seemed to see the thoughts cross her face and laughed. It was a light sound and soft, so it did not carry far. You understand why I studied with him, she suggested. It was Roel's turn to shrug. He has certain characteristics, she said. I can see why the elders grew so frustrated with him. Had he only given her a straightforward answer? But would it have changed anything for her if he had? She had needed to come north. She had needed to see for herself. In that, Novan was right to encourage her. Lendra closed her eyes. He is maddening at times, she agreed. But his mind remembers everything he sees and reads. I think he's more than a simple historian, Selton said as he rode over. Lendra looked at her cousin for a long time, a question or a comment hanging on her lips, but she did not say it. Instead, she smiled brightly. It was a sharp contrast to the dreary day around them. I don't think we can call anything about Novan simple, she agreed. Roel waited for her to say something more, but she didn't. What else does he say about the forest? He mentioned it as a place of power, but not much else, she said. It's what I have read that makes me wonder. She paused, looking around at the trees. There are certain texts that refer to the forest as home to the gods. Like the tower. Different, I think. She shrugged. In the ancient language, the tower is considered the seat of the gods. The forest is the home, a place where evil cannot survive. Selton snorted. We could use that now. Roel frowned. How would you? You speak the ancient language, she realized. Lendra hesitated before nodding. Do you speak it well? She laughed. Few speak it well, Roel. I know it well enough. Novan taught me, she said simply. The question that came to her mind was lost when a sharp whistle pierced the air. The three of them looked toward the sound, and Roel felt her heart pound briefly. The whistle was answered by an echoing chorus of howls from the Mera. They were under attack. The attack was swift and almost caught them off guard. The sound of growls and the roar and cry of the foul beasts was suddenly close. Roel scanned the forest but could see little through the fog. Lendra gagged and then nearly fainted from her saddle before she righted herself. You can't stay here, Roel said. Lendra was the only one remaining with them who was not Majeborn. The Denren had returned to Vasher, at least, Roel hoped they had made it, but Lendra had wanted to remain and observe. Without the ability to fight, or even see the Grower lying, the Magi had to protect her. Where will I go? Lendra asked through clenched teeth. She vomited suddenly, unable to hold it back. Whomever the Grower lying were, they were close. If nothing else, Lendra served as an alert to their presence, one that was nearly as useful as the hunting Mera and their howls. Were the Deshmen? As strange as it seemed to hope for their appearance, she needed them to come. They wouldn't be able to withstand the full force of the Grower-lying attack without them. Even with them, she wasn't sure they would be able to withstand it. Roel leaped from her saddle, unsheathing her sword in the same motion, keeping Lendra between her and the other Magi with her. And then the beasts were upon them. They were something like smoke, but the more she fought them, the easier they became to see. They were dark grey smudges with flashes of flesh visible, and harder to see in the fog. Roel moved her sword quickly, using her abilities, stretching out her consciousness to focus her mind. It brought the beasts into focus. She took a deep breath, focusing herself, and then there was only her sword and the Grower lying. She worked her way forward, her sword taking down all that came before her. She could not count the numbers she killed. She heard furious growls and roars as the Mera worked their way among the Grower lying. Suddenly, a beast jumped from behind, striking her in the back. Staggering Fomrad, she dropped her sword as she fell. She lay stunned for only a moment, her hand groping where she knew her sword to have fallen. She couldn't feel it. Where? Her hand felt only soggy earth. She felt movement behind her. Rolling over, her back on fire, she saw one of the beasts clutching her blade. A smile covered its grotesque face, and her own sword flashed toward her. She watched, horror filling her mind. This is the end, she knew as a prayer formed on her lips. Then suddenly, the beast staggered and fell, dropping her sword. Narasin stood behind the fallen beast, smiling broadly. The Antrilili roared and kicked the sword to her. Roel grabbed it and stood quickly. Her back ached where she had been hit. The area around her had been cleared of the beasts, and she could see a good number of them on the ground at her feet. "How many?" she asked the Antrilili. "Hard to tell in this fog," he said. "The Mera estimate nearly 1,000. She didn't ask how the Mera were able to estimate the Groalying numbers, let alone communicate that to him. "How many broods?" she asked instead. Narasin scratched his chin. "A dozen, perhaps. Only the gods know." Several Groalying moved in, and Narasin quickly killed them, moving faster than any man Roel had even seen. "What about the rest?" she asked. The Antrilili grunted. "Moving south. They attack us in the fog." Narasin grunted again. "Unusual," he said. Roel frowned. "What is?" "Logic from the Groalying." There was a break in the line, and a dozen Groalying pressed through, effectively ending their conversation. She rushed forward again, into the battle, and reached another group of beasts battling with Zamel. Roel's hands were slippery with sweat and blood and the mist that filled the air. She was only allowed a brief pause to wipe away the moisture as dark, dagger-sharp claws flashed toward her. Quickly, she struck down 4 of the beasts, leaving Zamel open to advance further. She looked up again when the area around her cleared. They were nearly to the edge of the forest. To the south, her warriors had forced nearly 100 of the beasts backward, and the Groalying moved as if to flee but hit something like an invisible wall that held them just at the edge of the forest. Narasin led a furious charge of Antrilili at the Groalying from the west, also caught between the charging Magi and the invisible wall. The creatures howled a horrible scream before falling. Several were killed by their own as they clawed away from the Antrilili only to meet the strange force holding them within the forest. To the north, the beasts fighting in front of her had been driven into the same invisible wall. It was the same all along the forest edge. There were strange, horrible screams, and a painful hissing sound as the Groalying hit the wall, and then silence. They were all dead. Slaughtered. "What is this?" Zamel asked, panting. The last of the Groalying had fallen silent. Roel looked around. Tall trees stretched all around them, ending abruptly where the Groalying died. Had they been held within the forest? The question was edged with disappointment. The Deshman hadn't he come? She hadn't known if they would and knew that she couldn't count on them, but there was a part of her that had hoped, even knowing that their assistance likely wouldn't change the ultimate outcome. How would they be able to stop 10,000 Groalying, even if they tripled their numbers with the Deshman? And would they even be able to trust the Deshman were they to show? Yet, now another possibility presented itself, but one that seemed impossible to believe. Only what other answer was there? Roel found Selton. He was blooded, but none of it appeared his. She noted 3 dead Groalying near him. His jaw was set in a frown. How long had it been since he'd smiled? How long had it been since her friend had been the man she remembered? Would they all change so much because of what they face? "I need Lendra," she told Selton. Lendra mentioned that the forest was the home of the gods. What if the gods are actually helping us? And if they were, how could they use this to their advantage? Chapter 21. As they made their way through the great forest, Jakob had the unsettling sensation that something was watching him. It was the same sensation he'd had on the other side of the Great Valley, when he'd been in the forest over there. He remembered the visions that had come to him, giving him memories of a past that could not have been his, and of creatures that seemed far too knowing. Now, he had a sense that there was something else watching. Something more. Was it the Nemera? Anders said the creatures weren't on this side of the valley, but what if it had followed them? If it had, why would it have followed them? His arm throbbed where he'd been injured. The Deshman's sword had not been poisoned, thankfully, but he felt as if he healed slowly. But he knew he had no reason to complain. Brommen had been injured more severely, and though healed by Cylindra, he moved slowly. Jakob still hadn't fully recovered from the most recent vision, he'd experienced. He didn't understand what it meant and didn't understand what it tried to show him, but he had little doubt there was something to it. He'd wanted to talk to Ander about it but wasn't sure how to broach the subject. Could even the gods have viewed the Danamen negatively? They covered even less distance today, the dense underbrush slowing most of them. Ander had an ability to move through the forest seemingly unencumbered by the undergrowth. It seemed almost as if the trees and the branches, some with sharp thorns and brambles, pulled away from her, giving her freedom to move. There were times Jakob wished he had such freedom. He found himself watching her, amazed by the grace she had shown, comforted by her presence. Armaean surrounded her and surrounded the trees and plants and the life around. Did it mean for him that he could see it so clearly now? What was he becoming? The visions had first begun, when he first felt that sense that they were followed. He had thought that perhaps he was going mad. His brother had changed so much when it started to happen to him, having visions and hallucinations, that Jakob now wondered if there was more to that. Could there be more to the madness than he knew? It was a question neither he nor Brommen had an answer for. Jakob held out hope that when they reached the goddess, he could ask her for help with his brother. And not only Skotten but others like him. Many others suffered from the same illness. Was it coincidence, or was there some connection? They found a small clearing with a stream burbling through. The trees created a gentle canopy overhead, letting some light through, enough to see a blue sky overhead. A soft wind tugged at the upper branches of the trees but wasn't felt near the ground. Cylindra took Brommen's arm, forcing him to sit. I know you think you've recovered, and you heal faster than most, but you've slowed down as the day has gone on, Brommen, she said to him softly. You pushed yourself too hard yesterday. We need to reach her. I feel her urgency. And we will, but if you push so hard that you can't go on, how will that help her? Brommen slumped to the forest floor, and Cylindra went to get him water. She filled a few flasks and brought them to Brommen, who drank them thirstily. She turned and shot Jakob a similarly withering look. And you? You should rest as well. I saw how restlessly you slept the other night. It was as if you didn't sleep at all. He turned away, not wanting to admit what had happened to him. He'd kept the secret of his most recent vision from the others. There was no purpose in sharing anyway. All it would do was raise questions, and they were questions he didn't have any answers to. Besides, he couldn't help the fact that his dreams had been something more than dreams, especially in the heart of the forest. Ander guided Jakob toward the trees, away from Brommen and Cylindra. With her hand on his arm, the now familiar waves of relaxation washed through him. Jakob shivered, thinking back to his vision, thinking back to what happened when Amelin had one of the Danamen touch her arm. She had a similar wave of relaxation. Jakob imagined it almost as if he had been there, as if the dreams had been real. She's right, Ander said. You have been troubled since your rest. Jakob debated how much to tell her. Would she have any answers? The gentle, encouraging look on her face convinced him to share. Troubled. It's more than that. I dreamed the night we were in the heart of the forest. Ander laughed softly. The musical quality of her voice reminded him of the gods from his vision. As she stood next to him, he watched the energy around her swirl toward him, touching his. He didn't need her physical contact for him to feel the relaxation. Worry about what was happening to him, about the changes that were taking place, began to dissipate. There was nothing he could do about that worry anyway. Everyone dreams, Anda said. Not like me. Lately, my dreams are like visions. They are so real. The last one. He couldn't tell her about having a vision of the gods thinking to abandon the Danamin. How would that affect her? It felt as if I were living it. Anda met his gaze. She had such exotic eyes, and Jakob lost himself as he looked into them, feeling a different sensation than the relaxation he often felt from her. There are some who can see along the fibers. He'd heard about those who could see the fibers before, from Danamin like Anda, and Alita, who Brahmin said could read the fibers but didn't know what it really meant. Had Novan referred to it the same way? You once told me you could, but not as well as others. I don't know what that means. It is a term we use to describe time, Anda began. She plucked a few fallen leaves from the ground and began pulling their stems free. When she had nearly a dozen clutched in her hand, she held them splayed out in front of her. The fibers are like a rope, with many strands woven together. There are many possible futures, but there is one past. Some can see along the past, and some can see the future. Jakob asked. Anda nodded. Those who are powerful at stepping along the fibers can see into the future. Some can catch glimpses. Little more than shadows, almost as if dreams, or memories, of what could be. My people have limited ability in looking to the future. Some can look to the past. There are some who are so strong they can travel backward, along the fibers, and use that connection to gain understanding. That's what happened in the Kalama, isn't it? I was forced backward along the fibers. Anda smiled. In the house of the Kalama, you are able to step backward to see your ancestors. But I saw myself as a god. And it wasn't the first time he'd seen himself as one of the gods. The first had happened when he'd first been in the great forest, and again in the mountains of the north when he defeated the Groalying, and even the last time, when he dreamed he was Amelin. There are many who can claim a connection to the gods, Anda said. There was a time when the Daman and the people of man mingled more closely. It was not uncommon for such things. You've seen this. My people are a result of that mingling. Jakob's mind flashed back, thinking of what he had seen. Was that what he had glimpsed during his vision? Not all were pleased with that, were they? Jakob looked up at Anda and saw something, a question, or was it something else, worry, written on her face. No, not all were pleased with the mingling or the ultimate results. That is the reason we moved to the east. Again, he saw what could be pain cross her face. Anda watched him for a moment while weaving the stems together. As she did, she formed something almost rope-like that she handed to Jakob. The fibers. We all follow the path. We all move forward into many possible futures that are woven together. Jakob took it, staring at the twisted stems. And you said some people can travel back and ride. Was that what had happened to him? Could he really have gone back along the fibers? It made as much sense as anything else that had happened to him. More than that, it might actually explain what had happened to him. Anda smiled. I see from your face that you know this already. 1. I had a vision the other night. I saw myself as Amelin. She feared for her children and her grandchildren. She called your people Denimin. He didn't speak in the ancient language as fluidly as others but tried to pull it from his vision. Anna nodded slowly, her exotic eyes changing, widening into what looked like worry. If you are able to trace your fibers back to Amelin, you should be proud. She was a great Daman. My people still exalt her. Who was she? He'd had visions before in which he'd heard the name. In the very first, he'd dreamed as Shorin, thinking of what it had been like when he had sat in the forest, calling for the first conclave. He remembered thinking about another goddess, one named Mali, but words came back clearly to him. Amelin was beautiful too. Was he having these visions? Could it be as simple as him walking back along the fibers? Could that be all there was to it? If so, what did it mean that he was a god in his dreams? If Anda claimed he could walk back along the fibers of his ancestors, and that the Kala Ma took him back along the fibers of his ancestors, did that mean he really was descended from gods? And then what of the vision he had while in the Kala Ma, having visions of Danyamine? Could he be what Brahman hoped? Could he be this Nema? Was that why he had the abilities he seemed to possess? It was all too much for him to understand. Help me understand, Anda. Something is happening to me. She rested her hand on his arm and let it slip down until she held his hand. She squeezed. This time, the relaxation that came from her was different from before. There was nothing of her Armaean pressing upon him. This was the simple comfort of her touch. You should not fear the past, Jakob Nielsen. There's nothing you can change about it. All we can do is hope to influence the future. Then why am I having these visions? I do not know. My people don't have dreams of our ancestors except when we visit the Kala Ma. That is our gift, a chance to look back, to know where we have come from so that we will understand where we must go. Others have different gifts. They stood in silence for a while, and the sounds of the forest surged around them. They were soft and gentle, a healing sort of sense. He turned and saw Brahman fast asleep on the ground. Salindra sat next to him, watching over him, a worried look on her face. He wasn't the only one who had changed since visiting the Kala Ma. Salindra had changed as well, the confident mage having returned. Jakob was pleased to see that, just as he was pleased to see the energy, the Armaean swirling around her. She used it as she ministered to Brahman, though Jakob had a sense that she didn't quite know what it was she did. As far as he knew, Salindra couldn't even see the energy. Was it that he could? You said the gods, the demon, mingled with the people of man, Jakob said. He had a hard time thinking them anything other than gods, though he had heard from both Brahman and Anda that wasn't the case. And yet, if he were truly descended from them, that would mean he was a child of the gods. He wasn't ready to believe that either. Perhaps it would be easier to believe them some other type of being. You said that Danyamine are the result of that mingling. He looked over to Anda, and she nodded slowly. Were there any other minglings? I do not know all of the histories of the demon, Anna began. That is not my strength. I have glimpsed my ancestors and can trace them back to the demon, but I have not been able to glimpse anything beyond that, Anda said. But there's something you know, Jakob said. There is something. What is it? Anda took a deep breath. She motioned to the trees, to the flowers near her feet, even to Jakob. All who can reach the Armaean, all who can touch the energy that surrounds us, are descended from the demon. All? Why? Anda nodded again, her hands running atop the grass. As she did, the Armaean around her shifted, drawn toward her. Jakob looked back at Salindra. If what Anda said was true, and Jakob had no reason to believe that it wasn't, then it meant that even the Magi were descended from the gods. He hadn't thought he was gaining the abilities of the Magi, but what if he was? Yet what he could do seemed different from the abilities of the Magi. What other explanation was there? Darkness had fallen in full, but Jakob still couldn't sleep. He didn't know if it was because he had just eaten, or because his anxious mind was still racing. Regardless of the reason, he continued to lay there, unable to slow the thoughts racing through his mind. On the other side of the clearing, he could see Brahman still sleeping. He breathed heavily and remained motionless as he slept. Jacob worried about the man, wondering if he'd been pushing himself too hard. Cylindra still sat next to him, awake. She had been unwilling to move, unwilling to leave him. He'd appeared weaker tonight, the exertion of the last few days taking its toll on him. Andra rested near Jacob. She lay on her side, her legs pulled up, her eyes closed. She looked youthful, the effect of the glamour faded while she slept, and Jacob wondered how old she might be. Aaron had seemed youthful as well, but Jacob had the sense that he was very old, at least within the spectrum of age of the Danyamin. Unwilling to lie there any longer, Jacob stood and went to Cylindra, crouching next to her. She looked up at him, the concern she felt for Brahman playing on her face. "He sleeps so long," she said. "He was very injured," Jacob said. Cylindra nodded. "I did what I could, my abilities are different since." She shook her head. "It doesn't matter. All that matters is that they are different. Had it been a year ago, I might have been different. I might have been able to help him more easily." Jacob watched Brahman as he slept, a peaceful expression on his face. He seemed less hearty than he had been. He understood Cylindra's worry, the fear that Brahman would fail, and that he would leave them. Jacob wasn't sure what they would do then. They needed Brahman. Not only his expertise and the knowledge he possessed, but the confidence and the belief that he knew what they should do, that everything would turn out as needed. Only there was no question that Brahman was failing. How much longer would he have? How much longer before he fell, unable to awaken again? "He's recovered before," Jacob said. Before, Cylindra agreed, nodding. "But he is old. Older than I would have believed possible even a month ago. Twice, he has been called Brahman al-Rui. It's a name I recognized. The name of a man who lived long ago." She sighed, her gaze hanging on Brahman. "But there is no other explanation as to why they would call him by that name." "Who was this man?" Jacob asked. Cylindra sighed. "There was a tradition the Magi once attempted to follow, one that allowed us to influence events in ways that we were not willing to do so directly. They would choose a man, one who was deemed capable of bringing together the people, a man chosen in time of great uncertainty." She smiled, looking down at Brahman and shaking her head. "The Uniter," Jacob said. "He told us about the practice that night in camp. Of the conclave choosing the first Uniter, Arlin Tompen. He said the conclave created the man, and founded the Ermine. Truth be told, Novan had told him about the Uniter as well, but then, both men were part of the conclave." Cylindra studied Jacob a moment, a frown on her face. "A similar practice, and one the Magi have attempted to follow as we chose a Uniter, and often failed." Jacob sensed frustration in her voice. She looked down at Brahman. "Brahman al-Rui was the last Uniter chosen by our people following an ancient prophecy. But not the same prophecy Brahman spoke of. Other than the one he described about the conclave, Jacob had only heard about the prophecy regarding the Nema. Were they the same?" Cylindra looked up at Jacob, her eyes going distant. "Throughout time, some among my people have possessed the ability to glimpse the future. They were called prophets. Some were more skilled than others. There have been 7 prophets we refer to as the great prophets. There have been many other minor prophets. Only one minor prophet still lives, an elder I believe you met. Mage Herolin had been able to glimpse the future? Had he seen anything about Jacob? Had there been anything that he had recognized?" Cylindra went on, as if not even realizing Jacob was troubled by what she'd said. "We've used these prophets to help guide our people. They have seen when we must find this Uniter." She stared at Brahman. "We haven't chosen a Uniter in many years. Brahman al-Rui was the last, our great failing, and it was because of him we began to retreat from the world." "How many came before Brahman al-Rui?" Jacob asked. Solyndra nodded. I do not know an exact number, but none have been successful. But the last time, she said, almost reaching for Brahman, did not go as my people had intended. Our scholars suspect those of that time did something incorrectly, maybe didn't follow the prophecy as they should have, because Brahman did not restore peace. He did not achieve the goals of my people. What did he do? Jacob had a hard time imagining Brahman listening to any suggestion, particularly from the Magi. Solyndra again looked down at Brahman. If he truly is Brahman al-Rui, he would be hundreds of years old, she said. The records from that time tell of a man willing to destroy in order to restore. It did not go over well with the council of elders who chose him. She breathed out slowly. As she did, energy swirled around her, touching briefly upon Brahman, leading to a slight flash of color before retreating. Did Solyndra even know what she was doing? Was she aware that she used the energy in this way? Jacob watched her and realized she probably was not. My people had a name for him, she said. What was it? Jacob asked. Solyndra chuckled to herself. He was known as the Great Mistake. He brought violence instead of peace. And yet, no one among those who know of him can deny the fact that through his efforts, peace was restored. Jacob looked down at Brahman and realized his eyes were open. He had been listening. Yes. Peace was restored, Brahman said. And I was not your great mistake. The great mistake was the Magi withdrawing their influence. Look what has happened since. Solyndra stiffened. How? How is it possible that you could be this man, that you could be hundreds of years old? Jacob asked. Brahman's eyes closed again. I already answered this for you. I served the conclave, and for that, I was given a gift. Like the Deshman? Jacob asked. Brahman's eyes flickered open again, and for a moment, they flashed with hot anger. Not like the Deshman. He stared at Jacob for a moment and then the anger subsided, easing away, as if it had not been there. Jacob shivered. He didn't want to anger Brahman, and should not have made such an accusation. And yet he didn't understand. How could he understand, when what they were dealing with, these events, were beyond his comprehension? After the Magi named me the Uniter, the conclave came to me. I was tested much as the Uniters have been tested for centuries. It was then that I first met the Daniamin, and then that I first went to the Kalamar. There were more Daman then, and they traced along my fibers, he said softly. Brahman fell silent, and Solyndra touched Jacob's arm. Let him rest. He might not believe it, but he still needs it. Jacob looked at Brahman for another moment, and the man took a few deep breaths, before letting them out slowly. He stood, leaving Brahman with Solyndra leaning over him, still ministering to him. The energy swirled off of her, reaching toward Brahman before pulling back. Whatever had happened between them before, Jacob knew that Solyndra would keep Brahman safe and see him back to health. As he left them, moving closer to Anda, he realized that was for the best. They couldn't rescue the goddess Alita without Brahman's help. If they lost Brahman, he feared they would lose the goddess as well. Chapter 22 Jacob didn't know how late it was, but from the occasional hoot of the owl, the occasional sound of insects fluttering, even the stirring of animals, he guessed that it must be near morning. When he had managed to sleep, he had done so fitfully, his eyes occasionally drifting closed only to snap open. Part of him worried what would happen when he slept, whether or not he would have another vision, whether he would be subjected to dreams he should not have. Those fears kept him awake, preventing him from getting the sleep he needed. He knew they would need his strength, and they might need his sword, in the days to come. If he was not rested and didn't recover, he didn't know whether he would be of any use to them with what they might face. Occasionally, he would hear Anda stir, but otherwise, she slept quietly, barely breathing. He had to focus to even notice that she breathed at times. Even Salindra, lying next to Brahman, finally fell asleep. Other than the few words Brahman had spoken earlier, he'd been sleeping solidly. Only Jacob remained awake. After a while, he stood, making his way into the forest, staring into the darkness. They hadn't talked about it, but what would they do if the Deshman were to return? He didn't like to think of it, but it was possible that they would find them again. Jacob had no idea how they had found them so easily the last time, as if the Deshman were somehow attuned to them, knowing exactly where to come for them. But how was that possible? The trees were dark blurs at night, and shadows seemed to shift, though the trees didn't move. The Armaean energy surrounded the trees, and he studied the nearest one a moment, wondering again why he saw it. Could he reach for that energy again? He had done so when they'd faced the Deshman. Could he use it now? Focusing on the Armaean, he tried pulling on it, but failed. As he did, he thought he saw a flash of movement. Deshman? Or something else? Jacob reached for his sword, unsheathing it. In the darkness, he could make out the Armaean swirling around the blade, but it didn't have the same bright intensity that had before. He'd failed pulling on the tree's energy, but could he use that of the sword? Unlike the tree, when he pulled on the Armaean coming from the sword, it filled him. Jacob tried not to think about what it meant that he could do this. Was that how the Magi used their magic? It was a question he could easily ask Salindra, but he hadn't. He didn't want to anger her, and she could be touchy about such things. He watched again, looking for that flash of movement. He turned, thinking he heard something, but there was nothing. Was it only his imagination? Jacob moved deeper into the forest. As he did this time, he was clearly aware of movement. He stopped, focused on where he had seen it. There was a strange itch at the back of his mind. It was a familiar sensation that reminded him of what he'd felt while they had travelled north from Cressida, the same as he'd had while travelling. He'd felt the strange itch and had started to believe he was going mad, thinking that he was slowly becoming like his brother. Much like then, he convinced himself it was imagined. And yet, he had felt it another time as well. Even he had been on the other side of the valley, when they were making their way out of the Danamean settlement. Anda claimed the Nemera weren't found here, but what if one was? There came a soft chuckling within his mind. Jacob froze. He'd heard the same chuckling before. Was this time real, or was it imagined? Again a flash of movement, and then he saw a faint reflection of eyes. Jacob was certain they were real. An Nemera, like he'd seen in his vision. He stepped toward it. His sword remained at the ready, prepared to strike were it necessary, but hesitated. If this was an Nemera, they weren't aggressive. At least he didn't think they were. He took a step forward, and could practically feel the presence near him. As he did, he became aware of movement behind him. Jacob spun. Anda stood there, glowing softly with Armaean flowing around her. She smiled when she saw him, but her eyes drifted to his sword. That is not necessary. I saw something moving here, he said, turning back toward the trees, but the eyes, and the creature, were gone. But your sword is not necessary. It is if we're attacked. The Nemera won't attack you, Jacob Nielsen. He turned to her. You knew. I didn't think they would cross the Great Valley, but they are powerful creatures. I could barely see it. She smiled. They are difficult creatures to see. They will make themselves visible only when they want to. As I said, powerful. I saw one in my vision. Anda nodded toward the space in the trees where he'd seen the creature. They once were more numerous. Over time, their numbers have faded. Just like the gods. They are connected. The demon and the Nemera. They have long shared a unique connection. In that way, it is much like my people and the forest. We have shared a connection with the trees. A part of Jacob wondered what connection man had to the world. If the Daemon had a connection to the Nemera, and Daniamin had a connection to the trees, what connection did man have? Can you help me find it? Jacob asked. It is not for me to help you find. If the Nemera chooses to be seen, you will see him. I don't know the mind of the Nemera. They are ancient creatures, and proud. They are considered wise, guardians of a sort. It is possible that the Nemera leads us to a litter. Possible? What would be the other possibility? Anders studied him a moment. The Armenian around her swirled before she smiled. Are you up? Jacob sighed, scanning the forest for evidence of the Nemera, but none came. It was as if the creature had vanished, disappearing completely. I don't know. I close my eyes, and I think I drift off. But then I awaken again. My mind thinks about the Deshman, about the Groeling, and about a litter. I know we need to rescue her, but I worry about the others as well. Those creatures are terrifying. Those weren't the only reasons he couldn't sleep, but Ander wouldn't have answers about what was happening to him either. For that, they needed to find a litter. They are horrible creatures. They once moved into the east, but the trees prevented them from moving too far. The Groeling weren't as strong then. I suspect they have grown, and their knowledge has grown. There is no why with the Groeling. They seek destruction. She took his hand, and he felt relaxation flow through him. He wondered if it was her simple touch again, or if it was the effect she had upon him, using her Armenian to flow over him. Either way, he appreciated what she did. The Deshman seek destruction, Jacob said. Between them and the Groeling, it doesn't seem as if there's going to be peace. She squeezed his hand. Did you not say you were called the Uniter of Men by the Kalamar? Jacob sighed. They called me that. Brahman wonders if I'm the Nema, but I don't know what that means. What am I asked to do? Ander led him back toward the clearing where they had made their camp. Only you can know what you must do. Only you know what the fibers hold for you in the future. If it involves bringing peace, then you will do so. We need to rescue the goddess. That has to be first, doesn't it? Ander nodded. I think that must be first. If we lose her, much power will be lost from the world, and it will be dispersed. Or stolen, Jacob said. He thought about what happened to Cylindra, the branding that had attempted to steal her Armenian. The Deshman had said they stole from many Magi, even commented about stealing from others beyond the Magi. If they were able to steal Armenian from the Magi, what would prevent them from stealing from the goddess? A troubled expression flitted across Ander's face. That is even more reason for us to rescue her if we can. She settled next to Jacob on the ground. Wave upon wave of relaxation washed through him. As it did, he realized she intended him to sleep. He looked up, smiling, and saw her leaning over him, much like Cylindra had over Brahman. A question intruded, a mixture of conversations he'd had with Ander. You said all of the beings who can use the Armenian are descended from the gods. Ander nodded. Rest, Jacob Nielsen. What of the Groeling? They can use Armenian, though it's dark. A troubled expression furrowed Ander's brow. Rest, Jacob Nielsen. He couldn't fight sleep this time. But as he let go, he wondered if he would have visions again or would he finally be able to sleep it soundly. Still, he worried. Why hadn't she answered his question? Could the Groeling also be descended from the gods? Chapter 23. He reached the port of Crescia within a few days. The ship had sailed quickly, cutting through the water faster than what Alay would have believed possible, though he rarely travelled by ship. He had been surprised to discover that Mendy was aboard, though he still wasn't certain what to make of things between them. There were several others, though all appeared to be men and women from Salvat. Among them was a teacher. That had surprised him most of all. And yet it made sense. Mendi had always been ever faithful to the Ermine, and he was now realizing the deposed rulers of Salvat had been as well, as evidenced by their interest in stopping the Deshmen. Thinking it through, of course they would have such an authority of the Magi accompany them. Mendi stood next to him, watching as they made their way into the harbour. Since departing Gemald, she had been reserved with him, as if she hadn't known what to say. Alay wasn't certain that he knew what to say either. He needed answers. Now that they neared Cressida, he had to clear the air between them. "Who were your family?" Alay asked. "In Salvat, prior to the war, we were nothing," she said. "When the war ended, much of the ruling family had been lost. It left only a few with the ancient bloodline remaining. Your family shared that bloodline." She nodded. "I don't understand what happened to Gemald while we were gone," she said. "The rebellion has been fed by merchants who sought a different relationship with the throne. Trade with Salvat once had been pleasant," she said. "After your family attacked and claimed it, that changed." Alay breathed out, wishing he understood what had happened. "What does your family think I can do?" "The Magi asked you to serve. Salvat respects them. They've kept the teachers as advisors, and they have continued to serve my family, doing so as discreetly as possible. The teachers were descendants of the Magi, not powered like the Magi, but scholars." He thought of those he'd met in Cyline, Locken's teachers. They had been angry with him. Had they known more about the rebellion than they let on? "We remain faithful to the gods, Alay. When the Deshmen came, my father knew he had to act. We had seen what happened in the south. You knew this when we were in Vasha. Why wouldn't she have told him before now?" "Not then. Not until we returned." "Why Cressida?" Alay asked. "Because that's where we'll find King Locken. My father heard the report that he's come here, seeking allies. He wants nothing of this war your father seeks." Alay still wasn't certain he would be able to influence anything, but he would try. He was determined to do what he could, recognizing that this plan of his father's made no sense. There was no purpose to the war, no reason to fight with Thelen. Certainly not when so much more was at stake. "I've heard that Comity died," Mendi said after a period of silence. He looked over at her. "How did you hear that?" She nodded toward the teacher standing on the opposite railing. "They have some way of communicating. He tried to do something. I'm not exactly sure what it was. There was an explosion, and he and his brother were lost. Near the tower. They were gone." A delegate who had not been Deshman when he had come to Vasha but had left converted. How many others had converted during that time? How many remained? Had even Ston converted? Was that how the Deshman intended to attack the north? Alay hadn't thought of him since leaving Vasha. There would be little he could do to work with the man as far away as he was. It was more likely that Alay would work with Dugray and Dan Vane. How much of this had the Magi anticipated? Did they expect him to stop this war? If he couldn't, what would happen? Answers didn't come to him as they sailed into the port. Inside the council chamber in Cressida, Alay met with Lord Comity. Soldiers had escorted him to the chamber, and they had watched him with uncertainty. He needed to find Locken, but he would start with the Cressida Council. They needed to be warned of the Deshman threat, and somehow, he had to coax them to join the fight, if Locken hadn't convinced them already. Lord Comity was an older man, dark hair with some grey in it. He was soft, a little on the pudgy side, and a thin beard covered his face. He wore flowing robes, more in the style of a priest than someone who ruled. Though of course, Alay wasn't surprised. Cressida might be on the edge of Thelen, but there was a different devotion to the ermine faith in Thelan. Lord Comity, I present myself before you seeking peace. He had decided to start with honesty. He didn't want his father's plan to precede him. Peace? As your father gathers troops near our border, I have nothing to do with what my father plans. But with your help, I will see that we prevent a greater catastrophe. Alay looked around the room, and with sudden surprise, he realized that King Lochen stood near the back wall. He hadn't realized it when he'd entered the council chamber, having been escorted by soldiers of Cressida. What did it mean that the council allowed Lochen to remain? Alay forced his attention back to Lord Comity. The man hadn't spoken, and Alay realized he needed to say more. What could he say that would appease the man? Honesty. That was why he'd come. I'm sorry about the loss of your sons, Alay said. Lord Comity tensed. You heard? Alay nodded. I knew your sons. Thomasin had a bright mind. The Magi had hoped that we would be able to work together to bring peace. Even with their passing, I continue to hold on to that hope. Lord Comity squeezed his eyes closed. They rest with the gods now. And I am sorry about your brother, he said as he opened his eyes. Alay tried to keep his face neutral. It was difficult, especially as he thought about Theodore. There is no trade between our people now, yet trade has maintained peace for many years, Alay said. The gods call for peace, and through peace, we honor them. Through peace, we honor them, Comity replied. I would see peace restored. I would see trade resumed. If he didn't convince his father, all of this would be for nothing, but the display was as much for Lochen as it was for Comity. But for that, for all of that, I will need your help. I will need Thelan's help. Lord Comity's gaze swept around the room, skimming past King Lochen. When it returned to Alay, he nodded. We aren't equipped for much. The captain tells me our troops are strained, and we don't have supplies for any sort of campaign, especially since our grain supply is low. We have barely enough to last through the winter. If I could offer assistance with grain. Gom Ardia had a bountiful harvest. He resisted the urge to look to Lochen. It would be his lands that had the grain needed to secure this trade agreement. We might be able to entertain your request, Comity said. Alay nodded. There can be more to trade than grain. Do you speak on behalf of the king? Was he willing to take this stand? To enable peace, he suspected he would have to. It meant deposing his father. He didn't know how he would, only that he needed to. I will see to it personally. Lord Comity looked at his councillors, and slowly, they nodded. Only then did Alay turn to King Lochen. He wondered what the man was thinking. Once a trade agreement was forged, he would seek him out privately to discuss it. Alay met Lochen in the rooms he'd been given by the Cressida Council. Lochen was a strong man, someone Alay knew to be honourable, though he didn't know him very well. He wasn't sure how this meeting would go, whether Lochen would listen or whether he would turn against him. Mendy was with him, as was Mosd, the teacher who had been on the ship. He had served her family for years. They allowed Alay to lead, though he wasn't certain exactly what they expected of him. With Lochen was a stout, older man, likely one of his senior soldiers. There were a few other soldiers with him as well. Alay doubted Lochen was worried about him. Instead, this was a show of force. You're a long way from Gemald, Prince Lansington, Lochen said. And you a long way from Bastin? Lochen smiled. I understand you came through Cyline. How much had Lochen heard? How much did he know of what Alay been through in Cyline? Did he know about Rosid? Would he think Alay responsible for his death? That meant that he was in communication with the teachers. If that were the case, what more did Lochen know? Rumour has it that you studied with the Magi. Lochen stood with one hand near the hilt of his sword. The man was skilled with the sword, if stories were to be believed, and had trained with the Denren. Other rumours claimed the general had suggested Loken take up the Denren Grey. That he hadn't taken the general up on his offer had been a boon for Gom Ardia. But that he had spent time with the Denren had been what Alay had counted on. It seems you know as much as I do. I think there are some gaps you could fill in, Loken said. Such as what happened to the Magi travelling with you. He turned out to be Deshman. Loken made no show of surprise. And the Deshman bother you? My assignment is to help re-establish peace. Alaya wasn't sure whether that would sway Loken or whether he simply didn't want to face his father. Either way, it didn't change what Alaya needed to do. I believe that requires that we unite against the threat of the Deshman. That means both Gom Ardia and Thelen. Your father intends to attack Thelen. I'm not willing to be a part of that. Nor am I. He hesitated. Did Queen Teresa find the message I left? He hoped that she had, and hoped that she had sent word to Endrick. Loken looked at him, a question on his face. My wife saw your note and sent the few men we could spare to Endrick. Alay sighed. Good. He needs to know about the Deshman moving. The Denren thought they planned something. As did Mendy's father, apparently, though he hadn't known exactly what. Then why are you here, Lansington? What do you propose? Alay began to tell him, wondering whether it would be enough to convince Loken of his intentions and whether it would be enough to get him to side with him. What other choice did they have? Chapter 24. As Allryan made his way past the second terrace, exhaustion washing over him, he noted the gates to the barracks were spread open. That was unusual. The barracks were normally closed, the gates guarded by the Denren. Had the Deshman attacks been successful even here? He glanced inside but saw no sign of activity. He couldn't concern himself with the barracks for now. Even were he not exhausted, he didn't think he could draw on the main Ellen and use his abilities to defend himself. It had taken all of his energy to suppress the remaining fires he found throughout the first terrace, and to do so while trying to remain concealed. When he had come across another regiment of Denren, he had hidden, fearful that they might have been converted to the Deshman. He would let Endrick sort that out. Finding even one had been bad enough. As he continued to the first terrace, starting through a thick band of grey clouds, he feared what he would find and started to prepare himself for the worst. Would Endrick have been fast enough to protect the palace? Part of him thought he should have been there so that he could have helped the Magi, but remaining on the first terrace had been equally necessary. Had he not helped those people, the entirety of that terrace might have burned. Protecting the first terrace protected Vasher. What if the Deshman had destroyed the palace? The stone wouldn't burn, not like the buildings on the first terrace had, but he suspected the Deshman had enough destructive energy to shake the foundations of the palace. If Endrick hadn't been fast enough. Even if Endrick had been fast enough, it was possible Allryan would find Magi killed, and the palace destroyed. As he passed through the clouds, a spray of mist moistening his cloak, he took a deep breath, the warmth of the Tyrolean gate surrounding the palace letting him know that he was near. The clouds thinned as he reached this level. Allryan paused long enough to see that the palace looked intact. There was no sign of Endrick and no sign of fighting. He hurried through the eastern gate. It was his preferred entrance when he left the palace, one that was not often used by others. Most Magi preferred to go through the formal entrance to the palace, but Allryan enjoyed the anonymity of the eastern gate. He also enjoyed the sculptures on the Tyrolean forged doors that depicted the founders in relief. He could almost imagine the founders helping him when he saw that. He needed their help now. Allryan swept inside, hurrying up the stairs. As he went, he listened for any sound of activity but heard and found nothing out of place. It wasn't until he reached the 13th floor when he first became aware of activity. Not just activity, but fighting. Orion stepped onto the landing. A brutal battle took place before him. Countless Deshmen, each dressed in black, hooded cloaks, each tainted by dark Maenelin, faced the Denren. The Deshmen had the Denren outnumbered, and Orion counted far too many dead soldiers. Endrik danced among them, his sword blazing as he did. With Endrik's grace and fluidity, he was nothing like the men fighting alongside him. The question suddenly came to him, could Endrik be Mageborn? It would explain the power he possessed, but not Endrik. He was honorable, and had proven it time and again. The Denren were in trouble, the Deshmen overpowering them. Even with Endrik overwhelming those he fought, it was only a matter of time before they were defeated. He might be able to help a little, but Endrik needed more help than that. With enough Magi, could they tilt this in their favor? Was he willing to bring them here, knowing what would be required of them? He had used his abilities and taken the lives of Deshmen. For the most part, it had been accidental, but if he led them here, there would be nothing accidental about what they would be asked to do. They would have to fight. If they did, the Magi could help expel the Deshmen from the palace. Hating that he did, Orion turned away, hurrying up the stairs. As he did, he noted that Endrik seemed to see him. He wished he could send him a message, something to let him know that he hadn't abandoned him, but what was there to say? Instead, Orion had to hope that Endrik survived long enough for him to bring help. He reached the floor where he'd brought the injured. It felt ages ago now, long enough that not only had the danger changed, but he had changed. As he opened the door to the room, he had to duck when someone swung something at his head. Karin, Orion said, raising his hands. Karin lowered what looked like a table leg. The rest of the table was tilted to the ground behind her, resting at an odd angle. Orion? Thank the gods. Orion surveyed the room. There were nearly a dozen Magi present. Some were part of his small council, while others were those in positions of authority within the palace. All were powerful Magi. This is all we've been able to find so far. Botar went in search for others, but Botar wasn't here. They needed as much of his council together as they could gather. For him to have legitimacy, he needed the majority of the Council of Elders. Already, he feared that they didn't have enough to formally override Jostephen. Orion had challenged him once and didn't know if he would survive a second, but the rest of the Magi needed the continuity of the council. Yet none of that mattered while the Deshmen remained in the palace. Come with me. The Denren need our help, he said. Karin's eyes widened. The Denren? Orion, you can't expect us to help the Denren fight the Deshmen. Orion could barely stand, but the fighting wasn't over, not yet. Not until they had expunged the Deshmen from the palace. Even then, the fighting wouldn't be over. They had to find the eldest, and then they had to expel him as well. I've just spent the last few hours saving as much of the first terrorists as I could. I've had to fight off Denren who had converted to the Deshmen. I've learned that Endrik and the historian have abilities they've hidden from us. And I've come to recognize that we have abilities we need to utilize in this battle. Orion, Karin started. Orion scanned the Magi in the room. Each of them watched him. He wondered what he looked like, having not considered that as he'd returned to the palace. After the fighting in the library, and after battling the blazes on the first terrace, did he look like the second eldest to them? Would they even recognize his authority? Orion decided it didn't matter. We are tasked with maintaining the peace, he began. The peace of our palace is threatened. No longer can we leave it to the Denren to protect it. To protect us. We must be a part. He paused, looking for some response. None of the Magi gave any indication of how they would react. Our founders were soldiers. They were warriors. I'm not asking the Magi to return to that time, He thought of Roel and what she and the apprentices did, and how they were more like the I ask for us to use our abilities, perhaps in ways that we have not before, but in ways that will allow us to serve the gods still. We need to restore the peace. We need to protect that peace. We must ensure the Magi survive this, because it was then that Orion realized that he still carried them and would still need to find a uniter. He pulled them in from his cloak pocket and held it out. Karen gasped. You shouldn't have removed that from the library. Orion sighed. It was either I remove it, or leave it for the Deshman to take. I would rather see that it's protected, that the records that we seek to protect remain safe. Would you have it otherwise? The elders stared at him. Orion, you know what this means. I know what I've asked. And if we do nothing, the Deshman will defeat the Denren. Endrik will fall. And then they will come for all of us. The image of Ephraim lying gingered in the library crept into his mind, the strange branding on his ankle. How did the Deshman use the Magi? They intend to use us. I'm not sure how, but if we do nothing, if we do not oppose them, we will lose everything. It wasn't much of a motivational speech, and Orion didn't know if he would sway anyone's heart, or convince them to go against centuries of tradition, but it was all he could do. I'm going to return and help the Denren. If I die, at least I will have died trying to help my people. Orion turned and started toward the stairs. When he reached the top of the stairs, he realized that none followed him. Had he come all this way, only for none of the Magi to come with him? Could he really have made his argument so ineffectively that none were willing to fight alongside him? He had abandoned Endrik, leaving him to continue facing the superior numbers of the Deshman, while he sought to get the assistance of the Magi. But he'd failed. Orion made his way down the stairs, taking a deep breath as he did, trying to ready his mind. He would have to find a way to push through the fatigue he felt. He would have to find a way to expand his mind and use the main elan. He would have to find a way to draw upon that energy. If he couldn't, not only would he fall, but the city and those he cared about within it would fall as well. And Orion was determined to not go down without a fight. Ignoring his disappointment that none of the other Magi had elected to come with him, he raced to rejoin Endrik and the Denren. The Magi needed to come around in their own time. He knew that, but it was still difficult when so much of who they were and what they stood for was at stake. Even knowing what was at stake, he struggled with what he would need to do. They were the Magi. They were the epitome of the Ermin. They served the gods. Yet, what choice did they have? On a landing, he saw one of the Magi sprawled across the ground. Orion raced to him, recognizing Noram and fearing the man dead. Noram coughed as Orion approached. What happened? He asked. Noram blinked. Second eldest. It's me, Orion said. What happened to you? Noram coughed and reached for his leg. Orion glanced and noted the same markings that he had seen on Ephraim. Deshman. They steal from us, second eldest. Orion blinked. Was that what the Deshman had meant? Was that why he had wanted Orion? How was it possible? We will get you help, he said. Not help. Stop them, Noram said. Orion nodded. I intend to go. I will hide until this is over, Noram said. Orion left him. Though he knew he had to focus on the bigger fight, it didn't make abandoning the wounded mage any easier. When he reached the 13th level, the fighting continued. Now it was even starker. More Denren had been lost. Orion didn't recognize those that remained, and though they fought valiantly, they were no match for the Deshman. He saw Endrik alone surrounded by Deshman. He fought bravely, but he was one man, facing well over a dozen of the warrior priests. Not priests. He would not allow them to claim service to the gods. He wasn't certain what they were, but they were both something less, and something more. There might be little that he would be able to do to sway the battle one way or another, but if he did nothing, the Denren would fall. Then, as he had said, the Deshmen would come for the Magi. He didn't know what they would do, but having seen Ephraim and Noram, and seeing the dark excitement from the Deshmen in the first terrace, he feared what they intended. What choice did he have? He looked off to the side and saw Novan. Had he been there when Allryan had passed through before? The historian tapped his staff, and the sound rang out through the entire floor. It was a sharp sound that was filled with power, but that made no sense. How could a sound have that? The staff glowed, the Tyrillin lines upon it practically glowing with power. Allryan couldn't help but stare. The way the man moved resembled Endrick, though Novan attacked with a different kind of grace, his staff dancing, swinging out from him before withdrawing. No Deshman could get within more than a few feet of him. The attack was more than that, though. The energy that Allryan saw around the Deshman, the Dark Mainellen, was countered by a light sort of energy surrounding the staff, as well as around Novan. Novan fought with the staff, but he also attacked with that light Mainellen. How was it possible? He felt something approach him, and he spun. A heavily tattooed Deshman approached, and a grin spread across his face. Mage. I will claim you. The Deshman's dark energy began to swirl. Allryan took a deep breath, opening his mind, preparing. Pain throbbed in his head as he did, but he managed to force his mind open. It came slowly, as if it didn't want to open. As it did, there was a throbbing, almost a pulsating, within him. He felt the reverberation of the Mainellen coming from the Deshman. He reached for it and pulled that Mainellen into himself much as he had when he had faced the three Deshmen on the first terrace. The man stumbled. The dark Mainellen that surrounded him now streamed toward Allryan, controlled by Allryan. He held on to it until the Deshman collapsed. Allryan stood watching until the man's breathing slowed, and then stopped completely. It was strange, but he felt little remorse. Allryan looked up and saw Karen standing at the base of the stairs. Her eyes were wide. I just withdrew his power. It was stolen anyway. Stolen? Allryan glanced to the Deshman. That's how they gain their ability. They steal it. Karen said nothing for a long moment, seeming confused and likely afraid of what he said. Allryan had hoped that others would have come with her and that he wouldn't be facing the Deshman alone. But then, he wasn't facing them alone. He would face them with the Denren. Allryan turned away from Karen, toward the fighting. Will you fight with me? Fight? Allryan, what you're asking us to do? It goes against everything that we are. Allryan turned to her. It goes against everything that we have been. I was wrong, Karen. Our people, our founders, were warriors. Will this honor the gods? How will this protect them and how will this help us choose the Nema? Allryan patted his pocket, feeling the text there. They had been fools. The Magi had believed they had power, that they had ability, that they were gifted by the gods, and that it was their destiny to use those gifts. Allryan himself had studied in a search for understanding but had failed to see the truth. Perhaps that was why Jostephen had converted to the Deshman. He had learned the truth. Yet Jostephen still was wrong. The Deshmen were not a way to power. The power they wielded was stolen, and as such, they destroyed something in the process. Maybe that was why the Mainellen around them was so dark. Feeling a sudden certainty about what he needed to do, Allryan strode forward, into the battle, leaving Karen watching him. As he did, he felt his mind shift, the way that it had when he first was learning to use his abilities, and he pulled on that connection. 5 Deshmen surrounded him, and Allryan pushed his mind open wider. There was a tearing sensation, and pain, but not as severe as when he'd attempted this before. He knew his mind would survive it. Perhaps that knowledge gave him strength. With the tearing, the main element surrounding the Deshman became even more clear. Orion reached for it, drawing all of it to him. The main element filled him, dark and cold. He held it but did not make it a part of himself. He had the sense that he could, were he only to choose. The Deshman fell. As they collapsed, Orion moved on, holding that main element until he was certain they stopped moving entirely. He reached the group of Deshmen surrounding Endrik. Orion raised his hands, drawing the Deshman main element away from them. Knowing that it had been stolen from the Magi made this easier. It gave him strength. He pulled, drawing that energy into himself. He held it, and the Deshman slowed. Endrik made quick work of them. Orion released the main element. He started toward Novan's fight, and as before, he pulled on the main element surrounding the Deshman, drawing it into himself. He held it, holding that dark energy as Endrik and Novan finished the Deshman off. There was only a handful remaining. He turned, noting that Karin as well Herelin fought alongside him. Orion nodded to them with a grim determination. As the Magi withdrew the energy from the Deshman, the Denrin finished them. Orion turned, looking for more Deshmen to face. But there were none. Did you protect the first terrace? Endrik asked. Orion almost smiled at the fact that Endrik didn't comment on the fact that he had helped him in this battle. His concern was for the city, and for the people within it. It was the same concern Orion should have shared, the same concern that should have driven him to understand his abilities sooner, to realize what he was capable of. But he had been a fool. The city no longer burns. There are Denrin who have converted. You saw them? Orion nodded. One. Saw him and was forced to kill him. Endrik arched brow. Magi, fighting and killing. I don't presume to understand everything that's happened, but I see that we've been mistaken in withholding our abilities from the world. It has been the Magi, not the Denrin, who've allowed the Deshman to take a greater role. Endrik grunted. I think it's a shared responsibility. When the city is secure, I will make certain the Magi work with the Denrin, to help eliminate the threat of the Deshman before we choose. The ground heaved, throwing Endrik to the side. Orion turned and saw a blur of power coming toward him. For a moment, he thought it was the high priest of the Deshman, but that wasn't who it was. Jostephen. The eldest smiled. Do you still wish to challenge me, old friend? Jostephen wasn't alone. Over a dozen Deshmen were arrayed behind him. All were heavily tattooed, something he understood gave them more power than those who were not, power that was stolen from the Magi. Perhaps others, he decided, glancing at Novan and Endrik. Even Jostephen had more tattoos than the last time. Which meant he had been stealing power from the Magi. Anger surged within him. I challenge you, Jostephen Ontin. The Magi will not go without a fight. Jostephen laughed. As he strode toward him, his dark mane element swirled, and Orion wondered if he had made a mistake. Chapter 25. He next day passed quickly for Jakob. The rain returned and became a soft drizzle that left them cold and miserable. They moved toward the south, Bromman finding speed, forcing himself. Cylindra watched him, a worried expression on her face as she did, but she said nothing. Every so often, Jakob noted the way she used energy, how it swirled from her toward Bromman, before retreating. He searched the trees as they walked, looking for a sign of the Nemera, but saw none. Did the creature still follow them? As they walked, Jakob felt the same unease he'd felt before. This time, he could see how it dragged upon him, pulling on the Armeian around him. As the day progressed, this sensation became stronger. It left him with more questions. Was he feeling the pulling on himself, or was it pulling upon his sword? That was truly the question, he knew. Was it him or was it the sword? They continued to hear the same horrible screams, but not as frequently. Each time they heard them, each of them stopped and turned toward the sound. Anders seemed unconcerned, though Brommen's wearied face looked worried. How much further to the forest's edge? Solyndra asked, breaking the silence among them. Grey light filtered in through the treetops, easily now that the leaves had begun to fall, yet Jakob still did not know what time it was. It was hard for him to gauge, and he had given up trying, knowing only what his stomach and his body told him. His legs had grown tired, and his head throbbed, pounding differently than the pulsations he had come to know, but his stomach was still silent. Not yet time to eat, then. Brommen didn't stop to answer. We're making better time than I had thought. He seemed to consider for a moment, then continued. I think perhaps tonight we will reach the edge of the forest. The statement was a surprise. The last time Jakob had been within the forest, it had taken days to pass through, and that was on horseback. Of course, there had been a diversion within that, his capture by the Deshman, but this time, they dealt with injury and still managed to move at a decent pace. They continued onward in relative silence. Lunch was a brief stop, and they ate more of the Daniamin bread. The day passed, and soon the forest thinned. How much longer tonight? Solyndra asked. As long as we can, Brommen said. You push too hard, she said. I push because I have to, he said. She said nothing more. They finished the meal in silence before starting off. Brommen's pace lagged the longer they went, until finally, Solyndra grabbed Brommen's arm, slowing him as she had the other nights, stopping them near a small stream at the edge of the forest, much like Brommen had promised. They sat, Solyndra starting a fire and seeing to Brommen, while Jakob and Ander made a circuit of the clearing. As they did, Ander suddenly stiffened and looked up, staring into the distance. There is a group of riders nearing, she said. She stared a moment longer. They are Magi, I think, and they are armed. She paused again as she looked. Swords and bows, mostly. Solyndra had looked up at Ander's comment. She joined them, peering out of the trees and toward the distant plains. Not Magi-born, then Solyndra said. They are Magi, like you, Ander said, nodding to Solyndra. Could it be possible? I know a mage who would, he said quietly. But what would Roel be doing here? They had been fighting for most of the day, and Roel was tired, yet still she was filled with a strange sort of sleepless elation. Many Groeling had fallen today. Lendra had agreed with her. The great forest had some kind of strange power, and the creatures were unable to escape once they were within the trees. The Magi had used the Mera to harry the Groeling toward the forest in waves, and once within its confines, the Magi warriors and the Antriluli set upon them. They had their losses as well, and Roel felt each one, memorizing their names as she did with each person that fell under her command. Still, nearly 50 Magi remained, and at least 3 times that many of the Antriluli. Roel allowed herself a moment of cautious optimism, the hope that they might succeed. The Deshman had not appeared. She'd held on to the hope that they would, but there had been no sign of Fnick or any of the Dark Soldiers. She told herself that they went north, but knew that unlikely, not with what she'd seen while in Rondelin. They had prepared to depart, though she didn't know where they would go. It was late in the day when they neared a stream. They had been chasing the remaining Groeling at the edge of the forest, using it as cover, and tracking south and east. The day was still overcast, and the fog that had been covering everything for the last few days was now lifting. At least the rain and the mist stopped. Roel was not sure she would ever dry completely. There came a quick whistle in warning, and she turned, expecting an attack, except there was no echoing cry from the Mera. Not Groeling. Selton rode off but turned back quickly as Zamel rode up to them. She was dirtied from the last few days and had taken a deep gash to her face, but Selton still eyed her with interest. Roel no longer felt annoyed by it. Had she ever been? Selton was her friend, and she wanted him to be happy. If he found that with Zamel, who had proven to be a fearsome warrior, she wouldn't deny him that. Roel, she saluted as she approached. She waved back at her. There are men along the stream. Should we stop? Roel turned her horse and rode forward a bit for a better view. A small group, covered in dirt and as wet as they were, stood watching. As she did, she swore she heard her name yelled from one of the men along the stream. Do I hear things, Selton? She asked, turning toward his friend. Selton shook his head. No, I think someone there knows you. I suppose I shouldn't be surprised. You are a famous mage warrior now, he said. Roel blinked and noted Selton smiling. The victories over the last few days, though hard-earned, had put everyone in better spirits. There was hope. It was something she hadn't realized they had lost. She signaled a stop. Selton, Zamel, Lendra, she called out. Come with me. I will also come, Narasin offered, riding up to them. Two Mera stood at each side. He said something in the ancient language, and the Mera sat, waiting. Their eyes watched him carefully. Roel nodded. She didn't order the Antriali, yet she suspected Narasin wouldn't have followed had Roel objected. Over the last few days, she'd given up feeling overwhelmed by the role she now played, not having the luxury to question. She led the Magi, and they listened. Narasin seemed to acknowledge her lead with the Magi and had worked with her. She had appreciated his presence, thankful the Antriali sacrificed what they did to save people they would never know. They rode forward quickly. As they neared, she noted a mage among the group, as well as three others. One, a grey-haired man, had the same build and dangerous stance as Endrik. And Narasin, for that matter. Another was covered by a cloak but looked tall enough to be Mageborn as well. The last man seemed familiar, as tall as the others. A light beard covered his face, and he had a muscular build. Dark brown hair was brushed back and still damp from the rain earlier in the day. Light from the overcast day caught in his deep blue eyes. A long sword hung from his waist, and he wore it as if he knew well how to use it. And then she realized who it was. Jakob. Endrik had told her the Denren who had travelled with him were all dead, and Novan claimed to have found alternative protection for him, but she hadn't actually expected to see him alive. And here of all places? Roel. Jakob said. Is that you? Jakob was different. There had been a boyish quality to him even as he developed into a skilled swordsman. That was gone, now. He seemed aged, matured, and definitely different. His dark blue eyes were harder, and the hesitancy about him was gone. She'd felt an attraction to him before, but now she felt drawn to him even more than before. What is this? Jakob asked, looking past her and toward the collected Magi. What would he think about the Magi and Antriali? Yet he had barely taken notice of Narasin. The Antriali had not come forward. Roel eyed him carefully, wondering what he feared. Daman, Narasin whispered. The cloaked figure turned to Narasin and appeared to stare, though Roel couldn't be certain. There was something exotic about her. Roel looked at Narasin. Why is it? She asked. The Antriali shook his head. She turned away, nodding to the mage. Elder. She wasn't concerned with how the elder would react to seeing her Magi, not any longer. When they'd left Vasher, it had been under cover of night, and with Endrik's encouragement. None could deny the need for what they had done. The elder stared at her for a long moment. You wear a sword. Roel expected a rebuke and suppressed the irritation she felt. As did our founder, she answered carefully. The elder considered the comment a long moment before nodding. You wear it well. The older man interrupted, speaking softly, calmly. You ride with the Antrilili, he stated, nodding toward Narasin. The Antrilili warrior nodded back. Narasin, the man said. Suddenly Narasin laughed, breaking the strange tension that hung over them. Hunter, he asked, staring for a moment. It is you, old man. I had heard you were dead. The gods have not claimed me yet, the man answered and turned to Roel. Groeling, he asked, and Roel nodded, shock preventing her from answering. How many of them have you killed? The voice was rougher than Endrik's but similar. Roel looked to Selton, considering. The man spoke the ancient language and recognized Narasin. Was he the protection Novan had arranged for Jakob? Several thousand all told, Selton said. We've lost count. How many broods? The man asked. Roel stared in mild surprise. There was definitely more to this man than it appeared. How did he know about the Groeling? Could he even see them? Narasin chuckled. More than 50. Less now. The man stared at Narasin a moment, and something passed between them. How many left the city with you? The elder asked Roel. 100, to start, she answered. Endrik encouraged us to find the Antrilili. We found something much worse. The Groeling, the woman said. The Groeling, Roel agreed. And they are moving south. Does the council know? She asked. We sent word to Alrine. I don't know if it reached him. I had hoped to hear something by now. How many remain? The man asked. Several thousand remain, Hunter, Narasin answered. The mirror? The man asked. Narasin chuckled. He agreed. The man frowned. Even with the mirror, how did you kill so many? The exotic woman answered. They used the forest. There was something strange, musical almost, to her voice. The mirror chased them into the forest, and then something traps them, Roel said. The rest got past us. Where do they travel? The mage elder asked. We don't know. South. The hunter squeezed his eyes shut. That means Thelen. Why would they move on Thelen, Bromman? The elder asked. The man she called Bromman shook his head. I have a suspicion but can't know for sure. He glanced at Narasin, and the Antrilili nodded once as he closed his eyes. A strangely sad expression flitted across his painted face before it was gone. Narasin thinks they are driven, Roel answered. They hadn't talked about it for days, but that seemed the only explanation, but they still hadn't determined what would be able to drive the Groeling. How could anything drive them south? Bromman watched Narasin a moment. They haven't attempted this before. No, Hunter. They have not come in such numbers in hundreds of years. The Antrilili have held them back. Even 1,000 would overwhelm most cities, Bromman said. But several thousand? They avoided Rondalin, Narasin said. Why is that important? Jakob asked. Bromman answered for Narasin. Because he fears a connection that we've never been able to prove. The Deshman, she asked Narasin. When he nodded, she pressed, but you agreed that we should see if they could help. It is possible that they do not control them. It is possible that it's as you hoped, that they will use their strength to fight the Groeling. Bromman's breath caught. You went to the Deshman. We faced 10,000 Groeling. We need any advantage that we can get. If it means siding with those who seek power for the wrong reason, it's not only that they seek it for the wrong reason, Bromman said. It's that the most powerful of the Deshman use the Groeling to acquire power. They what? The elder asked. Bromman looked over to her, the corners of his eyes wrinkled. Something passed between them, and she glanced at her feet, her eyes widening. "That's not possible," Endra said. "The Deshmen have only recently come north. They've been in the south for years." But it was possible. Roel remembered what Fnik had said about the way the Deshmen gained power. Most used animals as sacrifice. What if others used the Groeling? It would explain how they became so powerful. "They can't reach Thielen," Brommen said. One of the Mera that had been sitting back by the Magi crept up and growled. Narasin looked over at the huge animal affectionately before reaching down and scratching its ears. He looked up at Brommen and fixed him with a stern gaze. "We will not let the Groeling defile Shorin Amelin." The elder looked from Narasin to Brommen, a question plain upon her face. Brommen did not meet her eyes, and the elder looked away. "No. We cannot allow the Groeling to reach Thielen," he said. "We will ride with you." Chapter 26. Lokin could feel the cold of the wind as it tore at his cloak. The days were getting colder now. Soon, snow would fall, making everyone's travel more difficult. From his vantage atop the bluff, he could see much of the Silene plains as they stretched out below. It allowed him to see far more than he wanted. The fields were hazy from dust. He knew the haze to be an anomaly. He even knew what caused the dusty haze. Thousands of men were marching on Silene. An army, intent on crushing his uprising. Why it seemed strange, though, was that it did not seem to be the full thrust of Richard's forces. "Perhaps he's only come to rein me in," he mused. He knew it was not that simple. It was far more plausible to believe that Richard didn't feel the need to send the full army at him. He turned away, back toward the city of Silene. His own army was camped nearby. They were readied, though he wondered how he could ever truly ready the men to fight their own countrymen. Some had cousins or nephews in neighbouring kingdoms, much like Lokin's sister lived in Gemald. It could be an ugly fight. Lon stood away from the edge. He allowed Lokin his own time. "The man knows me well." He walked quickly over to him. Advice would be valuable this time. The reports were true. "An army approaches." He spoke quickly, his voice hushed. They had known this day was coming. Had known since they declared their independence, making formal their treason. They had all hoped to put off the bloodshed in favour of a more peaceful solution. Lon nodded. "And the size?" he asked. Lokin would have smiled if the situation were lighter. Lon seemed better informed than he, oftentimes. "It is not all of Richard's army. Or even most from the looks of it." He turned his head, craning behind him to see again. "I suppose he thought it more than enough to take care of us." Lon nodded. As he did, Lokin saw movement down the road from them. A horse and rider. Ftvo, he realized. The High King's son and his servant, most likely. Strange companions, he thought. He still hadn't decided what to make of Alay. When he'd come to him in Crescia, Lokin had been looking to forestall Thielen and to let Thielen know that he had no intention to attack. Alay had travelled with rebels of Salvat, claiming that he'd trained in Vasher. Lokin had already received word of the dead mage in Silene, as well as the strange message he'd left for Teresa to send to Endrick. Lokin still didn't know whether to believe him or not, but was thankful Teresa had sent word, both to him and to Endrick. Yet, there was something about him, an honesty, which compelled Lokin to hear him out. He would at least offer him that Alay had asked to travel with him, to confront his father if necessary. He had granted the request, Lokin's treason not so far along that he wasn't willing to find reconciliation with the rest of Gomardia, if it were possible. Were it Theodore, Lokin wasn't sure he would have been willing to listen, but Alay was a different matter. The boy had made a name for himself, one nothing like his father's. It would have pleased Lokin at one time to seat him atop the throne. Times were different now. He'd gone too far with his rebellion. Surprisingly, Alay had asked nothing of it. Instead, he had only asked about what his father was planning. Questions about his dead brother, the new advisor, and the plans to attack Thelan. Lochin had answered all of them, and the man had seemed satisfied. He had seemed almost willing to side with him. "The prince, sir," Lon reported, interrupting his reverie. "And his Salvat companion." Lon was at as much of a loss as he to explain that situation. Why would Alay have brought a servant with him, and one who acted nothing like a slave? From what he'd seen, they were more like partners. "My lord," Alay offered, tipping his head as they approached. "Prince," he returned. The man honestly had not been offended by the lack of a more formal title. He seemed almost insistent on addressing Lochin with the title he assumed with their rebellion. "An army approaches." A nod of reply. "I know. It's Robden's men." "Robden? Only Robden? How do you know?" Lochin asked. "We can't make out anything more than vague numbers through the haze from this vantage." Alay looked to his servant. "Mendy has ties to the teachers. They claim Robden has been in communication with two who still serve you." "The teachers? How would they get word?" Alay shrugged. "Maybe there's more to it. I rode down earlier this morning and saw his standard flying. None other was seen." Lochin looked at him a moment and started laughing. Since pairing up with Alay in Thelan, the young prince had grown increasingly self-assured, as if he had struggled with some decision before and was now confident in what he had chosen. "How can you be sure only one king lofts a standard?" Lon asked. "The other kings have far too much vanity and pride to not ride waving their banners. If others were with him, theirs would be seen," Lochin said. "Are you sure it was Robden's banner you saw?" "We haven't heard from our scouts yet." Alay nodded, turning his gaze to the sky. It was a clear day, cloudless, and the sun shined bright overhead. It didn't make it any warmer, though. "Even if I hadn't been forced to study politics and geography again in Vashur, I know King Robden's banner. Richard wouldn't send only Robden." "Something is amiss," Lon said. "Robden is loyal to the throne. My father knows this and will take advantage of it. Robden was an easy choice." Lon shook his head in reply. "No. Robden is loyal to the throne, but he is an honourable man. He will not attack." Lochin wondered. Lon's advice was usually accurate, but he didn't understand what it was to be king. "It's his honour my father expects." Alay was clever. He looked to Lon and saw the man frowning. "Richard sees us as traitors. He would have convinced the other kings that it must be so. It's Robden's sense of honour that Richard uses to bring us down. He knows Robden would not side with traitors, knows that Robden will work to end any rebellion." He looked to his friend, his advisor, as he finished speaking. "I understood what he meant." Lon looked to Alay. "But I've met King Robden. There is more to that man's mind than unwavering loyalty to the High King's throne." Lon turned back to Lochin, catching his eye. "Always good advice. So you would suggest that we—" He let his words trail off, his thought finished by Lon. "I don't think he's here for the reason Richard intended. We should meet with him and find out his true intentions." Lochin watched as Lon turned back to Alay. "It is far easier to understand a situation when you know both sides." "We can meet with King Robden," Alay replied. "But I doubt his intention is anything less than breaking your independence. My father will not tolerate Cylene being free for long." Lochin knew that to be true. Why it was not clear was where Richard's full attention lay now. Last he knew, the Tower and Thelan were too attractive a target. Richard seemed convinced he needed the appearance of power that the Tower provided. "The gods help the people of Thelan," he thought. It had been a long time since they had listened, but he hoped they heard him now. Chapter 27 Irian stared at Jostephen, unable to shake his shock at the change in him. It was more than the tattoos and his strangely rigid posture, and more than his change in clothing, now dressed in the dark robes of the Deshman. The Maynellin around him, the dark energy that he now possessed, was like a thick cloud. Allryan didn't have enough strength to draw away that much Maynellin. Even if he did, he doubted he could hold it. Second eldest? Endrik asked. Allryan kept his gaze fixed straight ahead, barely registering the hall around him. How many Denrans still stood? There were Magi, but they were in danger here now as well. Bodies lay scattered, defiling what had been the home of the Magi for 1,000 years, a place of peace, and a place where the ermine should be honoured. Jostephen changed that with his actions. Allryan? Endrik said. What could he say? Could he do with Jostephen coming at him with the power he now possessed? He'd gained too much strength for Allryan to oppose. When he glanced at the other Magi now with him, he knew there was nothing he could do that would keep them safe. Endrik, gather your men. Be ready to defend what you can. Jostephen shook his head. Through the fog, it was difficult to see the motion, but Allryan practically felt it. There was a malevolence to him. There will be no gathering of men. There will be no escape. The Magi will either join with me, the Magi will not join with you, Allryan said, his anger boiling up into his words. How could Jostephen have done this? How could he have used the Magi like this? You have perverted what we stand for. What we stand for? What we stand for is power. It was given to us as a gift, and we have held ourselves apart for too long. And that I agree with. Allryan took a deep breath. As he let it out, he pushed, once more trying to widen his mind. Unlike the last two times, there was a limit to how far he could push. He felt a small fracture within his mind, but this time, there was no resulting increase in what he could draw upon. Stop the Deshman, Allryan said to Endrik without looking over to the general. Allryan took a step forward. As he did, his hand went into the pocket of his cloak, and he gripped Man. It was reassuring to hold the book his people had followed for centuries. It carried the weight of their needs, and he would not defy them now. He reached for the Maynellin that surrounded Jostephen, pulling it to himself. The thick haze of fog started to dissipate. Unlike when he had fought the other Deshman, he was unable to draw a significant amount to him. His capacity was quickly overwhelmed. Jostephen smiled. Allryan could see his face clearly and saw anger flashing in his eyes that didn't match the dark smile on his face. You surprised me, Allryan. You, who once thought to be my equal. Now you'll be nothing more than a memory. Jostephen attacked. It came as a series of painful lashes that struck him from all over. Pain worked inward, as if Jostephen reached inside of Allryan, drawing on his Maynellin, attempting to pull it away from him. Attempting to tear it away from him. Allryan screamed. Jostephen's attack was every bit as painful as when he had attempted to open his mind. It was overwhelming, filling him. There was a distinct sense that there was nothing he could do, no way that he could fight back. Allryan was small compared to the power Jostephen commanded. The second eldest staggered, falling. As he sank to the ground, he felt the Maynellin that surrounded him, the energy that he had never seen before tearing his mind open, swirling away from him, drawn toward the eldest. Allryan fought, trying to maintain control of it, fearing what would happen with that energy to leave him, knowing what had happened to the Deshman when he had taken their energy. Even as he fought, he recognized that he was not strong enough. The energy he could reach was not enough. He was not enough. Fighting was futile. His life was futile. Everything he cared about was futile. Would he feel such a thing? He slowly recognized, possibly too slowly, the influence from the Deshman. This was their emotional attack, their way of defeating him without even fighting. Orion had to fight. If he didn't, they would win. He struggled to stand, pushing aside the thoughts plaguing him. As he stood, Orion was forced back. He wasn't strong enough to withstand the attack, but at least he no longer felt the horrible wave of uselessness. He might lose his main elan, the energy might be stolen from him, but he would preserve his mind. Orion fought as Joss Stephen pressed forward, drawing his energy. Something was pushed into his hand, and he looked up and realized that Novan had shoved his staff into his hand. "Use it," Novan demanded. Orion kept his attention on Joss Stephen. The eldest stalked toward him, moving more carefully now. "I don't know how." "Draw through it. Use the power you can find in it. Your people thought the Tyrellin the key to reaching the gods. They were wrong about that, but it can help and can make you stronger." Novan spun away from him, turning to face Deshman. Without his staff, Orion worried that the historian would fall quickly. The historian surprised him by withdrawing a short sword from beneath his cloak. Orion gripped the staff and tipped it toward Joss Stephen. The eldest hesitated, studying the staff. Orion risked a glance and noted that the Tyrellin worked through it no longer glowed. How could he use this? Was the key? The historian had somehow activated the Tyrellin along the staff. Orion had seen it glowing. Could he do something similar? He shifted his focus from trying to maintain his connection to the main elan to forcing a connection through the staff. The veins of Tyrellin within it began to glow. As they did, Orion felt something strange. There was a stretching within his mind, one that was much like what he'd felt when he had forced his mind open, but this was softer, more natural. Orion could tell it was augmented by the staff. Somehow the historian's staff allowed him to reach for greater potential of main elan that he could otherwise. The pain from Joss Stephen's attack nearly toppled Orion. He leaned on the staff, determined to continue pushing through it. It felt as if his mind opened like a yawning cavern. Energy swirled all around him. He could see it. He could feel it. He stopped Joss Stephen from drawing his main elan away from him. Joss Stephen's eyes narrowed. Inhaling deeply, Orion stood, clutching the staff as he pointed it toward Joss Stephen. He pulled upon the dark main elan surrounding Joss Stephen. The fog faded, and now the energy that had been swirling between them, torn from Orion and into Joss Stephen, shifted, reversing course. Now Orion was the one to draw the main elan toward him. Joss Stephen cried out, but Orion continued to pull, drawing more and more of the main elan away from Joss Stephen. His old friend took a step back, but somehow, Denrin were there, preventing him from leaving. "You stole from the Magi," Orion said. Joss Stephen gritted his teeth. "I have only taken what was necessary. You were willing to sacrifice your people in order to gain power. You have destroyed everything you believed in." Orion pulled on more of the main elan, feeling it swirl into him, into the staff. It was as if the staff served as a reservoir, both to help him reach greater potential, but also to help him store it as well. How had Novan created this? Joss Stephen took a step toward him. He had unsheathed a sword from somewhere beneath his robes. It had an inky black blade. The main elan that surrounded Joss Stephen also surrounded the sword. Orion had little doubt that the sword served as something like Novan's staff did for him. If he gave Joss Stephen a chance, he would overwhelm Orion. Orion swung the staff. As he did, he released some of the main elan, sending it out, away from Joss Stephen. Orion drew more power into the staff as Joss Stephen swung his blade, colliding with the staff. Orion feared the staff might shatter, that the sharp blade would cut through it, but the veins of Tyrellin seemed to protect it. He swung the staff once more, this time, catching Joss Stephen on his temple. He crumpled. Orion brought the staff up, ready to strike him again when someone grabbed his wrist. Orion spun, ready for an attack. Novan and Endrik stood on behind him. The battle was over. Bodies littered the ground, both Denrin and Deshman. Orion thought he saw a pale cloak of one of the Magi and would need to see who had fallen. So much destruction. So much loss. And for what? Easy, Orion, Novan said. But the eldest, we'll take care of him, Endrik said. But the main Ellen he can control is more than I can suppress. Novan's gaze narrowed. I think I have a way we can confine him. Orion took a step back, nodding. His mind struggled to understand what he'd been through, but he was at a loss. His gaze stopped again on the fallen Denrin and Magi. How could they recover from this? Would they ever recover? Would he? He had no choice. The Magi needed to recover, and for that, they needed him. He could work on unifying those that remained, and then they could restore the Magi to what they had once been. The Deshmen were only part of the danger the world faced. Whatever Roel faced was equally a part. For them to survive, they needed to find the Uniter. But he worried that it might be too late. Chapter 28 Richard looked behind him. His army stretched far in the distance, and he smiled. It was massive. He doubted that there was another army in the world that could match what he had amassed. Now, though, he was to the east of the body of his army, surveying the land for himself. Men of his Aldean dragons were nearby, but they knew to give him his distance as he looked. They feared him, he knew. The thought made him smile again. In the distance, far behind him, he could see the deep blue reflection of the massive river Rondel. It had taken them days to cross, slowing them considerably. They had been forced to create a makeshift bridge, tying together rafts until it spanned the width of the river. It had almost been more frustration than he could take. He winced as he thought about the river. Raim had not been pleased with their efforts and had not hesitated to express his anger to Richard. The man was gone now, and in his absence, Richard felt relief. Or is he gone? The question filled his mind. He could never be sure. The last time the man had left for several days, Richard had considered changing the orders of the high priest. Raim had been gone for 3 days, and they neared the river's edge. Raim had instructed him to reach the river and wait for his return. Instructed him? The High King. It shocked him that he let the man order him. In Raim's absence, Richard issued new orders, commanding the troops to head north so they could cross in River Branch. As soon as he did, though, Raim returned. It was almost as if he had been watching him from a distance. His punishment had been severe. Richard didn't let those thoughts creep across his mind for long. There were times when he could swear that Raim knew what he was thinking, knew it and acted accordingly. Part of him knew it was not possible, yet there had been a time when he would not have thought it possible for someone to issue him orders. The thought burned at him, and he forced himself to let it go. Richard turned around and faced the open plains before him. They were on the western edge of Thelen, and he was ready to head farther east, toward the city itself. What he could not seem to recall was why they attacked Thelen. The tower. We must have the tower. Certainly, the peace between their nations had been uneasy of late, yet he risked his people in this venture, not just their support. Damn their support, he thought. I am the High King. They will obey. He turned farther east, looking far in the distance. Scouts had told him that Thelen troops were stationed not more than 2 days' ride from here. Troops in such few number that his soldiers would sweep through and crush them easily. He would have smiled, but the thought left a sour taste in his mouth today. Beyond the few troops was the city Thelen. The Tower of the Gods was in the capital. Controlling the capital meant possession of the tower. A long time ago, he had thought that would impress the gods. Now, he was not as certain. Now, he worried his attack would only serve to anger the gods, but if he didn't attack, he would anger Rame. He feared him more than the gods. He looked back over his shoulder, toward his land, toward Gom-Ardia. Where was Robden in all of this? The man had been sent to dispatch Lokin weeks before, and nothing had been heard from him since. Richard had thought that Lokin would be swayed by the presence of an army at his doorstep, had thought that would be all it would take to convince him to give up his game. Perhaps he had not taken Lokin seriously enough. Perhaps he had engaged Robden's army. He tossed the thought aside. He would have heard news of it by now if that were the case. No, there was something else afoot. Something he needed to learn about before it was too late. Turning back toward the Thelan plains, he almost jumped at what he saw. Rame suddenly stood before him, still wearing his dark cloak and still with the hood pulled over his head. "Where is your man Robden?" Rame asked, his voice that of fire. "I don't know," Richard answered, trying to hide his fear. "There should have been some word by now." Rame turned to look at him more squarely, and Richard could see the two red flames that danced where his eyes must be. "I will tell you where he is, King Richard," Rame mocked. "He has joined with Lokin." Trying to step back from the man's intimidating presence, he said, "I've heard nothing." "Anything could have happened." "Nothing has happened," Rame answered. "But it is not important. There is little they can do to stop us now." Richard said nothing. He feared upsetting the man, choosing silence instead. Rame turned to look over the plains before facing him again. "You were wise to follow the course I set before you," he spoke. "The consequences will be greater the next time you do not." The man turned his fiery eyes upon him once again. "I may be gone for a while. You will continue as planned." He paused. "Do not think that because you cannot see me, I cannot see you." Richard shivered at the warning. It echoed too closely what he had been thinking. Then suddenly, Rame was gone. He seemed to disappear from his sight with a blink. That is not possible. Somehow, though, it was. There was much about him that seemed impossible. Terror rolled through him. Fear of the man. He is not a man, he thought. He is worse. Richard had never wanted to acknowledge that the man had power over him. Power greater than he could imagine. Beyond his understanding. But now, with this latest threat, and proof of his seemingly all-knowing presence, he knew that he would never cross Rame again. Chapter 29. He horse jostled him as he rode, his tailbone growing numb, and he winced. It had been a long time since Lokin had ridden this much or this hard. He looked over at Lon riding steadily next to him. The man seemed as if the ride did not bother him, which Lokin supposed it did not. They'd left Gom-Ardia, and had entered Thelan, chasing Richard and his troops. Somehow, Richard had managed to get past them, and now he brought his troops in pursuit, aided by Robden, but also those of the Yor, soldiers from Cressida. He surveyed the sheer size of his army in the distance. It was enormous now with Robden's troops added. They camped on the huge slope on the other side of the Rondel River, small tents visible even from this distance. Robden's decision to join had been a huge stroke of luck, though Lokin knew he had nothing to do with the man's choice. No, it had been Alay who had convinced the king from Bastion to ride against his High King. Lokin knew that for Robden, it had been the most difficult choice of his life. The man was more loyal to Gom-Ardia than any other, yet lately, his loyalty had been tested by Richard. "I was loyal once as well." He had been loyal. To the throne though, not the king. The king had never earned his respect, and he would not give respect without the other deserving. Alay had spoken with Robden, explained what had happened, but more than that, had explained what happened in Gemald. There had been a rebellion, and they had removed the Deshman threat. He had spoken convincingly about the growing Deshman threat in the rest of Gom-Ardia. Even Lokin had been swayed. What purpose does this war serve? Alay had asked Robden. Our people face a different threat, one that we must be prepared to unite against if we want peace. And not only Gomardia needs to unite, but all of the north. Robden had shaken his head. The High King commands. Alay had smiled, and Lochin had been uncertain then. He commands, but what would you do? A slight tilt of the head and Lochin knew Robden was uncertain. You are king of your people. Yes, Robden answered. Your charge is their welfare. They need you for protection. Yes. Do your people need this war? Alay had asked. Lochin smiled at that. No, Robden finally answered. He had thought a long time before answering. Then why? He had left with the question, knowing then that Robden would not fight. Not him, at least. The prince had learned persuasion from the Magi. Persuasion, and more. The peace he fostered was beyond what Lochin could have hoped for. It was similar to what he had done with the Councillor of Cressida. He seemed to know far more about the politics of the country than even Lochin did. It had made bargaining with Lord Comity far easier, and he'd forged a trade agreement when there had not been one for years. Lochin remembered his amazement at that, thinking that Alay would have made a powerful king, one he would have been proud to serve. Now, though, it was different. Now Lochin led men to battle Alay's father. There could be no turning back. They rode a little longer in silence, the edge of where they would camp drawing near. You know what will happen when we reach Richard and his army, Lochin said, breaking the silence. He did not even see Lon nod. The night was upon them. There will be much bloodshed. We have seen it before, Lon reminded him. He looked over to his friend. Not like this. This time he started but didn't finish. It was different somehow this time. It seemed wrong. His countrymen. Their hand had been forced, yet it did not make it easier. I know, Lon answered the unfinished statement. He thanked the gods for his friend. This trip would not be possible without his advice. He let the silence fill around them, choosing instead to look at the sky and the stars. His mind looked for the formations he knew from childhood, but his heart was not in it, and he soon gave up. This was a different sky from that of his childhood, a different place. Why do I face my countrymen on foreign ground? Lon interrupted his thoughts with a question. What will happen if we don't stop Richard? He asked. If he takes the city? Lochin had not thought much about the possibility, other than wondering why. It gives him more land, but at what cost? Would he not just be expanding the territory he was responsible for defending? What of the Deshmen? They had not seen evidence of the Deshmen sweeping across the north, but he didn't doubt Alay's reports, not any longer. I don't know, he answered honestly. What will become of the tower? Lon asked. The gods had not been seen in a long time. Would they care? The silence of the night stretched around them. Will the gods be angered? Lon questioned. He felt his heart skip. It echoed his thoughts. Reaction: would the gods have to war in their city, near their tower? They reached the campsite not long after. Many small fires lit the night, and he rode quickly to his tent at the center, tossing the reins of his horse to the stable boy who was in charge this night. Line boy, one suppose, he thought. There were few stables in war. Inside his tent, he lit a small candle. He sat at the table that had been set up for him, looking at his maps once again. He prayed they had enough time to catch Richard before he reached the city. Prayed he could stop the man. A light cough came from outside his door. He looked up from his table to see Robden enter. The man looked tired, his eyes dark and face unshaven. What can I do for you, Robden? He asked him, standing to greet him, showing appropriate king-to-king respect. Robden stepped farther into the room. His eyes darted nervously before he spoke. "I hear that the prince has left us," he asked, his voice full of concern. Lochin smiled. "Sit," he said, motioning to a chair toward the back of the tent. As Robden sat, he lowered himself into his chair again. "It is true." "Did he say why?" Robden asked. "He thinks to bargain with Richard." Lochin was sure it would do no good, not from what Alay had told him, but he didn't command Alay. And there remained a chance, however slight, that he might succeed. They needed every chance they could get. Robden looked down, his face worried. "What is it?" Lochin asked. Since they'd joined forces, he and Robden hadn't shared much time. Once, the two of them had been closer, which is why he knew what an honourable man he was. Robden looked up at him then and stared, seeming to examine him, weighing him. "Why do you do this, Lochin?" "This war," Robden said, motioning with his hands. "All of this. VVH, why did you start this?" He looked to Lochin again before going on. "Was it the power? The freedom? Would you do this to your people for power or freedom?" Robden had not asked him why before, having been swayed more by Alay's words than any relationship with Lochin. "It is neither," he answered softly, easily. "I have never needed either of those things and yet have had them given to me." He looked long and hard at Robden, holding the man's gaze. "You would think that I would do all this for more power or freedom?" he asked. "I had all that I needed and more." "No," he went on, slowly. "Richard went too far with this attack. Much too far. He cares more about stealing the tower from Thielan than about protecting our lands from the Deshmen. Before seeing the prince, I was not going to make myself a traitor to the throne. I remain unsettled. This needs to stop, Robden. Otherwise, where will this end?" he asked. "After a while," he asked you, Robden." The words seemed to hang in the air before Robden answered. "Alay." The answer was simple. "He will be king better than his father." He paused, then spoke again. "Though I may live to regret this, you have my support." They shook arms then, a more formal agreement than that which the prince had forged. Lochin hoped it would not end in their failure. Alay's mind raced as fast as the horse he rode, thundering across the plains where he'd heard the army had camped, now beyond the Thielan border. What was he thinking heading to his father like this? If he miscalculated, and if his father wasn't willing to listen, or worse, if his father's new advisor was there in spite of word that he was not, Alay doubted that his plan would work. Mendi rode next to him, her face neutral, but he knew she was as nervous as he. Neither of them knew how his father would react, not only to Alay but also to the presence of Mendi. If he'd heard about the rebellion, would he know the role those of Salvat had in it? In the distance, he saw signs of the camp of his father's army. Alay slowed his horse, not wanting to ride too hard into the camp and risk attack by some of his father's men. Hopefully, he'd not been away so long that they didn't recognize him. Alay counted on the fact that they would recognize him. Near the camp, much nearer than he would have expected, they were stopped by a pair of soldiers. At first, they met him with swords drawn, but one of the men's eyes widened, and he sheathed it quickly. "Prince Lansington," he said. He was a stout man, with a high forehead and a long nose. "We had no word that you were coming." His gaze drifted to Mendi before settling back on Alay. Alay tipped his head. "Nor should you. I need to see my father." The man nodded and led Alay through the camp. It was well organized, the rows of tents likely arranged by region. He noted the deep maroon of Gemald, and a few deep blue of Salvat, but saw none of the Bastian green or the orange of Siline. How much did that bother his father? As they made their way through the camp, Alay noted soldiers making quiet preparations, none speaking loudly. Few bothered to look up as he passed. There was a sense of unease through the camp, one that seemed to come from more than the approaching war. Mendy seemed to notice it as well, and he could practically feel her body tensing near him. What was taking place in the camp? As they reached the massive tent in the center of the camp, no answers came. A pair of soldiers stood on either side of the door, blocking access. When they saw Alay, they turned slightly, allowing him to enter. The soldier who had met them on the road into the camp turned and hurried off. "I'll wait here," Mendy said. Alay looked up to the two guards and then surveyed the camp before shaking his head. "I think it's better if you come with me." "Your father, En, will not harm my servant," he whispered. Mendy met his gaze and nodded. They entered the tent. Like so many other things with his father, the interior of his tent was ornately decorated. A table set in the middle of the room, with a large mattress nearby. Not near the walls of tent, Alay noted. Was his father so paranoid about his safety that he wouldn't sleep near the sides of the tent? A plush carpet had been rolled over the ground, giving a strange warmth to the room. 3 lanterns glowed with a sickly orange light. His father looked up from his seat at the table when he entered. Alay almost took a step back. His father's eyes had a haunted appearance, the sockets deepened and dark. He'd cut his hair close during the time that Alay had been gone, leaving him looking gaunt. The dark robe hanging from his shoulders appeared overly large on him now. "Father," Alay said, nodding to him. He remained near the doorway to the tent, and Mendy stood behind him, almost as if she were afraid to come too close. It was possible that she was. "You finally return." Even his father's voice had changed, coming out thready. His eyes flicked around the room, as if he searched for something in the shadows that only he could see. "The Magi," his father slammed his hands down on the table and stood, leaning over it. "Don't defile my presence by speaking of them." Alay blinked. Since joining Loken, he'd heard the rumors about his father. Most of them had come from Robden, word of his father's strange advisor, and of the influence that he had on the king. But he hadn't expected his father to react so angrily to mention of the Magi. His father turned his head, and if Alay didn't know better, he would have thought his father listened to something that wasn't he there. It had been that way with his mother, especially near the end. A strange madness had claimed her, as it had claimed others in Gemald, though not quite as many as were rumored to have been affected in Thelen. She'd wasted away, eventually dying from an inability to eat. Alay had tried to keep those thoughts out of his mind, not wanting to think of his mother like that, but seeing his father now made it impossible not to remember. Even at her worst, she had never had the wild stare with which his father now looked at him. His father made his way around the table and stopped, his gaze drifting past Alay. "And you dare bring your slave with you after what has happened in Gemald?" "What happened in Gemald?" he asked. There had been a time when he would have believed his father knew everything that took place in his kingdom, but the man before him didn't leave Alay with that same confidence. Something had changed, and whether it was the madness or some other sickness, Alay didn't know. And maybe it didn't matter. "Don't pretend you don't know. The damn rebellion thinks to claim my throne. They'll find I have assets they didn't account for." "Father?" he asked. His father blinked. For a moment, the strange darkness within his eyes faded, but then it returned, just as forceful as it had been before. "Are you with them, Alay? Is that why you've come?" "I'm not with the rebellion. The Magi tasked me with establishing peace." "Magi? They would interfere when PM's so close." "So close to what? What do you intend with this war?" His father's gaze darted around the tent before returning to look at Alay. "Intend? I intend to demonstrate power to the gods, Alay. I will claim the tower." There was a quiet menace to the words and a conviction that startled Alay. "What of your kings? How do they feel about this plan?" My kings follow my command. Does Lochin? His father drew himself up and took a threatening step toward Alay. Is that why you've come? Have you sided with the traitor? The question hit too close to the reason Alay had come. Umativa affected his father was different from the madness that had claimed his mother. With that, there had not been the clarity of thought that his father seemed to possess, even if it was fleeting. I've come to warn you against moving your troops out of Gom-Ardia, father. Another army moves through our lands, yes. Lochin thinks he can threaten my army. Not Lochin. This is Deshman. His father blinked. Deshman. He turned and stared toward one of the lanterns, his gaze drifting a moment. No, they are no threat. The Deshman are priests, nothing more. They are more than priests, father. I've seen them. His father turned and looked at Alay with an angry gaze. They are priests, nothing more. They serve as one command. He seemed to dare Alay to refute him. Alay said nothing. His father returned to his chair at the table and leaned over it, staring at it. Every so often, he would look up, as if startled, and glance around the room, searching for something that Alay could not see before returning to whatever he worked on. Richard said nothing more to him, ignoring him completely. Alay considered trying a different approach, but what could he say that would influence his father? His father seemed far away, unapproachable. Alay's words had fallen on deaf ears. His father's decision had been made. Or something, or someone, had made it for him. He turned and motioned to Mendi to leave. As he did, he cast another glance toward his father. A part of him wanted the man he remembered from years ago, the man who had taught him and his brother about Gom-Ardia, who had played with them, laughed with them, even the man who had been tough on them, to return. But perhaps it was better that he didn't. It was easier this way to leave, and to return to another king who might be better suited to lead even if it meant defeating his father. They made their way through the camp unobstructed and without a chaperone. At the edge of the camp, he hesitated, something making him turn his attention back. In addition to the tents of maroon and blue and brown, all his father's colors, he noted black tents in the distance, at the edge of the camp. Alay frowned, studying them, wondering what those colors might represent. As he did, he noted movement on that side of the camp from the north. His heart skipped a beat. Could they be Deshman? Had his father formalized a relationship with them? Was that what he'd meant about the Deshman serving as he commanded? It seemed his father was farther gone than he had realized. Perhaps Gom-Ardia was farther gone than he had realized. If so, was there anything that he could do to re-establish peace? Mendi touched his hand, and he took hers into his. What was there for him to do? Return to Lochin, she suggested. And then what? I don't know. Neither did Alay. Chapter 30. Irian opened the door to the huge room slowly. The four Denrin nodded to him as he passed, just as those who were stationed along the hall had nodded to him. The bright metal of their breastplates reflected the small light of the room, attracting his eyes. He could faintly smell the oil they had used to polish them. His gaze moved quickly to their swords, and he nodded back, relieved somewhat by their presence, though he knew they would be of little help if any trouble returned. Worry played in his mind as he found Karen sitting carefully near one end of the bed. She was clad in a simple white gown, which he knew to be the same gown she had worn for the past several days. He worried about her, knowing she had been under much stress lately. His eyes moved from her back to the bed. It had been brought up especially for Botar. Orion walked over to it and smiled briefly at Karen as he approached. She was the only other mage in the room. Dagon looked little better, though the deep blue and purple bruises on his face had faded some in the last day. They had been lucky to find him. Endrick had found him, really. The man had done just as he had vowed and searched until all the injured magi had been discovered. The elder mage had been found bound and gagged in one of the lower cellar rooms, his arms and legs tied, and the same burn marks upon his ankles as they'd found on Ephraim and all of the others they had discovered. These brands were what the Deshman used to steal power from the Magi. So many had been lost. Orion wondered if they had been meant to find him, wondering why the Deshman had not just killed the mage. But then he decided it made sense that they would be that cruel, to leave him barely alive. It was surely more heartless to leave him suffering as they had. He wondered too about the brand around Dagon's ankles. He had touched them once and found them cold. Looking upon the man, he could almost feel the mage's energy seeping from the wounds, keeping the scars from healing properly. It seemed impossible that something could drain the mage of his abilities, his energy, yet these brands seemed to do just that. They had tried to heal him as best they could, but with little luck so far. None could seem to figure out what kept the wounds open. Some Deshman evil, but he could not figure out how to cure it. It was the same for all the Magi they had found. He is little better, Karen told him. He stirs occasionally, but little else. Orion nodded. It had been the same the last few days. The rest of the city. They are gone. We've suppressed them. The Deshman are gone and Jostephen is imprisoned, Orion said. It had taken the Magi working with the Denron, but they had stopped the Deshman in the city. Now, there were dozens of tattooed men under Endrik's guard, but out of the city. What now? Karen asked him. He had no answer. Responsibility now fell to him. Leadership was not something he had ever sought, yet it was now thrust into his lap. Always the scholar, never the leader, he was now forced to be something he had never intended to be. Yet he could entrust the safety of the Magi to no one else. There is much to be done, he answered. We must decide as a whole, he told her. The eldest has gone to the Deshman, and it puts them in at risk. We must be ready. We must protect them, and he said, his words echoing those of the goddess, still uncertain what the Deshman could gain by acquiring the ancient text, and still uncertain what else they might have been after in the city. What of Roel and the apprentices? Karen asked. Roel had been gone for a long time, and he had heard little from her. He hoped she would find her way back home. We must entrust them to the gods, he said. And await Isendra's return. Isendra stared at the bars of her cell. Her head throbbed, and weakness threatened to overwhelm her. How long had it been since she was placed into this cell? Days. Maybe weeks. Too long. She'd long ago realized that she was not escaping. Would her sister do without her? The two of them had been inseparable since birth, though Karen always tried to lead. Coming north had been Isendra's way of proving herself as capable as Karen. What had she done wrong? Denron had died because of her desire to come north. Orion had encouraged it, and his small council had gone along, wanting evidence that perhaps they needed to follow the ancient tradition, but she had been the one willing to make the journey. It should have been a simple journey, but it had been anything but simple. She wrapped her arms around her legs, staring at the cell. There hadn't even been any movement for the last day. Had they left her here to die? She no longer heard Wendy moaning down the hall. She suspected that meant the woman had died. She prayed daily to the gods, hoping for some respite, and did so again now, thinking that there had to be something she could do that would gain their favor. The gods wouldn't want the Deshman wandering the north so freely, would they? Her stomach rumbled, and she tried not to think about it. Doing so didn't change anything. She was starved, only the broth and occasional slice of bread sustaining her. Even her hunger did little to distract from the steady wasting of her power. As she had done too often, she touched the branding on her ankles. It was cold, too cold, and she could almost feel it as her abilities wasted away. How much longer would she be able to hold on? Would she become without her Mageborn abilities? not an elder on the council. That was lost to her now. A door opened and closed, and Isandra glanced up. Could it be food coming? She heard a steady thumping of feet along the stone and recognized the familiar gate. Vin Longri appeared at the door to her cell. He smiled. "Have you come to release me?" she asked, feigning confidence she didn't feel. She wouldn't let Longri see her beaten, even if she felt that way. "Not now." "Then why have you come? Did your master give you permission?" "Permission? I rule in the city now that the high priest has led the attack south. And I promised what I would do to you when your power was gone." Was her power gone? She no longer knew. And what was this about an attack? "What do you think to do?" she asked. He leaned toward the cell. Were she closer, she would bang his head against the bars the way she had the last time. Maybe this time, she'd brain him enough that he'd release her. "I will take your life and watch you take your last breath." She turned away from him, not willing to give him the pleasure of her disgust. "Go away." There was silence for a while, and she thought he left, but then she heard the jingling of metal, the distinct sound of keys. One was fitted into the lock of the cell, and he pulled the door open. Longri came toward her, and she finally looked up. He wore an open look of disgust, but there was something mixed in with it, a dangerous glint in his eyes. "Now, I'll do to you what I did to my other keeper." Isandra feared what he might do. As he neared, she could feel an energy to him, one that he hadn't possessed before. Had the Deshman granted him strength as they had so many others? He leaned toward her, and she grabbed his neck. The suddenness startled Longri. Isandra was weakened, but seeing this man, she felt a surge of anger and revulsion. It gave her strength that she didn't know she had. She squeezed. Longri jerked back, trying to get free, but she held on to him tightly. There was no escaping the pressure of her grip, and she had no intention of releasing him before he passed out. He kicked at her, catching her in the ribs. Isandra squeezed harder. Another kick, this time catching her thigh. She clenched her jaw, fighting back the pain, and twisted while squeezing. There came a crack, and he dropped. Isandra fell backward, away from Longri. He didn't move. She watched, waiting to see if he breathed, but there was no sign of his chest rising. Had she killed him? Her heart hammered, but she was unable to find any remorse. Vin, he still didn't move. She struggled to stand. She nudged him with her foot, and he remained still. She'd broken his neck. Isandra let out a shaky breath. The door to her cell remained open, and she started toward it. She paused at the door and returned to grab the keys to the cell from Longri's pocket before making her way down the row of cells. She'd need them if she intended to free any others. She need not have bothered. The other cells were empty. Where had they taken Wendy? They hadn't. She was gone. Dead. Isandra drew upon what strength she still had, and hurried down the hall. She reached the door and practically dragged herself up the stairs. At the top, she carefully pushed the door open. The hall was empty. Making her way through the halls, she encountered a few servants, all of who glanced at her but made no attempt to stop her, before finding the door leading out into the city. The street was awash with chaos. Mounted soldiers marched through the streets, most making their way toward the southern gate. It was the same way she'd come into the city. She couldn't go that way, not if it meant risking herself to others like Longri. Not if it meant recapture. Besides, not only did she no longer have her Mageborn ability, she had killed. Could she really return to Vasha? Isandra knew that she would have to. The council had to know what had happened here. The Denren had to know what they faced. First, she had to escape Rondelen. She went the only way it seemed she could go and not find soldiers. She went north. Reaching the gate, she found it lightly guarded and snuck through, disappearing along the street of the shanty town outside the wall. She would go north, out of the city, until it was safe to turn south again. As she did, Isandra prayed she wouldn't find Deshman, and she prayed that her strength wouldn't fail her, but mostly, she prayed to the gods, seeking their favor. It felt as if she had fallen out of it. Chapter 31 Lokin looked behind them. The wind whipped hard this day, and he was glad he did not have his standard flying. The sound of it snapping in this wind would have been more than his mind could bear. It was for the best anyway, he knew. They were not here for conquest, were not here to conquer. They were only here to stop Richard and drive him back. He had left the banners down out of respect for Thielan. In the distance, he could make out 2 horses riding hard toward them. The prince and his friend returned. The scouts had warned him. He wondered if the boy had any news that would be of use. A boy no longer, I suppose. It is the prince, Lon spoke. He looked over to his friend. The man looked older than he had before they left, but he supposed he did too. The ride and their worries would do that to them. They waited quietly as the 2 neared, eventually hailing them. Robden came up then, looking to Lokin. He stood silent with the 2 other men, waiting for the prince's arrival. Robden trusted the prince, hoped for his ascension to the throne. That may be easiest, he thought. He let the thought go as the prince neared. My father is 1 day's march from here, the prince announced. Lokin nodded. He had heard as much. He thinks to gain the tower, the prince continued. Lokin nodded again. More news that he had heard. He watched as Alay shook his head. I could not persuade him otherwise. I tried, but he won't listen. The prince hesitated. There's another thing. What did you see? Lon asked. Deshmen were camped with him. Could Richard have formalized that connection more than Lokin had realized? What did that mean? Was his advisor with him? Robden asked quietly. It was only my father. It's good he was not. If he had been there, I doubt you would be here now, Robden said. Lokin wondered for a moment but then moved past the thought. It starts soon, son, he told Alay. The prince nodded. I know. Before it does, we need to know where your allegiance lies, Lokin said. The words seemed loud. Treason is always loud. The Deshmen can't rule in Gomardia. We will need all of Gomardia to unite against them, and we will need Thielan to help. We need peace. There may not be peace for a while, he said with a sigh. War would come soon. He'd never expected to see, but had trained his whole life as if he would. If he's a day out, then we'll meet Richard tomorrow. We have to stop him before he reaches Thielan. He prayed silently to the gods for answers, for help. He hoped they listened. Richard looked out upon the plains. The wind whipped at his hair. They were nearly there. Ghislaine and Peleg looked at him expectantly. They awaited their orders, but they were orders he was still hesitant to give. We are 2 days from Thielan, he began. 10 days from the tower. The words seemed sourer today than they ever had. The tower meant the gods. That was what he wanted, wasn't it? There had been another motivation before. He knew there had, but that was long ago and a distant memory. One of his region kings began to speak, but Richard didn't hear him. His thoughts drifted instead to his son. Alay had come to him, his slave in tow. The heir to Gomardia bringing his slave with him. He spat with the thought. He wasn't sure what his boy had intended, but he had seemed insistent that he stop the army's march immediately. He remembered threatening his son and sending him away. There could be no stop of the march, he knew. Was it Alay he was upset with, or himself? Now, he regretted what he had said. Alay was his oldest son now. his successor when he was gone. He should have kept him near, yet he had let his anger get in the way of reason. And then the Deshman camped with them had departed, chasing after rumours of Denren. The Magi wouldn't send their soldiers after him, would they? Had that been why Alay had come to him? Had he intended to warn him of the coming attack? No. The boy had come to persuade him to abort the attack on Thelon. The tower would be his. That was what he wanted. Wasn't it? My scouts to the south report troop movement ahead, he heard. What was that? He asked, shaken from his thoughts. To the south. An army moves, Ghislaine answered. An army? He had heard nothing of an army to the south. Loken? He wondered. What standard flies? He asked. The scouts report that no banner was raised, Ghislaine said. No banner? That would not be Loken. He was too proud not to fly his standard. It is likely Thelon troops, then. The Yor, he answered. Ghislaine and Peleg nodded. Will you have us do? Peleg asked. Richard looked out over the plains. The sun was bright and a gentle breeze pulled slightly, waving the long blades of grass. Raim still had not returned, but Richard knew he would suffer the man's anger if he did not keep to their plan. We keep moving, he answered. It's 2 days to Thelon, he began. And they do not have an army that can stop us. He knew the words to be true. He was not worried about Thelon. No, it was the missing kings that worried him. Where was Loken? Where was Robden? It angered him that they had heard nothing. Nothing. Both men had large enough armies that stories of their movement would surely have spread across the land. He should have at least heard rumours of the men. But nothing? What did it mean? And his son had been no better. Alay had offered nothing of rumour to him. The boy had only spoken of the Magi and Thelon, urging him to stop the attack. It was something Richard would not do, could not do. No, he could not turn back now, even if he did anger the gods. He was more afraid of Raim than he was of the gods. Chapter 32 Jacob looked over the open plains spreading before them and felt the slow pulling of Armaeon on him or his sword. He couldn't tell the difference between them and still wasn't sure if he was meant to separate the two. He understood the source of the strange pull upon his senses, the Armaeon he saw swirling about everywhere he now looked, but not the why. Bromon thought it was the sword, that he could be the Nema, but Jacob was not sure what to believe. What am I? Something different from before, he knew, though not a mage. When Roel had joined them, he had still thought it possible that he might be, but seeing her, and comparing her abilities with Cylindra's, he realized that he didn't possess the same. Roel's arrival had brought back memories of their time together. Sparring. A time before his world began to turn upside down. Looking at her now, even battle-weary, he still thought her lovely, the same as he had the very first time he'd seen her. And now she had changed, possibly as much as he had. She was a mage warrior. Jacob glanced behind him, to the remaining warriors Roel had brought with her. They were a ragged group, yet all among them had determined looks on their faces. He wasn't exactly sure what they had seen. Could they really have faced 10,000 Groeling, but they were hardened and nothing like the Magi he'd met before. Then there were the Antrilli. Bromon had told him a little of the warrior people and how they fought the Groeling. The mare loped alongside them, occasionally calling out with a deep braying cry as they ran ever ahead, hunting. They were huge creatures, large cats, and much like the Nemera that he hadn't seen since that time in the forest. Even then, he wasn't sure what he had seen. Andrew rode next to him, as she had since the Magi had given them horses. Jacob found her presence peaceful, with a reassurance to it. He still had moments when he feared the madness was upon him, that all he had seen was nothing more than visions within his head, but then he would look over to Anda and sense the realness to her. She smiled at him, as if sensing his thoughts. With the smile, a hint of her glamour faded, and he saw the Danamean features slip through, but it was brief. He smiled back and felt the tension leave him. As they rode onward, the question sat at the forefront of his mind: why it was he? A little will have answers. He clung to the hope of it, it was all he had. They climbed a gentle rise in the land, and a city emerged in the distance. He knew it, though he had never before visited. It was a city described to him by his father, one he had read about in many of Novan's texts. The city was known by reputation to all who followed the ermine as the home of the gods. No description had done it justice. Thelen. It was massive. A huge wall surrounded the entirety of the city, stone of an almost pure white interrupted by small turrets, stretching as far as his eye could see in either direction. A section near the south had blackened, as if damaged by an explosion, but was otherwise intact. Thelen was larger than any other known city. It was the home of scholars, of historians, and of the priests. It was built upon the premise of the ermine, and a sense of peace radiated from it, a sense of security. Buildings crept above its height in orderly rows, spires and domes creating an impressive skyline. A small stream cut under the near wall and wound its way through the city, and Jacob followed its course in his mind. He could almost imagine that it moved through the city haphazardly, though the visible rooftops told him otherwise. In the distance, atop a low hill, was a palace circled by its own low wall. There was an air of majesty about it. It was not quite a castle but was fortified as though it was, and even at this distance, Jacob could see the elegance to its decoration. His gaze lingered upon it. The palace of Thelen was home to the greatest priests of the ermine. It was where his father had dreamed to one day study. Greater than anything else in the city was the Tower of the Gods. The tower rose from the city centre, climbing higher than any other building in the city, higher than anything had a right to climb, and cast a shadow under the bright sun. It was awe-inspiring, even from this distance, white stone stretching up and up into the sky before the clouds masked its peak. There was a simple majesty to it that reminded him of the Danamean city of his vision. The tower was a fitting home to the gods. As he stared, he realized that a thin haze clung to it. As he focused, he realized that the tower held its own energy, its own Armaean. "Is it alive?" he whispered. "There is only one way to create stonework like this," Anda said, turning to gaze upon the tower. "It must be imbued with its own energy, its own life force. A certain amount of Armaean is left behind to do this. My people once moved stone much like this." Jacob thought of his vision, and the comment he'd overheard. "Like my sword?" he asked. She shook her head, and her hair shook with the movement. He knew it an illusion, yet wondered still what it would feel like if he touched it. Would it feel as real as it appeared? Nemin was crafted with a different method, a different intent, she answered. She did not elaborate, and he did not press her. Instead, he turned toward the tower, felt its Armaean, and sighed, releasing a bit of pent-up tension. A little would be within the tower. And of answers. He turned to say something to Bromman, but as he did, a rider approached and moved quickly up to Roel. "Roel," the mage scout began. "There is an army to the west." "An army?" Roel asked. "The Deshman?" The scout shook his head. "Not Deshman," he answered. "But huge." The Groeling moved directly toward it. "There is another army of men to the south," Anda said. "It, too, is very large." Roel turned to Anda. "How can you see that?" Bromman cut in. "Roel," Bromman started. "You're needed for this. We have something else we must do. You chase the Groeling while we chase another sort of evil. May the gods be with you." Roel's eyes narrowed, and she turned to Cylindra. "You could fight with us." We could use another mage. If you can see them, you can fight them. I cannot claim to approve, but lately, I have seen much I can't explain, much the council must learn. What you do makes our ancestors proud, she admitted. Roel looked in the distance, toward the army, before turning her attention to the woman riding near her. Lendra, you should go with them. If we face the Groeling, I can't guarantee your safety. Or mine. The woman glanced from Roel to Brommen before nodding. Come, Brommen said to Jacob. Let's go rescue a goddess. Chapter 33 Ocken surveyed the field. In the distance, he could see the enormity of Richard's army. The size of it worried him. He looked around at his own army, both his men and Robden's, and wondered if they would be enough. Somehow, they had to be. We do this, then? Robden asked. Locken looked to the older man. Robden had faced many battles, had himself fought and killed, so he knew the man wasn't scared. But the idea of fighting his own countrymen likely gnawed at him, as it did Locken. Yes, Locken replied. If only we weren't forced to this. Alay nodded. Locken had sent a messenger to Richard when they could first see the army. The man had not come back. There would be no reprieve. War would be waged, and it would be bloody. At least the Deshmen that Alay had reported camped with him were reported to have departed, though he didn't know why. Why had they been there in the first place? Where had they gone? There were no answers. The key will be to capture my father, Alay told him. At least Alay understood. Since returning from visiting Richard, there had been something different about him. It was something Locken felt, a sense of despondency. None wanted this war. I know. How do we accomplish that? Robden asked. Difficult choices would be made today. We must open a hole and drive in, he began. We capture Richard and call an end to this. Suddenly, he could see a black cloud above moving slowly toward them like a horde of insects. Arrows. He watched as they arced over the plains toward his men. It had begun. He heard screams from his men as they fell, the painful sound of death. He watched and heard his lead archer signal, calling for the return fire. The arrows streaked the opposite direction across the plain, toward Richard's men. My countrymen, he thought. He could not think that way today. It would hinder his decision-making. His men's arrows found targets, and he heard moans from Richard's men. His archers began to draw back, readying another round of arrows, but he expected Richard's archers to send a volley his way first. When they didn't come, and his own men had fired again, he wondered. Why hadn't Richard fired again? He waited and soon heard his arrows strike home again. The screams were louder this time, filling the plains with their horrible cry. Locken still expected return fire, but it didn't come. Ground, he called and heard his order called down the line. Soon his pikesmen marched forward. As they did, he saw a change occur in Richard's line. It was apparent even at his distance. What in the name of the gods? A huge gap had opened on the eastern side of Richard's line, and he yelled for his men to move toward it. A trap. Even if it was, they had to test it anyway. Victory would not come easily today. Something is not right. The thought came, and he knew it true. There was something else. He just couldn't tell what it was. He watched the men of Richard's army simply fall to the ground, as if something had struck them all down. Why it was this? It seemed too easy. With the thought, he smelled something. It was thick, disgusting, and burned at his nose. His stomach turned, threatening to bring its contents back toward his mouth. No, he thought, something is definitely not right. Chapter 34 Irian waited at the edge of the third terrace, looking out over the city. The warm bars of the Tyrolean fence surrounding the terrace pressed upon the palms of his hands. There had been a time many years ago when he was not able to tolerate the warmth of the Tyrolean. That had been a time before Tristan had done something with the Tyrolean, though Allryan still didn't he know what he had done. It was times like this that he missed his mentor and friend. Tristan had been greater than all of them. He was a mage of much power, one who could do things many of the Magi could not. He could use the Mainellen in ways that others could not even imagine. And still, he had passed, no differently than anyone else. Novan stood next to him. The historian leaned his staff on the Tyrolean fence, the metal on it no longer glowing as it had when he had faced the Deshman. Allryan considered what he had seen, thinking about the way Novan had been the one to demonstrate what he was able to do. How was it that a historian had been the one to help him see the extent of his abilities? How was it that it had been Novan who had shown him what they needed to do? What now, historian? He asked. Novan took a step forward, closing the book he had been looking through. The man, Allryan noted. He no longer felt the same need to protect it as he had. There was much they didn't understand, and keeping that ancient knowledge from the rest of the Magi, even from the rest of the scholars throughout the city, seemed foolish. How much had they mistaken because they thought they needed to protect it? All that had done was cut them off from the rest of the world. The remaining elders had already begun preparing, knowing they would need to search for the one who would establish peace. Allryan prayed they weren't too late. Now we must restore the balance. The Deshman here was stopped, but there are others. The Magi have been withdrawn for far too long. It's time that changes, I believe Novan said. Allryan turned to him. I don't understand you. You've wandered the world, studying, meddling, and now you remain here, as if you belong. Why have you stayed so long? Allryan asked. This wasn't your fight. You could have left this to the Denren, to Endrick, and to the Magi, returning to your studies. Don't you even worry about your apprentice. I worry about him every day, Novan said. His face clouded slightly, and the hint of a struggle played along his lips. And yet I know that he is safe. I have seen to his protection. How? You came with Endrick to the city? How is it that you saw to his safety? There are others in the world more capable than I. He is with one. If everything went as I had hoped, he has delivered something of great importance to a place that thought to separate itself from the world. Now you speak in riddles, historian. Novan smiled at him. There are riddles, and there are things we are meant to know. You, Allryan, need to rejoin Thewald, even if you plan to choose the one Yorman prophesies. He tapped the book. It is time for the Magi to return their influence, to restore what had been. You are touched by a greater power, and it is time that you no longer sit apart from the rest of the world. Allryan studied Novan for a moment before turning away. The historian spoke the truth. Allryan had sought knowledge, but he had not used that knowledge. The Magi had kept what they knew away from the world, and that separation had allowed another power to emerge, one that was dangerous and had nearly destroyed everything they were. I will do what I can to have the Magi return to positions they once held. It's more than simply serving as advisors, Allryan. This must be about restoring a balance. Balance cannot be maintained by hiding from the world. Power must be used by those who have it, for others will seek to claim it from them. You've seen that with the Deshman, and we've seen that with the creatures in the north. What of the north? He had heard nothing from Roel. Was she safe? Did she still even live? Do you think Roel found the Antriali? Novan closed his eyes, gripping the Tyrolean rail. He made no sign that it bothered him. I can only hope that she did. Endrick sent her away. WV. Because there is something only the Magi, and the Antriali, can do. Allryan shot him an angry stare. Would you stop being so obtuse? What is it? Did Endrik see that my niece would be sent north? Why is it that she abandoned her people when she could have been such an asset with the Deshman? Because she could be even more important in the north. Novan released the railing, grabbing his staff, and stepped away. As he did, Allryan became aware of energy swirling around him, the same energy that he had seen when they fought the Deshman. He was no longer certain it was the main Ellen he saw, though Allryan didn't know what else it could be. Why did it surround Novan so strongly? And Endrik? What did it mean about those two men? Novan? Allryan called after him. The historian turned, a hint of a smile on his face. Is it, eldest? Allryan blinked. Now that Jostefan was deposed, he supposed that did make him the eldest. He had never wanted to lead the Council of Elders, but if he did not, who would? How is it that you have such power? Allryan asked. Novan leaned on his staff, and the lines of Turulin seemed to glow even more. The hint of a smile spread. That, eldest, is something for another time. With that, Novan tapped his staff, the Turulin flaring for a moment, energy swirling around it that was practically visible. Allryan chuckled to himself, wishing that Novan would be more forthcoming, but perhaps it was good there were still some secrets. Was there really any harm in him keeping that from him? Allryan watched as Novan returned to the palace. His posture was erect, though Allryan saw him appear stooped on occasion. On this day, as he was standing more upright, Allryan noted that he was tall compared to most men, though not tall for a mage. No, Allryan shook his head. That couldn't be. But as he watched Novan slip away, he wondered if it were possible. He did have power that surrounded him, and now that Allryan could see it, he recognized it as power that resembled that of the Magi. Perhaps Novan was right, perhaps that was a story for another time. For now, Allryan had to make plans. He had to come up with a way to coax the Magi from the city. They had to be those he trusted, and they had to be those who could not be swayed by the Deshman. And they would have to go with the Denren. The Deshman needed to be stopped. The North must be understood. A uniter must be chosen, even if he, or she, failed yet again. As much as it pained him, Novan might be right in this. It might be time for the Magi to have a greater presence in the world. It meant conflict, and possibly fighting, but hiding in Vashur, keeping themselves withdrawn from the rest of the world, had not prevented that either. Allryan turned back to the railing, gripping it tightly. So much had changed, so much that he didn't understand, in spite of years spent studying and trying to learn their histories. It seemed almost as though he had wasted that time, that he didn't know nearly what he needed to help keep his people safe. But he would do what was required. He would find a way to restore the peace, the balance, that was necessary. And he would learn what happened to his niece. Allryan released the railing and turned back to the palace. Before he did anything else, he would return to a space beneath the palace, to the mines that they had closed so long ago. There, he would question Jostefan. This time, his old friend would answer. Chapter 35 Okin stood slowly from the ground. He didn't know what had come over him, could not explain what had happened. He'd suddenly gotten sick. He could still taste the acid flavor in his mouth, could still feel the nausea that had riled his stomach. He spat on the ground next to him, trying to rid himself of the taste. Last he remembered, he had been staring at his pikesmen as they marched across the plains, marching toward Richard's troops. He remembered seeing the hole open in Richard's line, an opening to the east, and remembered directing his troops there. Then suddenly, something had happened. His men had been all but decimated, almost all of his troops slaughtered before his eyes. And he had not even known what had happened. When he had seen Richard's men fall, he had thought perhaps divine intervention. But then his own men had fallen, torn apart before his eyes. After standing, he helped Lon up. The man thanked him with a wry smile. Looking around, he saw Robden and the prince get to their feet as shakily as he had gotten to his. "What happened?" Robden asked, wiping a bit of vomit from the corner of his mouth. There was a different smell to the air now, but it churned his stomach just the same. Lochin didn't know. Looking around, he saw those of his men who'd survived begin to stand. To the east was where something had torn through his men like it had torn through Richard's. A huge hole in his line mirrored what he had seen in Richard's. He looked across the plains, staring toward the opposing army. Richard's men still looked to be recovering from whatever it was that had happened, looked to be pulling themselves up from the ground, cleaning the sickness from themselves. What could have caused this? "I don't know what has happened here," he began, "but I fear we may not have much time before Richard attacks again." A man came running toward him through the line of troops. "Sire," the man called, breathless. He was short, brown hair thinning, and his eyes almost too closely set. He was clad in the tan leather of his forward scouts, leather now streaked with green to camouflage them on the plains. He nodded. "What is it?" The man breathed heavily. He had obviously run far or fast. "Richard is," he began, panting. The man's eyes seemed to catch on the prince a moment and widened before going on. "Richard is dead." "Dead? How?" Lochin asked. "I don't know," he answered. "It was said that he watched the battle." The man glanced quickly to the prince again before continuing. "He watched from there." Lochin followed the direction of the man's pointed finger. It was directed toward the huge opening in the line of the other army. The scout nodded. "He was there," he answered, "as were Kings Ghislain and Peleg." It was too much. "Ghislain and Peleg are gone too? How?" He looked over the plains and saw how the men he had lost had been torn apart, almost dismembered. He knew then that it was not the gods. They were not that cruel, even at their meanest. This was something else, something far more frightening. He turned to Alay and saw the prince staring toward Richard's troops. His now, he knew. Alay was prince no longer. "What will you do, King Alay?" he asked, his voice careful. Alay turned to Lochin. It seemed impossible that his father was gone, impossible that he was now High King. Mendia watched him, her eyes neutral, but he suspected hope filled her, hope that came from the death of the kings who ruled in Salvat for far longer than they should have. Lochin's eyes were fierce. A strong man. A good man too. He would need him. His mind raced with what to say, the right words, those that would ease Lochin and Robden's doubts. He needed to bring all the kingdoms back together. He knew it essential, but knew too that the path toward that peace must make it a lasting one. This was what the Magi had wanted. They needed peace. Gom Ardia and Thelan would unite against the Deshmen. He turned and looked out over the grassy plains, his eyes catching first at the magnificence of the huge expanse of the rolling plains. He saw then the men, lying bleeding and dead on the ground. Further, he could see the men of his father's army. "No," he said to himself. "It is mine now." "This ends," he answered, hoping his voice was strong. He turned back to Lochin. His position was the question, Alay knew. Robden was easy, he knew the man to be his. Lochin had made a choice, had declared his independence. Lochin paused a long moment before answering. Its Chapter 36 wall of the city loomed before them, pale white and stretching some 20 or more feet over their heads. Stretching higher, impossibly higher at this proximity, was the tower. Dark stone climbed up and up, obscuring even the sun from view, piercing the clouds. The nearer he came to it, the more impossible it became. The tower was the seat of the gods, the visible reminder of their power, their earthly home abandoned and awaiting their return. It was one thing to read about it, to hear it described. It was quite another to finally see it. There was no way to describe the enormity of it, no way he would ever have been able to imagine what now rose before him. Every temple that had been constructed in its image had been but the palest reflection of the tower. How can something like this exist? He asked. The Daemon were powerful, Ander said to him. They might not have been gods, but to build something like this, they were near enough. The Armaean pulling on his senses had grown stronger. It was almost a humming now, a vibration that his body tingled with, and he stared as sudden understanding washed through him. Jakob saw his Armaean, and it stretched away from him, toward the tower. Could Ander see it as well? It is a summons, Ander whispered, reaching over to rest her hand on his arm. You're unharmed by it. She summons all of us. Jakob realized that it wasn't only his Armaean that stretched away from him, but that of Ander, Bromman, and even Cylindra. They were all summoned. The huge gates of the city were swinging closed as they approached. We should hurry, Bromman said. If we don't get inside before they close the gate, there won't be any way to save her. They rode quickly and squeezed through just before the massive doors were shut. Within, hundreds of soldiers lined the road leading from the gate into the city. Those nearest glanced at them strangely as they entered, eyeing the weapons they held. Several reached for their own swords. Halt! The nearest Yor shouted the command, raising his hand as those around him unsheathed. Cylindra drew herself upright in the saddle, sitting tall and proud. Suspicion upon the commander's face turned to something else, worry. You would delay one of the Magi on her duty. Authority had returned to her voice since leaving the Kalamar, and her voice boomed. It was the same tone Jakob had heard from Herelin. There was something else he noticed about her since leaving the Kalamar, something he was certain he had not seen before. The Armaean surrounding her, though it pulsed with uncertainty at the moment as she faced the Yor, looked different from what he'd seen from Roel and the other Magi. He was not sure what it meant. My lady, the Yor said, bowing his head slightly. I mean no disrespect. We were not told to expect any of the Magi, not with Gom Ardia bringing war to Thielen's doorstep. There was a note of challenge in his tone. No, Cylindra agreed. I expect you didn't. Yet I am here. She paused, meeting the man's eye and his unstated challenge. The pale energy around her solidified. I will see the high priest of the Ermin, she demanded. The Yor commander tilted his head. As you wish, he said, raising his fist and motioning toward the Yor nearest him. Take your men and escort the mage to the high priest. The man nodded before turning and making a small hand gesture to the soldiers near him. 4 Yor separated from those lining the road and moved to surround them. Each kept a ready hand upon his hilt and moved with a fluid grace. These men would be sword masters. Jakob flicked his eyes to Bromman in question, and the man shook his head once. The answer was clear, they would follow for now. Cylindra narrowed her eyes, but the Yor commander only tipped his head in a nod. They had little choice but to follow. They were led along the cobbled street lined with Yor toward the palace in the center of the city. The road ran straight, taking them a direct route toward the palace. After they had moved a little distance from the gate, Cylindra cleared her throat. Such an escort is unnecessary. I have been to the palace and can find my way. The soldier looked back briefly before turning away. Perhaps once it was unnecessary. Cylindra glanced over at Bromman and arched an eyebrow. What does this mean? She whispered. I don't know. He stared at the Yor lining the streets. This is unusual in many regards. The city has never been closed. Never? Jakob asked. I've known Thielen for many years, he started, ignoring the intense stare from Cylindra, and I've never seen the gates closed. They are meant to be open, symbolizing the ermine openness. The Yor have not left the city to defend it, instead staying behind. I don't know what this means. Jakob glanced over to Anda and saw her frowning at the soldiers. Her pale, golden hair hung motionless around her, and her cloak was pulled tight around her neck. He reached over to her and rested a hand on her arm, hoping to return the favor of peace she had often offered him, but unsure how much he would be able to reassure her. She turned to him and tilted her head before smiling. As he withdrew his hand, he glanced around the street. The city was enormous, yet they moved through it unobstructed. It was cleaner than Cressida, with the story fronts looking freshly painted, and the streets cleared of refuse. A city fitting of the gods. Yet the shops that lined the street had no customers. Most shops had windows shuttered. There were no merchants. Only the Yor. Above everything hung a sense of anxiety. "Something's wrong," he murmured. "You feel it?" Anda asked. Her voice was barely more than a whisper of wind, but it rang clearly in his ears. "I feel it too," Lendra said. Jakob glanced to her before turning back to Anda. "There's the pulling upon my arm, Ian," he whispered. "That hasn't tear left. I feel something else, an unease." Brommen glanced back at him and frowned but said nothing. Jakob looked over at Anda. "Vivat does it mean?" The Danyamin shook her head. "I cannot answer with certainty," she said. "Though I think it is something Alatados. I do not know why." "Protection," Brommen said quietly without looking back at them. "She allows the Yor to sense the Groa lying. They are foul creatures, and he sends them toward the tower," he spat. "If not for the Magi warriors and the Antrioli, this would be much worse. 10,000 Groa lying would decimate Thelen." Cylindra shot him a harsh look, an admonishment coming to her lips. The Yor seemed not to notice, leading them forward. The shops lining the streets slowly turned to larger and larger buildings, most of a pale white stone that served to make the city nearly glow, and as they neared the heart of the city, still no one other than the Yor moved along the streets. It was an eerie sight for such a magnificent city. They were led to the small wall that circled the palace grounds and stopped briefly at the gate before being ushered through. On the other side of the wall was an immense garden with late-season flowers still in bloom. Trees were planted almost geometrically, though in a pattern he could not recognize from where he stood. For the benefit of the gods, he reasoned. Stretches of autumn flowers, of more colors than he could name, filled the spaces between the trees. The smell was amazing. Small shrubs were allowed to grow only so tall before they were cut and sculpted into scenes of glory for the gods. The road stretched up a modest incline as it led to the palace proper. The garden flowed up to the palace walls and, in sections, up the walls themselves with fingers of neatly trimmed creeping ivy. The building was immense. 2 wings spread from a central gold-capped dome, angled out toward the tower that rose within the palace grounds. For all the beauty the palace possessed, it paled in comparison to tower. It rose from the center of the grounds, its huge base impossibly wide, and stretched up and up into the sky. Looking up, he could not make out its peak. The pull upon his arm Ian was more apparent, as if their proximity made a difference. Jakob realized that he could not only see the arm Ian of the tower, but he could also feel it as well, a distinct sense from what he had been feeling since the forest. The Yor led them toward the palace, but Jakob was pulled toward the tower. His horse turned almost as if sensing his thoughts, trying to take him across the garden toward the tower. One of the rear guards grabbed his reins and forced him back into line with the others. He glanced briefly at Anda, anxiety now settling into him and unseating other emotions. Though Brommen had told him it was Alita who instilled the feeling, he couldn't stop it from wearing at him. The Danyamin nodded, as if understanding, and reached over to touch him lightly, sending a small surge of peace through him. It was enough to calm him a little. Brahmin, he asked quietly. The man looked back at him, taking in the yaw with hands upon Jacob's reins, the anxiety and helplessness upon Jacob's face, then turned to Cylindra. "Can you do this?" Brahmin asked her. She frowned a moment before nodding. There was a strange tingling to the air as she gathered her focus, and Jacob saw the pale Armenian around her solidify briefly before it pulsed outward and sluiced through the yaw that accompanied them. The men fell forward, suddenly unconscious. "They are asleep, nothing more," Cylindra said, heading off Jacob's question. "They will awaken in time. Hurry and do what you must." Brahmin took the lead, across the garden and toward the tower, with Cylindra and Lendra following close behind. Jacob lingered, staring down at the yaw, wondering if they really were only asleep. "They are unharmed," Anda assured him. "It is." She paused, struggling to find her words. Interesting how she accomplished this. She watched Cylindra a moment before turning to Jacob. "Come. We must save a litter." As they approached the tower, he was overcome with a deep sense of awe. The rock was smooth, as if cut from a single block of stone, and of such a size that he felt dizzy just looking up at it. This close, he felt the pull on him even more strongly, as if it wanted to pull him into its walls. The slow vibration of the tower's Armenian pushed upon him as well, steady and as heavy as an ocean wave. "What now?" he asked as they all dismounted. They needed to get within the tower itself, that must be where a litter was held. "How do we break down the walls?" "That cannot be done," Cylindra spoke. "Every mage who has tried has failed." "There must be a doorway," Jacob said. "Many have studied the tower and tried to find a way inside to learn the secrets of the gods. None have succeeded." "None have succeeded," Brahmin agreed, "but none have had the need that we have." "Anda. This is different from crossing the valley." "There has to be something you can do," Brahmin urged. Jacob realized Brahmin was speaking to him. "One can't do anything." Brahmin gripped his shoulders. It was a hard squeeze, from strong hands. He looked into Jacob's eyes. "I know you're scared. I know you don't know what is happening to you. Neither do I, but I think you're the only one who can do this. A litter must have known, which was why you were chosen." Brahmin didn't know what he asked of him. "I wasn't chosen. I fell into it, nothing more than an accident." Anda took his hand, and he was once again thankful for her calming touch. Cylindra had been ignoring them while studying the wall. "I can try. My ability is different since I was healed, so I don't know what I can do." Jacob felt a brief moment of relief. As he did, his chest tightened a little, his breaths becoming more difficult. He struggled for air, fighting the growing tightness within his chest. With each breath, it grew worse. He gasped. "What is it?" Lendra asked. It felt as if some sort of weight pressed down upon his chest, crushing him, and kept him from breathing. He dropped to his knees and fought to breathe. Terror roared through him. "I'm dying." Jacob tilted his head back frantically and struggled to take a breath. Nothing moved. There was no sound, no breath, not even a whistle of air. It was as if his airway had sealed shut. Tears streamed down his face, blurring his vision, and he did nothing to wipe them away. Anda kneeled down and touched his shoulder gently, squeezing it. "You must fight it," she whispered. "What is it?" he mouthed. No words came out. "Fight, Jacob Nielsen. Do not let them beat you this way." Brahmin caught the tail end of what she said. "Why it is he feels the grower lying," Anda said. "They are here?" Brahmin asked. Anda nodded. Nearly. Vaguely, Jacob was aware of Lendra falling to her knees and vomiting. "Fight this," Anda repeated. Jacob's vision faded. He was suffocating, and there was nothing he could do. He had come too far and was too close to answers for it to end this way. He could no longer see. The voices of Anda and Brahman seemed to come from down a tunnel. Unable to even remain kneeling, he fell to the ground, landing on his sword. He felt its slow vibration. Using a little of his remaining energy, Jakob moved the blade out from under him. As he touched it, the vibration from the sword passed into him, filling him. There was an urgency to it unlike he had felt before, and it seemed to swell through him. The tightness faded. His vision slowly returned. And finally, his breaths came more easily. He stood shakily and looked at the others who stood staring at him, except for Anda who remained at his side. His head pounded with the strength of the pulsing, almost splitting it. There was a distinct crispness to his vision that made everything around him much more vivid. I think I'm better. The pulsing within his head easily split the glamour Anda had created, and he saw her unmasked Danyamine features. Something about those features was as beautiful as the illusion she crafted. Anda tipped her head to the side and considered him for a moment before nodding. The ground trembled. Thunder rolled toward them as a section of the wall between the garden and the city tumbled inward. A hole opened to the street, and countless grower lying on the other side of the wall ready to pour through. The sight of them disgusted him. They were clothed in only pants, their upper bodies a mat of hair. He could see their small eyes from where he stood, and their deformed missing ears. Their Armaean surrounded them clearly, dark and thick and oozing around them, much like the Deshman. We have to hold them off while Salindra finds a way into the tower, Brahman said to him. They couldn't let the grower lying enter the palace grounds, not near the tower. Of that Jakob was certain. Nausea rolled within him from the sight of the creatures, but he was spared the worst. Lendra lay on the ground, a pool of vomit near her head. Salindra. Do what you can, Brahman said. I don't know if I can do this alone, she answered. Try, Brahman said. With me, Jakob. Brahman unsheathed his sword and raced forward. Jakob followed suit. As he grabbed the hilt of his sword, the pulsating intensified, filling his mind. He felt the Armaean of Nirnin as it flowed through him. Jakob pulled at it and felt the pulsing in his head strengthen. With it, came an increased awareness. As he ran toward the grower lying, a moment of doubt struck him. There were too many for him and Brahman to face alone. He glanced back and saw Anda watching him. Salindra remained focused on the wall of the tower. Lendra lay motionless, though had been moved closer to the wall of the tower. We must win. Otherwise, a little losers. They reached the opening in the wall where the grower lying swarmed. At first, he moved hesitantly. There was pressure as his blade sliced through their thick skin, and he smelled the stink of their blood as it poured forth and into the ground. He struggled to ignore it, knowing he needed to keep these creatures from Anda, Salindra, and Lendra. And Alita. He needed answers. Fluidity came back to his movements. He stepped from one kata to the next, striking down one grower lying after another. It wasn't enough. There were too many of them. He dared to glance back again and saw Anda's sorrow-filled eyes as she watched the battle. I won't let them reach her. He pulled harder at the vibration pulsing within him, on the Armaean of Nirnin. Already heightened senses became almost overwhelming. Time slowed, and he attacked. The grower lying still rushed him. Jakob slashed, each movement taking down another of the grower lying, but it wasn't enough. Nemin, he screamed. Jakob pulled at the Armaean all around him, his sword blazed brightly. His body practically shook with a vibrating energy, and he welcomed it. If he failed, they would reach the tower and Alita. Another worry spurred greater aggression, much as it had with the Deshman. They could not reach Anda. He tore at all the Armaean he could detect. There was an explosion within him. He could explain it no other way. His head felt as if it would burst, torn asunder by the force of the energy. The pulsing tore through his body, his mind, and he hummed with it. Jakob screamed again, unaware of what he said. Everything slowed further, but he worried it still would not be enough. He pulled upon the Armenian around him again. The pain nearly incapacitated him. He screamed again. As the pain receded, he became aware of another part of his mind. If he focused on it, he knew he would find answers. Yet Jakob dared not pause. Time nearly stopped, and he took advantage of it, tearing through the Groeling, striking them down mercilessly. Jakob yelled at the Groeling as he fought, screaming words that he did not know, words that might have been from his visions and in the ancient language, knowing only that he must fight, and he must win. They kept coming. He ran through them, his sword flying faster than he knew possible, hacking into their hides, bringing down every Groeling in his path. His arms grew numb with the effort, but it was forgotten in his frenzy. It was still not fast enough. They streamed endlessly through the hole in the wall. No. The thought roared through him. Or did he scream? His mind tore again, and again he screamed. Jakob attacked, faster and faster, his arms growing tired, yet determined not to give up. Still, the beasts oozed through the wall. They would not be enough. I cannot do this, he thought, not this many at once. A slow pressure of helplessness crept into him, and he knew the truth of it. How could the two of them have hoped to stop so many? Better to give up now, the ending would be quicker that way. The voice of a memory pulled at him. Yes, you can. You have. The voice had opened a crack in the earth once long ago. The Groeling surged forward then, over the bodies of the fallen and toward Jakob and Brommen, as if they sensed his weakness. Brommen was tired, a sag to his shoulders, and his breathing quick and shallow. He was about ready to drop. No. Jakob roared. His voice filled the air, surprising even him with the intensity of it. And then his head exploded again. The ground at his feet shook, moving beneath him. The ground at the wall began to crack open and widen slowly. Groeling trying to cross fell through. A hideous scream echoed from them as they fell. A few remained on Jakob's side of the crack, and he struck them down. No more remained. Jakob took a deep breath, his body tired, his mind in agony. What had he done? Brommen turned to Jakob. A huge bloody streak ran down one of his cheeks. I don't know what you did, but thank you. I don't know either, he answered. What am I? A little wood of answers. He prayed it was true. Countless Groeling remained on the other side of the crack. We can't let them tear through the city, Brommen said. There was a surprising steel in his voice for the level of exhaustion he obviously felt. I think the Magi will finish this, he said, seeing movement up the street. Pale Armenian drifted toward him, and he knew without seeing them that it was Roel and the remaining warrior Magi. Brommen nodded and opened his mouth to speak but was interrupted by a shout. Brommen! Cylindri yelled. Brommen staggered back toward the tower, and Jakob rushed over to help him. He had to support the man as they hurried back to the tower. I can't do this, Cylindra said as they neared. She looked nearly as spent as Brommen. It is too thick. It is too much. We're lost. Then Brommen spoke through the sounds of battle erupting from the other side of the wall. If we can't reach her, then Rame has already won. I can get you through the wall, Anders spoke softly. Her words were musical and sad. But it will be all that I can do. Brommen looked at her intently a long moment, his hard eyes softening, before nodding. Alessandra om lanoli senen hi adluin, may you be granted eternal peace. Jakob tried to catch her gaze, but she turned away from facing the wall. She stared at it until a small hole began to appear, gradually widening. He could see that it would soon be enough for them to crawl through. How can she? Lendra asked. Cylindra's mouth was agape, and her eyes were wide. What does this mean? Jakob asked Brahman. She gives up much by doing this, he said as he watched. Jakob looked to her. How much? He asked. Brahman would not face him. Would not answer. How much? He asked again, urgently. Brahman's eyes flicked to Jakob's sword before meeting his gaze. Everything? Jakob looked at Anda, saw her as she focused on the wall. There must be another way. I lived with Anda's people many years. They can do looked at her with a kind of very much. But there is only one way she can accomplish this. What do you mean? He asked frantically. Brahman frowned at him sadly. Look at her, Jakob, he whispered. I know you can see it. She cannot live after what she does. Chapter 37. Hay had followed Jakob into Thelen, delayed as they watched the Groeling swarm across the armies mounted before Thelen's tall walls. There had been no hope for the men, and the slaughter was complete. If she and her Magi warriors were unsuccessful, the same would happen to the innocents within Thelen. The Antrilui had moved to the north, hoping to trap the remaining Groeling between them, but something had gone wrong. The creatures moved into the city. Roel saw a mass of movement that was all greys and swirling blacks. They swarmed toward the wall, struggling at the hole. The opening at this wall was much the same as the one at the city wall. She had wondered how they had done that, and wondered again when she saw what they had done here. In the distance, she saw Jakob and Brahman fighting the beasts. The Groeling pressed toward the tower. They still didn't know what the Groeling planned, or if the other, and more powerful, Groeling that Narasin feared was with the remaining creatures. Roel pressed the Magi forward. Without them, the people of the city would die. There was an elegance to how Jakob and Brahman moved, and a question came to her. She was surprised she had not thought of it before now. How is it they can see them? The thought didn't last long. It couldn't last long. She saw how fast Jakob spun his sword, how quickly the beasts dropped before his blade, and her jaw dropped. Are that Jakob? How can he see them? Selton asked, turning to her. Is that man? Roel continued to stare. I knew him, once, she said. More than that, she had considered him something of a friend. They'd not had the time to be more than that, though a part of her had been intrigued by him, enough that she wondered if there could have been something between them. But now, she could no longer make the claim that she knew Jakob. This was not the uncertain man she'd spent time with after Crescia. Jakob wielded his sword in ways unlike anything she had ever seen, even more impressive than Narasin, and he was a wonder. How can he move like that, she wondered. She was answered by a steady shaking of the ground beneath her feet. In front of them, where the mass of Groeling surged toward the hole in the wall, the beasts suddenly disappeared. As she stared, she realized what she had felt. A crack opened in the ground, an impossibly wide crevasse that had just moments before been solid. It stretched back behind the wall, and Groeling fell into it as it widened. It's the gods, one of the Magi cried out. They send their help. Roel looked up at the tower and wondered if it could be true. How long had it been since the gods had answered the Magi? Would they care that the Groeling attacked? A prayer passed from her lips anyway. Others behind her cheered, relieved. It was their first reason to celebrate since leaving the forest. There were still many of the Groeling moving toward the wall, still more than she could easily count, but far fewer than there had been. Ride, she called. She would smash her remaining Magi into this mass of Groeling, and they would see who would be victorious. It would be decided now. Riding forward, she wished they had Narasin and the Antrilui with her. We should be finishing this together. Yet they followed a different path given to them by the gods, circling around to prevent another Groeling attack. She hoped Narasin would survive this. And suddenly, she was among them. Royal leaped from her horse, and Selten did the same. Standing side by side, each with sword in hand, they fought. Jin and Zamil and a dozen other Magi warriors did the same. The Groyling swarmed around her, and she felt her arms ache with the first impact of her blade with the beast's flesh, but pushed on. A final push. Her tired mind struggled against her, and she found it hard to stay focused, to push her sword through the forms she knew. A stinging sensation rolled up her arm, and she realized she had been hit. She ignored it and swung harder, forcing her sword to move faster, drawing on her mage gifts, focusing on the main elan. Soon though, the burning began to overwhelm her. It tore from her chest down into her left arm. She shifted her sword to her right hand and fought on, ignoring her fatigue. Selten moved behind her and they were fighting back to back once more. The swirling shapes of the beasts moved about them. Where had Jin gone? What of Zamil? There was no time to think about who might have been lost. There were only those still fighting, and the Groyling. Royal was thankful that Selten still stood. She and Selten fought that way for longer than she knew. Friends from the first moment they'd met, as she'd matured, there was a part of her that had wondered if they could be more. During their journey, she realized that it didn't matter, if it ever had. The presence of her friend gave her new strength, and she pushed with all she had. The Groyling fell around them. Royal wondered distantly how the rest of the warriors fared. She heard few screams, so was hopeful. They had survived this far. She hoped this the last battle but knew many would not survive it. We need to push them to the hole, she called to Selten. Selten nodded and grunted in reply. They pushed on, the beasts surrounding them. Each time one fell, another took its place. Her strength was failing. How much longer could she hold out? Chapter 38. Jakob rushed to where Anders stood next to the tower, her Armenian streaming from her and into the stone. His mind was still sensitive and raw from whatever he had done with the Groyling. Still, he saw clearly what Ander was doing. She truly was sacrificing everything, he realized. Armenian flowed easily into the stone, creating the opening. The tower seemed to absorb it, drawing it away from her, drawing her life away from her. It was a sacrifice, and one he wasn't prepared for her to make. You can't do this, Ander. It must be done, she answered without looking over to him. She kept her focus on the tower, and on the way she sent herself into the stone. Alita must be saved. He took her hand. Always, there had been a wave of peace when he touched her. Now, it was growing cold. Why? She turned to him. The veil about her flickered, and he knew it would soon be lost. And after it, Ander as well. She's the last. She needs you, Jakob Nielsen. Your path leads to Alita. My path ends here. No. Not like this. She smiled then. It is my path. I will miss you, Jakob Nielsen. I wish the fibers would have given me more time to know you. Then she turned her attention back to the stone, back toward sending her Armenian into the tower. Frustration welled within him. Could he let her do this? Was there anything he could even do to stop it? As he watched, he saw her life leaching away, the hole into the tower growing. They might reach Alita, but what would they lose in doing so? Would he lose? The thought tore at him. Her hand grew icy cold as he held it. No, he whispered. We can do nothing now, Brahman said. We need a way in. There has to be another way, Jakob said. I wish there were. Ander knows the importance of what she does. Alita needs us, Brahman said. Without Alita, his questions may go unanswered, but at what cost? Too many had been lost to him already. His mother. Skotten. His father. Denren he had not known well enough to call friends. There had been too many lost. Ander would not be lost. Not this way. But what could he do? There was no answer. No old memory came back to help. This he would do himself. What, though? Could he use his connection to the Armenian? Ander used hers on the stone. Was it possible for him to save her with his? He had to try. Jakob reached with his Armenian into the wall and grabbed at her Armenian, pulling it back. How did he know how to do this? The sense of her Armenian was nearly palpable. It was slippery, barely tangible, but he forced the energy back inside her. No, Jakob Nielsen. I choose this. Alita must be saved. The flickering veil she had cast upon herself solidified. Not this, he whispered, holding tightly to her hand. Warmth started to return. He pulled harder. Though he did it with his mind, it exacted a physical toll on him. His strength waned. Ander struggled against him as her Armenian was dragged away from the wall, but he refused to allow her to sacrifice herself. Drawing on the Armenian around him, pulling from the tower itself, he pushed the last of her Armenian back. The hole that had been in the wall was gone. Solid, smooth rock was instead in its place. Ander staggered back, forcing him to release his hold of her hand. Faint colours of Armenian swirled about her. That is not possible, she whispered to him. Jakob, we need Ander to get us inside. There's no other way, Brommen said. Anger flashed in his eyes as he looked over to Brommen, and Brommen took a surprised step back. Jakob turned and focused on the wall, needing a way inside, needing to save Alita. Her pull upon him was strong, and there was no denying the need to reach the inside the tower, but how? Could he use his Armenian the way that Ander had? Not only his but that which he detected around him? He reached out with his Armenian, probing, as if boring a hole, and stretched forward as if through the wall. Toward Alita. He didn't know what it did, but then again, he didn't know what he'd done with Ander. Praying he'd find the center of the tower, he reached out. Toward Alita. They had to get to her before the Deshman did. It wasn't enough. Jakob drew on more Armenian, letting it fill him. Pain surged through his head, splitting it once more. The wall exploded inward, opening a hole in the wall of the tower. He staggered and fell. His mind throbbed in agony. Ander placed a hand over his heart. A warmth flowed from her fingers as she touched him. When he looked up at her, he noted how her Armenian flowed toward him, toward his, and they touched in a way they had never touched before. She pulled at the Armenian surrounding him, enveloping herself with it. Thank you, Jakob, she whispered. I know not how you did that, she began. I know you should not have been able to do it, but thank you. Your path does not end here. The illusion around her flickered a moment before solidifying again. No, it does not. I could not let your path end here, he said, seeing through the illusion, and peering into her exotic eyes. She touched a soft finger to his lips. I am glad for it. Jakob. Brommen said. We need to go. Alita needs us. Jakob looked up, feeling her pull more strongly now. Did the others feel it? How could they not? Roel looked at the grower lying in front of her, her mind unable to tell her if she had killed it before. She wasn't thinking clearly, which she knew was dangerous, but the grower lying seemed to look the same after a while, all amorphous grey and black until they fell. It was only then that she could make out their features. Her sword felt heavy, and it moved slowly now, each hack harder than the one before it. Forms no longer flowed, now, she simply swung, hacking rather than slicing. Her arms ached with the effort, and she vaguely heard herself grunting. Were we too eager in this attack? She pushed the thought from her mind, taking down creature after creature. Exhaustion threatened to overtake her. Worse, though, the burning in her chest and left arm continued to intensify. She knew the wound was sapping her strength. It felt as if her energy was draining because of the wound. All that she had left seemed directed to fight the pain she felt. Another Groeling moved into her view. This one was taller, and she could see it more easily than the others. Dark markings stained its naked hide, stretching up its arms and along its chest. Roelle shook her head as a memory merged with what she was seeing, that of the Deshman she'd fought, and fought next to. This Groeling moved quickly, catching Roelle's blade easily on the huge club it carried. There was a stench to it that even Roelle smelled, and a wave of nausea rolled through her. The Groeling around this one fought with a frenzied intensity, and she saw several of her Magi fall. A sudden wave of fear and hopelessness radiated toward her, and she pushed through it without thinking. She focused her concentration on the dark Groeling, forcing out her will. Weakness and fatigue stole through her, and her vision blurred again. With a last effort, she stretched her mind to fill her gods-given abilities, stretching for focus and clarity. She struck with her sword as quickly as she could, a dozen rapid slices. Roelle felt a spray of warmth but did not see if the dark Groeling still stood. She staggered. Spinning, she smashed the nearest beast in the face with the flat edge of her blade. She heard it hit, a loud thunk, and the beast fell. Another moved in to take its place. How much longer can I hold out? Wanting to check on Selton, she dared not to look around, fearing that even the slightest glance away would give one of the beasts the opening it would need to take her down. At this point, it would not take much. In the distance, she saw movement. Roelle hazarded a glance and saw soldiers approaching. Hope was dashed when she realized they were Deshman. They wouldn't help. Fnik had failed her. Not Deshman. She really wasn't thinking clearly. And Triley. Narasin led his soldiers to their aid. The Mera howled, hunting with them, and hurtled forward. Could she hold out until they reached them? Her foot hit a slick spot on the ground. Blood. The thought came slowly. She fell, hitting her head as she did. Her vision blurred again before righting. Looking up, the beasts surround Selton, who now stood alone among them. Did she still see the large dark Groeling? She didn't know. The bright light of the sun blinded her, forcing her to shut her eyes. And then she heard the Mera braying, close, and with it the roaring rumble of Narasin's anger. Roelle felt a surge of hope. I'm sorry, Selton, she whispered. Tell Narasin it was the will. Her vision faded to black before she could finish the words. Chapter 39 Jakob stared at the hole in the impossibly thick wall of the tower, and he couldn't see where it ended. Cylindra had been unable to mar the surface, and Anda had nearly died in her attempt. How had he been able to do this? The slow pull upon his arm Ian was all he could feel. Find a litter first, then answers. You must stay, Brahman said to Cylindra. The both of you, he continued, glancing to Lendra. You both must stay. This is not a place for you. Lendra's eyes went wide. I don't know if my stomach can take it if the Groeling cross this lawn. Jakob's gaze went back to the Groeling, noting how close they were. She had already emptied her stomach more than once, so he knew the nausea was nearly overwhelming. Why don't I smell it? The thought froze him. He'd never wondered about that part of it before. Why was he different from Lendra? The Magi were protected, as was Brahman, but he had whatever abilities the Conclave had long ago granted him. What made Jakob different? Was he? If they cross this lawn, there are much greater worries than that, Brahman said, pulling Jakob from his thoughts. Climb into this hole after we have gone through and wait. Do not go further, he warned. Waits for us there is even dire than those beasts. Brahman unsheathed his sword and held it out to Cylindra. You must take this. Cylindra shook her head. You may need it. He smiled sadly. "If only my sword would be of use in this place," he answered, looking deep into her eyes. "It will not. Please. Take it." She stared at the sword a long time before speaking. "My people have other means of fighting." Brahmin sighed. "You know that will not be enough. Trust what you've seen, not what you've been taught. Trust me." Salindra again eyed the sword. There was nervousness in her eyes, and anxiety about what Brahmin asked of her. "Brahmin?" Brahmin gestured toward the opening in the wall where Roel and the other Magi battled. "Do you not see the sacrifice of the Magi? You heard what Roel has faced. They have saved countless lives, people who will never know what they did for them. Not your counsel. More than that, do this for me," he said, lowering his voice. "I need to know you'll be safe." She met his eyes and slowly took the sword. "For you, Brahmin? It won't do me any good. I don't even know how to use it." Brahmin smiled, relieved. "Let your ancestors guide you." He held her gaze a moment longer, and Jacob thought he wanted to say something more, but he didn't, instead turning to him. "We should hurry." "I won't follow," Anders said. "You may be needed," Brahmin said. "I can do nothing to help." "If he's inside, he has stolen from my people often," she said. "I can do nothing." Brahmin looked from Ander to Jacob before answering. "You can do more than you know. Much of what awaits us within this tower is uncertain. I don't know what it is we will find, and there is much you can do that I cannot. We may need you. Alita may need you," he whispered. "And you may be more help than I if that happens." Ander tilted her head slightly forward, golden hair falling into unfocused eyes. Finally, she looked to Brahmin, then Jacob. "I will go," she spoke, her voice soft. Brahmin turned and quickly crawled into the hole in the wall, soon disappearing out of sight into the darkness. Ander climbed in after Brahmin, disappearing as well. Jacob hazarded one last look out to where the Magi battled the Grower lying. There appeared fewer of the creatures, but those he saw fought with a furious energy. Roel was not visible. May she come through this safely. May we all. He climbed in after Ander. The stone of the tower was smooth and cool. Even after what he had done, there were no jagged edges. Light from the afternoon sun did not filter in very far, leaving the crawl space dark around him. He tried to look ahead, to see Ander or Brahmin, but could see neither in the dim light. He strained to hear their progress but could not. Jacob pulled at the slow pulsing in his mind, hoping for sharpened vision and hearing, yet could still neither see nor hear Ander and Brahmin ahead of him. He continued forward, wondering how thick the wall was. The tower itself was massive. Moments of crawling stretched longer and longer. The tunnel grew narrower as he progressed, and soon, he was no longer crawling, forced to his belly to slide forward. The ceiling of the tunnel threatened to crush him as he stretched forward, and Jacob knew a different fear then. What if I get stuck? The panic started slowly. It felt as if he had been crawling for hours. The tunnel continued to narrow. Soon, the stone was catching his skin, pressing down upon him. Still, he reached forward into open space. With each stretch of his arm, he hoped and prayed he would reach open space. But each time, he found more tunnel. Where was Ander? Where was Brahmin? Jacob scraped forward. He used his toes and the small space above his back to push forward. With each movement, panic rose. His heart pounded in beat with the slow pulsing of his head. The tunnel crept onward. How could I have done this? Jacob wondered if Salindra and Lendra had crawled in after him. He couldn't even turn to look. There was no light in the tunnel now, and the darkness was overwhelming. Reach, push, pull. He repeated the movement over and over as he inched forward. Was there light ahead? Jakob could not be certain. The walls continued to press down on him, and he could no longer lift his back to gain purchase. Jakob was forced to lock his elbows against the stone to pull himself along, slowly dragging himself forward. When will this end? A different thought followed, worse than the last. Will it end? He was forced to pause. There was nothing but stone around him. No sound. No light. Nothing but the cold stone. Jakob took a deep breath before forcing it out. He crawled forward again. As he did, the stone crushed him. He struggled to take a breath but could only take a shallow one. Panic filled him, and he tried to push himself backward but could not. He would suffocate. He tried to call out, but there was not the air for it. He was stuck. Jakob reached out and struggled to pull himself forward again, but managed only an inch. The hilt of his sword dug at his side, and it scraped along the stone as he moved. It was all he heard. He reached forward again and felt nothing but stone, waving his arms uselessly for purchase. One will die here, he suddenly knew, and without the answers he needed. And then hands were upon him, groping at his arms and pulling him forward. He couldn't even fight back. Was this Brahmin or Groeling that grabbed him? Worse, was it the high priest? What would he do if he caught Jakob? Do I care? Fear of staying within the wall scared him more than what he would face once he was out. He exhaled the last of his air as he was pulled forward and then felt a sharp pull at his arms, yanking him hard. For a moment, he thought he would be torn apart. The stone scraped against his arms, his legs, and his back, and then he was falling. He landed hard, the last of his air pushed out of him. He gasped desperately for air. It was stale, thick with the dust of age. Brahmin and Anders stood waiting for him. Jakob slowly recovered and, looking up, saw that he was in an immense room. Strange lamps hung along the walls. They were not lit by flame or fire but rather glowed with their own pale light. Overhead, high above him, was a ceiling with a dome at the center, and a huge glass chandelier hung with tiny prisms reflecting the light. He imagined it was magnificent when the room was fully lit. Huge shelves lined the walls, books stuffed seemingly haphazardly into them. It was a library, and it reminded him of the one in Cressida. He felt a moment of homesickness, remembering a simpler time when there were no Deshman or Groeling. A few tables were spaced evenly about the floor of the room, though they appeared made of stone rather than wood or steel. The overstuffed shelves held more books than he had ever before seen in one place. Some books were even stacked in corners, though stacked neatly so that their bindings were seen. A thick layer of dust covered everything. No one would have a fit seeing all this knowledge neglected. Some tunnel, Brahmin spoke, breaking the reverie. Jakob looked at him. Brahmin's laughter cut him off. You did well. What is this? Why would she be trapped here? Jakob asked. Brahmin frowned. I don't know. The tower once housed the demon, and I wonder if this is all a part of some sick way he thinks to torment Alita. We need to reach her. She's somewhere above us, I think. Jakob could feel it. He felt Alita pulling at him, at his arm and knew she was higher in the tower. Brahmin pointed where there was a break in the line of bookshelves, and a staircase stretched upward. Up. Now that he'd recovered, now that he no longer felt the same panic that he'd known while trapped within the stone, he realized that the pull on him was not to be denied. It was a pounding upon his senses, an urgent drumbeat that kept time with his heart. They hurried across the dusty floor and reached stairs that stretched high above them, spiraling around. Something about it reminded Jakob of the stairs he had climbed within the tree while among the Danyamin. Brahmin started up the stairs. Jakob and Ander followed silently. They wound up slowly, widely circling the tower. More of the strange torches lined the walls. They were spaced farther apart here, and the light they provided was very little, though enough to see their steps. He was glad for that much at least. Only 2 sets of footprints marred the dusty surface of the stone steps. Anda did not seem to leave prints in the dust. She had left no trace or trail in the forest either. This no longer surprised him as it once had. Instead, he felt a different concern. Where are the other footprints? Could they be wrong? Was Alita not here? If it was not she reaching out to him, then what was he feeling? The slow thudding prodded him onward, heavy pulsing within him, demanding his attention. He could no more ignore it than stop breathing. Where are the other footprints? He asked. Brommen paused in his climb and looked back, staring a moment at the dust. They would not have come the same way we did. Jakob furrowed his brow. How else would they have come? Brommen didn't answer and turned back, continuing his climb. There are other methods of travel than those you yet know, Anda said, and followed Brommen. Jakob had no other choice but to climb after them. There were an uncountable number of stairs before they reached a landing. Jakob was breathing hard from the effort and the speed they climbed. As he stepped out onto the landing, away from the stairs, he looked out at the new floor that opened up into a long hall, stretching deep into the tower. Doorways interrupted the stone walls periodically, countless doors all along the hall. The doors were old with carvings etched into the wood. More of the strange torches lined the walls, casting their pale light upon everything. Jakob felt the pull on his arm and knew. We have to go higher, he said. The steady drumbeat upon his senses grew faster, and his heart quickened with it. Brommen glanced at him, an unspoken question asked with his eyes, before turning back to the staircase. He climbed again. Jakob and Anda followed. As the stairs brought them higher, occasionally Jakob thought he saw other tracks along the stairs, but the dim light made it difficult to be sure. The longer they went, the harder he breathed, and his thighs burned. Brommen did not slow. They reached another landing. The floor here was much the same as the other. Lamps along the walls cast their pale light, and doorways lined the long corridor, and this time, figures stood motionless in the distance. What is this? He asked Brommen. I'm not sure. Anda turned to him. They are people. Jakob frowned, confused. People? Men and women like me. He remembered the vision that had come to him seemingly ages ago, one in which he'd seen people with the grower lying. Was that what he saw now? What are they doing here? Anda smiled strangely. They are men and women. I should have suspected, Brommen began. What? Jakob asked. Brommen turned to him. There are grower lying within the tower somewhere. There would have to be to hold Alita here. We see those they have captured, Brommen said. Men and women who were taken, their minds broken so that they are no longer what they were. The conclave referred to them as the mindless. They are bodies only now, slaves. They do as their grower lying masters demand. Was that what he'd seen in the vision the first time he'd seen the grower lying? He remembered seeing people then, naked and walking alongside the beasts. Is she here? Brommen asked. Jakob closed his eyes, shutting out the sight of the slaves and letting the pull on his arm guide him. It was faster now, as was his heartbeat. Almost louder, if such a thing were possible. Finally, he shook his head. No, he answered. Still higher. Brommen took his word and climbed higher, now running up the stairs. Anda stayed by his side as he huffed up the stairs with legs that were growing tired. Occasionally, she would touch his arm, and her touch gave him extra strength. Jakob was panting by the time they reached the next landing, tired and out of breath. The pale light from the torches showed another hall, much like the last two. Shapes in the distance moved, and he turned to Anda. She nodded. The same as the last. This floor? Brommen asked, somehow not short of breath. Jakob wondered how that was possible. Brommen had nearly died in the forest following the Deshman attack. How was it that he managed to climb the stairs faster than Jakob? Jakob again closed his eyes, feeling his Armaean. His heart was hammering in his chest. Was it the pull upon his Armaean or his fatigue from climbing the stairs? Higher, but I think we're closer. The pull was stronger now. He practically hummed with the pull upon him. Brommen sprinted up the staircase. The tower stretched impossibly high into the sky. How much higher they would climb? Once they reached Alita, he began to wonder whether he would have the necessary strength to save her. Another countless number of stairs passed by before they reached another landing. His legs trembled, and his face dripped with sweat. He couldn't continue at this pace and be of any use. As he stepped out into the light, he saw this floor was little different from the last, and he sighed, doubting that he could go up any more stairs. Something was different, though. Something he could not quite place. He still felt the pull. Stronger now, it pulsated, beating in time with his racing heart and the pulsing in his head. It was a rapid staccato, repeatedly against his skull. He stood, silent for a long time, his body swaying with the rhythm he felt, letting it play about him, filling him. Then he knew. It no longer pulled him up, though the stairs still led up behind him. It was forward, pulling him down the corridor. Alita was down the hall, pulling at him from where she was held. Brommen looked at him, and Jakob nodded. Brommen raced down the hall, leaving Jakob and Anda to run after him, and paused near one of the doors. Two men stood silently on either side of the door, completely naked, and stared blankly. Not only were their heads shaven, their whole bodies were shorn clean. They were well muscled, and each held a spear in hand. Jakob reached Brommen and stopped. He stared at the men, and the burning in his legs eased, but he still struggled to breathe. Why are you waiting? He asked Brommen. Their minds are gone, but their bodies are strong. If we push through, we'll be forced to fight. I've seen you fight before, he said. This would be different, Brommen said. These men did not choose this fight. He struggled with his words a moment. I do not know how to explain it, but I cannot attack these men. Then how will we get past? Jakob asked. Anda touched both of the naked men above their ears with a long finger. They looked up suddenly, as if startled, before falling to the ground. Brommen knelt down to examine them and gasped. You killed them? He asked incredulously. They were already dead. Their minds, anyway. I only released their bodies. May their souls find the sun, she whispered. Brommen frowned. How do you know? The Daniamen are all too familiar with Groa lying and the way they use those they capture, she answered. Jakob looked down at the men, remembering the people he saw in his vision. They appeared peaceful now, the faint traces of a smile curling their lips. The pull of the Armaean upon him was strong and tore at his attention. He breathed deeply, but it remained difficult, a heaviness still upon his chest. He should have caught his breath by now, shouldn't he? It was the same sensation he'd experienced in the garden. Had happened then? How had he released it? If he didn't do so again, would he begin to suffocate, the same way that he almost had there? Breathe carefully, Jakob, and focus your mind, Anda said. What is it? Brommen asked. Anda nodded toward Jakob before answering. He feels the Groa lying. They are near. What can he do? Brommen asked. How does he stop this? I have never seen this reaction in person before. I have only heard about it. She paused, staring at the door before glancing to Jakob. It must come from within. That is all I know of it. The longer Jakob stood there, the more the weight pushed on him. Each breath became more difficult, reminding him of when he'd crawled through the tunnel through the tower. The same panic set in. What could he do? How did he stop it the last time? Anders said it must come from within. Focus your mind. Jakob knew of only one way to focus his mind, the same one he'd used ever since learning the sword with Endrik. Would it work now? He reached for the now ever-present pulsing of his mind, using it to sharpen his focus. Pulling at it, at the Armenian around him, he forced its energy through him. It was not enough. He felt his concentration slipping, felt a blackness threatening to overcome him, and he finally remembered what had helped in the garden. Jakob reached for Niemin and pulled at its Armenian, filling him as it radiated through him. The tightness in his chest eased, and he took deep breaths. Remember what you did, Anders said. He knew what had helped. Niemin. The key. How is it I have this sword? How is it that I can use it this way? More questions for Alita. Shaking his head to clear it, he said, I'm better, I think. Good, Bromman said. You're the better swordsman of the two of us, and the only one armed. I think we need to hurry. I worry our time is shorter than PD realized. He felt the pull on his Armenian and knew that Bromman was right. There was an urgency to it, one that pulsed within. Bromman gave the heavy door a shove. It opened easily, and the three of them rushed into the room. Once inside, Jakob stopped suddenly. Three huge Groeling surrounded a large metal table. Small black eyes focused on him as he entered, alert and full of malice, and he saw black Armenian surrounding them. Dark markings completely covered their flesh, similar to the Deshman. They hissed at the newcomers as they entered, though did not move to attack. Waves of hopelessness, similar to what the Deshman radiated, pressed upon him. Full of the Armenian borrowed from Niemin, he ignored the sensation and turned to the table. A woman with long, golden hair was strapped there. Her eyes narrowed as they entered. They were beautiful eyes, exotic, and set farther apart than they should be. Her body was stretched out upon the table, chains keeping her feet locked at one end, her arms chained over her head at the other. She was a goddess. He recognized her, Alita. A simple white robe was all that covered her, barely concealing her nakedness. Black etchings were seared into the pale white flesh of her arms and legs. He could almost smell the stink from the tattoos, but thought that only his imagination. He was reminded of something similar he had seen. Like Cylindras, but those upon Alita were different. Where Cylindra only had the markings upon her ankles, circling them, Alita had them on each ankle and around each wrist, working their way up her arms and reminiscent of what he had seen around the Deshman. The shapes were different too. Those on Cylindra had been like three jagged teeth, biting at her ankle. What he saw on Alita was a single encircled fang repeated around each ankle and wrist, like an interlocking chain. Her Armenian oozed from the brandings. That was how he had felt her pull. Jakob tore his attention away from her and studied the Groeling stationed around her. They still hadn't moved but watched them with an intensity to their gaze. Two stood at the head of the table, one at each corner, and the third stood at the other end, at Alita's feet. They were different from any Groeling he had seen before, larger and their eyes more alert. The dark markings that marred their grey flesh seemed to twist and flow as he stared. Jakob looked to Bromman, uncertain. What now? Bromman turned to Alita for advice. You must destroy them, Alita said. Her voice was weak, yet musical. Jakob wondered what she sounded like before she had been captured. Like my dreams, he suspected. They cannot move now, she said. They form my prison, trapping me and my Armenian. Jakob saw what she meant. A pool of Alita's Armenian flowed around the base of the table, as if held in by some invisible force. A small amount leaked out and stretched toward Jakob. It was this he had felt. These would be powerful Groemeling, perhaps more powerful than any other Groemeling he had encountered. Careful, she warned. Even one is gone, the other two are free. Jakob grabbed his sword from its sheath and looked to Brommen. The Armenian of the sword quickly raced through him. Niemin was awake. The slow pulsing in his head became a steady humming. The sense washed through him, invigorating him, and granted strength to his tired legs. Brommen nodded. You must do this. A moment of uncertainty came to him. He wasn't sure what he was but knew he needed a litter for answers. Could he do this? How could he not? Drawing upon the Armenian, he raced toward the Groemeling at a litter's feet. It hissed at him, sharp teeth framing the horrible mouth, and he swung in a quick arc, beheading it. There was a thud as it fell, and he smelled the acid stench of its blood. Suddenly, the other two Groemeling moved. They streaked toward Brommen and Ander, ignoring Jakob for now. Jakob jumped back to block them. The Groemeling moved quickly in their attack, little more than a blur. He had never seen Groemeling move as these did. One raised a hairy arm to strike him from one side, while the other attacked from another angle. Jakob swung with his sword, but the Groemeling reacted, and he missed. He thought to step into a kata, but realized he would not be fast enough, and began to wonder if he could be fast enough. They moved faster than he could think, forcing him to spin from side to side, dizzyingly fast. Much longer, and he would fatigue simply from blocking their attack. It was nothing like a sword fight, nothing like he had ever experienced. The Groemeling attacked as in unison, arms of the same creature. He could not defeat them. With the moment of uncertainty came a feeling of hopelessness. It was different from how the Deshman influenced but somehow similar. He pressed the fears and dark thoughts away but still felt himself grow tired. Then he caught sight of Ander. They would destroy her if he failed. Jakob pulled desperately on the pulsing in his head, pulled on the Armenian from Niemin, taking it inside him, holding it tightly, and pulled on the Armenian of the tower itself. It triggered something in his mind, creating a shift, like a key revealing a hidden part of his mind. It was the same part he had felt in the garden facing the Groemeling and the same as when he had battled the Deshman in the forest. He pulled again on the Armenian, drawing it into him. Time slowed, as he had somehow known it would. A dance, he decided, remembering how Endrik always looked with the sword. The movements of the Groemeling were still fast, but not the blur they had been. He swung quickly, swinging and ducking in a deadly dance, trying to switch from defense to offense, but the Groemeling only sped their attack. He pulled at the Armenian again, and a hard tearing sensation shot pain through his head. His vision wavered, and Jakob staggered, barely catching himself. It seemed as if time stopped, the Groemeling frozen with it. Muscles in their horrible arms twitched against what had been done. A dark light glowed from their eyes. Their black Armenian neared him, brushing against his, and he angrily swung his blade in a circle, beheading both Groemeling in one motion. Time jerked forward again, and their bodies dropped. His heart was pounding, his body tired. His mind ached with the pain of what had happened, and he was unsure how he had managed what he had done. The sharp pain stabbed through his mind, clouding it. Jakob ignored the pain as he staggered to Ander. She caught him as he fell, and he breathed out a sigh of relief. They had done it. They had saved a litter. Now he would have answers. Chapter 40 When Jakob managed to stand, he noted the fallen Groemeling near him. His body ached, and his mind pulsed, a steady throbbing pain that wasn't eased by anything Ander did for him. He wiped his sword clean and sheathed it as Brommen approached. Only you could have won here, Brommen told him. Only the Nema. Jakob turned to look at Brommen. Breathed heavily, or Endrik. We would have been dead in a heartbeat. Jakob considered the compliment a moment. Months ago, such a comment would have been more than shocking. That had been before he'd rapidly advanced in sword skill, before he had met Endrik. Now, he no longer knew what he should expect. A weak cough caught his attention. They ran to where a litter lay on the table. The chains binding her were massive and pulled tight around her. Her Armaean flowed from the wounds, pooling around the table and drifting slowly away without the grower lying to hold it in place. Brommen grasped her feet, chanting silently to himself as he did something, and the flow from her wounds slowed. "We were right to reward you," a litter whispered. "If I could have been here sooner," he said. Brommen pointed toward Alita's ankles, then to her wrists, before looking to Jakob. "Can you do like you did with Ander?" Jakob felt his heart sink. "I'm not really sure what I did," he said. He remembered pulling at her Armaean, returning it to her. Could he do the same with Alita? If he didn't, would it be his fault that she died? "The key," Alita said, interrupting. She eyed the sheathed sword before glancing up to Jakob's face. He could almost hear her voice whispering in his mind. Just memories of the dreams, he knew. "The trunk." Brommen answered. "It is safe." "Aaron guards," a loud crash cut him off. The door had flung open, and a figure stood in the doorway. Clad in a long black cloak with the hood pulled up over the face, only the eyes were visible within. They were like pools of fire, bright red and dancing as they looked upon everything. Jakob knew the eyes. He knew the man. The high priest of the Deshman. Raim. He shivered and felt a moment of hopelessness wash over him, but pushed it away as he had learned to do. It receded slowly, beating on his senses in a constant pressure, different but similar to how Alita's Armaean pressed upon the man strode into the room, the fire eyes taking everything in. "You," Raim said, pointing at Brommen. "You come to her." His voice was rough, harsh, as if his throat scarred from the fire burning in his eyes. He flowed across the room, his movement impossibly liquid, and around him swirled a dark oily Armaean blending with the strange cloak he wore. The cloak was covered with markings, too small to make out, covering the entirety of it, and it, too, seemed as if it swirled with its own Armaean. The flames of his eyes danced with any angry energy. Jakob resisted the urge to hide. Brommen faced the high priest. "It ends here, Raim." Raim laughed, the sound of a wolf baying at his prey. It filled Jakob's ears and tore at his mind. You think that you can stop me? The hunter? You are nothing," he sneered. "You were not even chosen according to custom." Brommen smiled, surprising Jakob. "I was chosen. I passed the test." Brommen's voice grew stronger as he spoke. "I was named Uniter and was rewarded for my service." The fire in Raim's eyes seemed to dance faster. "I am something you could never be. Chosen by the Conclave. A Uniter. Are you jealous, Raim Senron?" Raim's eyes widened, if it was possible for fire to widen. "Oh, I know you," Raim Brommen said, his voice powerful. "I know who you once were, and what you have become." Raim laughed again. "You know me, then? You? One who can barely crawl without your goddess to hold your hand? You could have been powerful with the gift you were given." Raim roared. "Face me then, hunter, and I will show you how little you know. I will show you what you could have become." Brommen lunged forward then, faster than Jakob would have thought possible, leaping for Raim's throat. He stopped suddenly in midair, an arm of dark Armaean reaching at him, suspending him, and then was thrown back, slamming into the wall. The thick stone cracked from the impact, and blood trickled from the corner of Brommen's mouth. It flowed down, running over his chin and dripping into his lap, yet Brommen stood. He stared at Rame, and then all of a sudden it was Rame who was forced backward, slamming into the wall. He was thrown, yet Brommen had not moved. The impact on the wall Rame hit was minor compared to where Brommen had hit. Rame stood and smiled. "They teach you mage tricks, do they? Or did you steal some of mine?" "Not mage," Brommen answered, his voice still strong. He wiped a sleeve across his mouth, removing the blood. "And not stolen. I am nothing like you." "No," Rame answered, sneering. "You are nothing like." With the words, another arm of Dark Armenian reached Brommen, and he was again lifted into the air and thrown across the room. It seemed as if Brommen would be slammed headfirst into the other wall, but at the last moment, he slowed and dropped to the ground. Brommen stood and faced Rame, and then it was Rame who was cast backward, though he was thrown not more than 2 feet. Rame was far stronger than Brommen. "Enough of this!" Rame snarled. Alita struggled weakly to sit up, but Rame turned, slapping at her with a tendril of his thick Armenian, and she was thrown back. Just as quickly, he turned back to Brommen. Brommen clutched his throat, then his head. Blood began to pour from the corners of his eyes and dripped from his ears. It came fast, rivers of it. Ander turned away, unable to watch. "It can't end this way." What could he do? If he did nothing, Rame would kill Brommen. He still might, but Jakob could try to intervene. In a single motion, he unsheathed, and ran at Rame, trying to ignore the terror racing through him. His sword hummed, vibrating energy as he neared the high priest. The next thing he knew, he was pulling himself off the floor next to a wall, his head aching from the impact. Jakob looked up slowly and saw Brommen lying motionless in a heap, a growing pool of blood around him. His face was covered in it. "You," Brommen whispered, his voice weak. "It rests with you." Brommen took one more breath and then stopped. Jakob's arms and legs did not want to work, ignoring his mind's command. Somehow, he found the strength to stand, it was all that he could do. Rame looked at him, his eyes piercing. Jakob shrank from the heat of his stare. "This boy? He is your hope." Alita said nothing. Jakob felt a moment of panic. Did she still live? He watched and saw a slow rise and fall of her chest, but her eyes were closed. Alita would be unable to stop the high priest. And he couldn't stop him. If Brommen had failed, what hope did Jakob have? It cannot be this half-breed. He pointed to Ander before facing Jakob again. The heavy fire-filled eyes assessed him. There was a sense of being rifled through and then discarded. He shuddered, unable to resist. "I have wondered why you wanted him," he said, looking briefly at Alita. Her eyes had opened, and she blinked a few times to clear them. "Do you foresee as I do?" The high priest had seen something of his future. Did he foresee? Was that the reason Jakob had been taken? Was that the reason he spent long nights as a captive of the Deshman? "Who is he that you would hang your hopes on him?" Rame asked Alita. Alita shook her head then. It was her first movement since Rame had thrown her back upon the table. "More than you could ever become." Her voice was quiet, yet the words were like a slap to Rame's face. "This boy? More than me," he roared. "How can you expect this boy?" A black-robed arm stretched toward this half-breed, he sneered, pointing to Ander, "to stop me." Armenian swirled around Rame, his cloak, in a thick fog. Jakob could almost smell it, a foul, unnatural rot. The man shook and stalked to Alita. "I will show you how little you know." A thick arm of Armenian stretched toward Ander, and her eyes widened. Jakob reacted. The slow pulsing in his mind quickly hummed to a powerful buzzing. He pulled at his Armenian carelessly, a sharp yank, and felt his mind shift as he did. Jakob stifled a scream, ignoring the pain as a new awareness entered his consciousness. Anger roared through him, and he pulled at the Armaian stored within Nemin, held it within him. The dark Armaian nearly reached Anda. Visions of Groeling attacks on a beautiful pale city flashed through his head, Rame at the vanguard of the assault. Another memory flowed through him, a Deshman attack barely survived, Anda hiding in a tree chased by a terrible high priest. Anger rushed into him with the memory. Rame would not attack Anda. Not again. In anger, Jakob used his Armaian and let his mind lash out. It struck Rame, throwing him down. As suddenly as he had struck, Jakob was lifted into the air and thrown backward. He hit the wall hard before being pulled forward again, dragged across the stone, and then thrown back. His jaw snapped shut with the blow, and he barely moved his tongue to keep from biting it off. His body ached with the force of the impacts. His vision began to fade, and only his hold on the Armaian around him kept him alert, and it was tenuous. A mage. Rame laughed. This boy is a mage. I am more than a mere mage and this half-breed combined. Suddenly, Anda was thrown toward him. Jakob lurched forward, lunging for her, reaching for her before she struck the wall. As he caught her, Rame laughed again. Your hopes, he started, pointing to where Jakob and Anda lay, have failed. Now that PvE secured the artifact you thought to hide in Vasher, you are lost, Demon. Your people are lost. Rame stepped to the table where Alita lay and spoke once more. It is time, Demon. He pulled his hood back, exposing a hairless head, wrinkled and burned. The skin was dark and scarred, pitted. His eyes were sunken, pools of red the only evidence of eyes at all, and his lips were pulled back in a snarl. It was a face of evil. Your time of power is over, and mine will begin. And you have nothing that can stop me. Does it hurt that the demon will undo themselves? He asked, pulling a long rod of silver metal from his sleeve. It reminded Jakob of what he'd seen when he'd been captured. Power pulsed from it, as dark as the Armaian flowing around Rame. Anda sat upon his lap, tangled up in him from how he had caught her. You must save her, Jakob Nielsen. Only you can. Even if PM the Nema, I don't know that I can. Anda touched a finger to his lips then. A wave of relaxation flowed through him. Her Armaian brushed his, briefly. You are more than you yet know. I don't know what I am. You are more than a man. More than a mage. And you must not let that man win, Anda said. I'm not fast enough with the sword to stop him. You have another weapon, she said, tapping his forehead. His head pulsed in response. Nemin was your guide. You are the key. The Kalamar, the vision of the sword. Nemin is the key. Anda looked at him and held him with her soft eyes. The time for doubting is over, Jakob Nielsen. You must believe. She paused and touched his forehead again. The touch was soft and slow. You are the answer. Visions jumped through his mind, flashes of dreams, Alita, Shana, Shoran. The scenes quickly blurred together, and a voice spoke to him. One often sees visions of their forefathers in the Kalamar. I don't know what I am, he said again. Then we must save her for answers, Anda said. She will guide you. How? He asked. Anda looked to Alita before turning back to him. I will help. He wondered what the price of it would be this time and hoped he was willing to let her pay it. Jakob looked up. Rame stood near Alita's feet, one hand on her ankle, the strange rod held out. Alita's eyes were wide. Her Armaian now flowed from her, through the rod, and into Rame. How powerful would he be if he stole her Armaian? Jakob rushed at him, sword extended. Rame laughed, and Jakob slowed, like he was running in water. The sword flew from his hands to stick in the wall behind Rame, impaled all the way to the blade guard. You cannot stop this, Rame hissed. Anders snuck around the table and placed her hands upon Alita's chest. She poured out her Armaean, like she had done outside the tower wall, but somehow different. This time, she poured her Armaean into Alita before pulling it back, slowing the flow of Alita's Armaean into Rame. Rame smiled as Anda worked, and she suddenly jerked her hands back. Anda staggered back from the table, eyes wide. Rame's eyes danced. "I have taken more of your kind than I can count, half-breed," he snarled. Anda moved back against the wall, shaking her head. "I can do nothing, Jakob. I had thought." She began, and then hung her head in sadness. "What is he doing?" he asked, but already knew the answer. "This is how he steals her Armaean." Alita's eyes were filled with pain, and tears streamed down her cheeks. "How do I stop it?" he asked. Anda looked at Jakob, then at Alita with a look of hopelessness. "I am unsure if it can be stopped." Rame laughed again. "It is almost complete, Damon. The end of your kind." His lips tightened again in his strange smile, and the fire of his eyes danced madly. "Even as we speak, my men and my Groeling come to this city and fill it. The once proud city of Shor and Amelin will be no longer." Jakob reached for Alita, and Rame sneered at him, forcing him back. He grabbed for a handhold, trying to stay near Alita, and managed to grab her wrists, grasping the markings. The tattoos were cool to the touch and dented her flesh. "You can do nothing to stop this, mage. I have won." Jakob felt Alita's Armaean flowing from her wounds and knew the high priest was right. He couldn't stop it, because he did not know what it was Rame did. With his hands around her small wrists, Jakob felt her Armaean flow over his, touching. It stretched up his arms, toward his head, before settling in his chest and flowing down his legs. It was like the Armaean of Nemi in the way it added to his, strengthening him. Alita met his eyes, and a smile came to her face, followed by relief. "I can," though, she whispered. With her words, Jakob felt a surge from the Armaean already flowing into him from Alita's wrist wounds. Like water, it flowed, and like a river, it came toward him in a rush. He could not believe the woman had so much left within her after what he had seen draining from her. It ripped through him, into him, touching and filling every part of his body as it added to his own Armaean. As it did, his energy was now much stronger than he had ever felt it, his own Armaean now swirling in colors he had never seen or imagined. He felt something new in his mind, like a shifting, though not painful as it had been before. This time, it was gentle. Awareness came to him as he felt a part his consciousness previously closed to him, now open. Alita sighed, and he looked up. A knowing smile curled her lips, and she nodded at him. "Now here's Damon." Rame stood frozen, staring at Jakob. His eyes were ablaze, and the fire seemed to leap from them. "Is this?" he screamed. His voice filled Jakob's mind. Rame looked to Alita, and she smiled. "What have you done?" Rame hissed at her. "What have you done?" She ignored his questions and looked at Jakob. Her blue-green eyes caught his, and she smiled again. "I thought so," she whispered. "Why?" he asked. "No time." "Focus your mind," she told him, her musical voice laboured. "Use the new part of your mind." She took a slow breath, and he wondered how much longer she had. "Accept it. It is there." With the words, she fell silent. Rame stood before him, eyes angry. "You would steal from me." He replayed the words Alita had said, trying to understand. He was aware of a part of his mind now, a part he had only glimpsed before. Jakob focused his thoughts, trying to do as she had told him, and felt that new part of his mind open to him, and could reach it if he tried. Rame stretched his oily Armaean toward Jakob, reaching out with black tendrils. It moved slowly, and Jakob jerked back, away from it, trying to avoid it touching him. He feared what would happen if it touched his arm. Ian. Accept it. The voice was whispered in his head. How? You can feel it. Let it guide you. He needed to end this with Raim, needed to do something to help Alita, bring her back, give strength back to her. And for answers. Did he have enough time? Raim's tendrils of Ian were nearly upon him. The high priest's face was a flat mask of anger that Jakob felt radiating from him. No mage steals from me, he roared. Jakob shook his head, some understanding coming. He did not know what he was but knew he was no mage. He reached out toward the new part of his mind, calling to it, and it responded, coming alive. His Ian was familiar, but changed. It was stronger, filling his whole body with the sensation, almost vibrating him with waves of energy within him. He let himself feel it, let it grow within him. As he did, a new awareness came to him, a new sensation. Jakob reached out with his mind, touching the new part of his consciousness. He could feel his Ian, could manipulate if he tried, could stretch out with it, rather than simply drawing it in. His Ian responded and pulsed in response. The dark tendril from the high priest was upon him. Jakob felt it touch him, cold, deathly cold, and felt an emptiness sink into his heart, his mind. It called to him, telling him to give up, to give himself over to the high priest. That sense of hopelessness filled him as it had before at the hands of the Deshman. But this time, the power of it was overwhelming, and Jakob found himself giving over to it. Fight it, Jakob Nielsen. Anda called. Her soft voice stirred him, shaking him. Anda? She was saying something more, but he could not hear it. Who is Anda? The question came from a voice in the back of his mind. She is nothing, you are nothing. Jakob sank into the hopelessness again, drifting, until he no longer remembered where he was. He felt a touch on his hand, light at first, soft, and he ignored it. There was no point in fighting. The high priest had won. You are nothing, the voice reminded. Yet the touch did not leave him. Instead, it stretched up his arm, sinking into him. He thought he had known it once, but did not remember. It is nothing, the voice told him. Give yourself to the Deshman. And he would. He knew he would. What other choice did he have? What could he do against the power of the Deshman? Nothing, because you are nothing, the voice reminded. Yet still, there was pressure on his hand, on his arm. It pushed upward, toward his mind, and met resistance. He felt a struggle and knew it was useless. He was useless. The pressure on his mind receded, and he knew it was lost. Give yourself to the Deshman. So he did. He felt something flowing from him, a slow trickle at first, and it burned. He did not know what it was he felt, only that he had no other choice. You are nothing, the voice reminded, give yourself to the Deshman. The flowing from him began to hurt, a cold agony. There was nothing he could do to fight it. The pressure remained in his hand, his arm, and now was settling into his chest. It warmed him in waves. Wave after wave of warmth hit him, filling his legs, his arms, and finally working up into his head. He knew this feeling, had felt it before. It is nothing. Anda? Anda's touch had once warmed him like this. She is nothing. You are nothing. No, he knew. Anda is not nothing. The flowing from him slowed, an agonizing burning as it did, before halting. Give yourself to the Deshman. The voice demanded. His body trembled, and he was filled with pain, 1,000 needles stabbing through him. No. His mind cried the answer. He was suddenly aware of his body, all of it, and remembered who he was. Jakob called to the unmasked part of his mind and felt his arm Ian. He shook his head, clarity slowly returning. It raced through him, filling him, and he stretched it before him, pushing away the tainted arm Ian of the high priest's touch. Where his arm Ian touched the high priest's, it was like a blow to Jakob's mind. Steeling himself, he pushed. The high priest's fiery eyes widened. Jakob pushed harder, forcing his arm Ian out, pushing back whatever Raim had done. The tendrils of Raim's black arm Ian slid away from his pressure, forced away from him, back into Raim. It inched back slowly. Anders squeezed his arm, and he felt peace. With the peace, an idea came to him, a different kind of understanding. The key wasn't in pushing Raim back, he realized. Stretching out, he tried something new. He kept the pressure on what he could see and feel of Raim's arm Ian but stretched out again from his own pool of energy. His mind answered, the pulsating of it within him, and he could feel and see another strand come forth from him. It reached Raim, and Jakob let it drop, as if to cut away the arm Ian tendrils the high priest had sent out. Jakob felt his narrow band of arm Ian as it reached Raim's, felt resistance, and pushed, tearing the black tendrils from him. Raim screamed as the arm Ian came loose. It floated freely for a moment, hanging like a dark cloud, before dissipating into nothing and disappearing. Jakob pulled his own arm Ian back to him, afraid the same would happen to suddenly, a dozen more thick tendrils of arm Ian pushed out from Raim. They moved quickly, more quickly than the last time, forcing Jakob to react. He sent out a barrier, protecting himself, and the thick arm Ian beat uselessly on the wall Jakob created. Again and again, Raim pressed his arm Ian upon Jakob, each time uselessly. Raim screamed and rushed at Jakob. He was fast. If Jakob had not honed his reaction time by working the sword with Endrik, he was not sure he would have survived. As it was, the high priest hit him with an open hand before Jakob managed to pull at the new part of his mind, pushing out with another wall of his arm Ian. Time slowed. The high priest froze as he rushed him, as if running through water. A strange light came into the man's eyes, and his jaw clenched as it worked to speak. Jakob ignored the high priest, focusing on his arm Ian, understanding that it was the high priest's strength. Dark arm Ian still flickered, snaking toward him. Waves of hopelessness and despair came with it as it flowed around him, but he recognized it now and ignored it. In the clarity and heightened senses of his arm Ian, he noticed something different, something unexpected. He saw something about Raim's arm Ian he had not seen before. Before he had seen only a thick black fog, now he saw smaller shapes within it. They vibrated with their own energy, flickering and dancing throughout the fog of arm Ian. It wasn't just the haze of energy that had these smaller shapes. They were within the high priest himself, and he saw how their energy held him together. Jakob reached out with his mind, grasping at these small energies. He could almost feel them, they seemed individual physical entities. Pulling back, he held them within his arm Ian as he had with the arm Ian of his sword. Raim reacted with agony and fear, and Jakob felt an onslaught of pressure against his mind. He did not relax. The fire in the high priest's eyes flickered a moment before dimming. Raim thrashed a few more moments, a slow spastic kick that nearly connected. What effect did pulling at the energy have on Raim? There was a frantic resistance to the energy Jakob had trapped. And Jakob felt it slipping. His control over the arm Ian he had acquired was incomplete. What would happen if the high priest recovered? Jakob probed with his arm Ian, feeling the energy around him, that which was worked into the stone of the tower itself, and pulled, using the massive amounts of arm Ian from every veer around him. Suddenly, the resistance faltered, and the high priest crumpled to the ground. A sharp pain shot through Jakob's head, between his eyes, and he released the borrowed energy. The pressure eased, and time snapped forward again. On the table, Alita struggled, her breathing labored. A pained expression painted Alita's face. She was dying. Anders stood over her, tears coursing down her cheeks from wide brown eyes. As he ran to Alita, he still felt what he'd pulled from the high priest trapped within his mind. It vibrated within him, as if begging for release. He glanced over and saw the high priest still in a heap, with his cloak swirled around him, and released that energy. His mind tingled as he did. He ignored it and turned back to Alita. The chains still held down her legs and arms, and he looked up at Ander. Ander touched the chains at Alita's wrists lightly, and they dropped quickly to the ground. Walking around to the end of the table, she did the same with those at her feet. I use the last of her energy, she explained. I do nothing but guide it. He nodded, not truly understanding. Alita lay silent, her breath shallow. She had little time left. He gently took her shoulders and helped her to sit. She smiled as he did. Thank you, she whispered. You are, she started, struggling with each breath. More than I had hoped. More than I had dreamed. What am I? He asked, uncertain. Ander took his hand, and relaxation washed over him. Alita nodded, eyes sparkling as she seemed to read his thoughts. You will have your answers, she told him. I think I have time for that.